deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
Are you ready for mind-blowing CrossFire action? The second season is here, and you better put your helmet on. A massive prize pool and spots to the regional finals are at stake. Starting from June the 1st, 8 ambitious teams will have 7 weekends, fully packed with intense fights. Who will top the leaderboard and secure spots for the playoffs?
Man, we have only one goal: win all matches.
We will do our best to secure the playoffs.
And who will be eliminated?
The last season wasn't easy for us, but we remain positive and we want to give the best show for our fans.
It's time to break the ice for us and show what we're truly capable of.
Tune in on the 1st of June and support your favorites.
Okay, welcome back everybody. We're ready for day number 2 of this weekend, and we got ourselves some more Crossfire action, and we had ourselves a pretty jam-packed day yesterday, but now we get even more matches, and it's myself, Laz, and of course Pando back here on the desk. And how you feeling? Day 1 was a bit of a bar burner.
Yeah, I'm really excited to be here once again, and yeah, you're right. Yesterday was just so insane. I mean, especially the last game from Lazarus, from GV, right? I mean, also with all these clutches and almost clutches, right? It was just an amazing day overall.
Yeah, it really was, right? I mean, we'll bring up the standings here in just a little bit, but I mean, that's the thing, is that there was some really good games yesterday, a lot of overtime games that happened yesterday as well. So I think we got ourselves potentially a little bit of a different day maybe, but I mean, still some good games regardless. But as you can see from the overall, 3BL is going to be starting themselves off in that number 1 spot. LCK just right behind. I mean, that round differential, once again, super close between these top 2 teams. I mean, Pando, I mean, did you kind of see this happening the way it is so far?
I mean, yesterday was a little bit more precise, if I can say it like that. I mean, you could kind of predict what's gonna happen, but I feel like it was still very interesting to see. I mean, especially the game versus LCK and TBI, right? Wait, sorry, let me repeat myself. I think it was LCK versus 3BL, right? Wait, I'm a little bit lost here, sorry. But yeah, however, right. You know what I mean, right? So overall, I'm just expecting a lot of nice matches here, and what can I say? I think today Swamp versus 3BL is gonna be interesting. It's in its own way, because obviously Swamp having a hard day yesterday, but we're just gonna have to see what's coming our way.
Yeah, and it's a good point, right? Because right now, like we talked about, the first match is everybody you can see on your screen. That is going to be the top team being the number 1 team taking on the number 8 team, and then you have LCK being the number 2 team, you know, taking another, again, like, you know, number 4 team. So I mean, it's going to be a little bit more interesting. This one I think is more about, you know, 3BL finding themselves probably the 2-0. They're wanting to get the 2-0, but I guess the one thing I just want to, you know, put as a little thing out there, Pando, because I want to see if I can get a feeler from you, is that I think we even saw yesterday is that Swamp, like they went the distance with Anubis, and it was a 13-12. Do you think there's a world where we see them doing something like this, or even entertaining an overtime situation against a team like 3BL?
Yeah, it's a tough ask, really. I mean, overall, Swamp, I said it yesterday already, right? I felt like they play a little bit more random, but obviously you can't underestimate them, right? Like, I feel like they really can show their potential, especially Famous and Kais, right? I hope we see Kais today. You know, no more Brando with the arm, but yeah, obviously I think it's possible. It's not very likely though. I mean, 3BL, it's just a powerhouse, right? I mean, we see Todd right here. Todd yesterday, just an amazing performance overall, but you really gotta give it to 3BL with their you know, showing, and I feel like today they're gonna go even stronger than yesterday.
Yeah, it's a good point, right? I'm really glad you brought up about Kai's, right? Because we saw that it was yesterday that, you know, he wasn't playing, and it actually does look like in some of the rosters right now, he's still going to be out for this this match here today. So it'll be interesting to see what Swamp can do. I mean, again, I think Excavate did a good job yesterday. I think we just saw that the arm was missed, right? So I'm kind of wondering if, you know, the team was able to have that conversation a little bit on the Swamp Gaming side. But on the other side of the coin, I mean, look, like, we know what 3BL pack, we know what they're able to do, And I mean, this veto is going to make things a little bit more the way I kind of predicted it to go. I mean, are you surprised at all with this veto and how we're here?
I mean, more compound and more port, it seems a little bit too predictable here, but obviously compound and port are both good maps, and even though I think, you know, Swamp could have chosen, like, I don't know, a different map for the outcome here, but maybe they have a new gameplay, maybe they actually reviewed the VOD from yesterday, and, you know, I'm just really excited if Swamp can actually turn this thing around.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, you know, the one thing I was really impressed with is, you know, I think the first map when we saw Swamp, when they played on Black Widow, it really wasn't the best, right? I mean, it wasn't their best showing at all. I mean, it was a pretty devastating loss, like a 10-3, sorry, and then moving things over when they played on Compound, where actually that's what I was talking about, is that was a pretty nail-biting game. So the fact that they, you know, pushed overtime and made it a very unique situation, and that was also where, you know, Brando was having himself a little bit better of a game with the You saw, you know, Famous getting himself in clutches. You know, there was definitely a lot of good, like, moments for these guys. It just wasn't enough to get the job done. And the other thing I think you and I were both kind of, you know, talking about too, is that the Blacklist side seems to be that weaker point, right? They don't seem as proficient as some of these other teams, so they're definitely going to have to catch up. But it kind of makes sense, right? Like, this is a team that came through the Open, the first NA team in a long time back. So I mean, this is a lot of, like, just building blocks, right? This is about them just kind of building the system.
Yeah, I felt like, especially for Swamp in these high pressure situations, they just were more relaxed almost, because obviously there are some players that have a lot of experience and they know how to deal with that. And I think this is a little bit of a difference to the other players, you know. Obviously on the other side there's also, like, a lot of experienced players, but not in the same way, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And I think, you know, when we talk about a team like 3BL, I mean, this is it's hard not to talk about all the great things they do, right? I mean, this is an Egyptian powerhouse team. They're a full LAN team. These guys play in the same place together to gain that extra experience, whereas Swamp they're all aligned. They're all, like, they all have a lot of history as good players, but now you're kind of putting this all together and you're kind of meshing it, like I said, right? And that's what makes it a bit tough, where I think you know, the work's going to be cut out for them here today, but that's where I said, you know, I think the expectation is 3BL to get this 2-0, but again, like, even Anubis, I think they thought the same thing yesterday, but man, oh man, they had to fight for it though. That was a pretty crazy compound game that we actually did see from them.
Yeah, they really had to fight for it. But again, I think today maybe they have a different game plan and maybe it's going to be successful, but we really have to see their performance in game. And I really hope maybe if Brando continues sniping, maybe he's on point from the beginning today. And if that's the case, I see them winning this one.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up, right? Because like we said, I think you and I were both kind of on the same page for the first map. We're like, hey, look, this ALM isn't working. You know, we're like, Brando, it might be somebody else. And then all of a sudden he just turned up, right? I mean, he turned a new leaf, and then he was able to just get, you know, all the duels he needed to. But a map like Compound, definitely no stranger to all these teams. I think for 3BL as well, like, they're a team that, you know, they played this countless times. Like, they've been able to have themselves great score lines, pretty dominant wins. So to be honest, like I said, I think the work's cut out for Swamp here. They just got to take it for what it is. And I think for 3BL, they just need to make sure they don't overlook anybody, but I don't think they do. They're a team, in my eyes, that they seem like they're ready to go. They're going to play anybody the same way, and we're about to find out, I guess.
Yeah, in we go with some more Crossfire action here. I'm really looking forward for this game here. I feel like, even though 3BL obviously are most likely the the winners of this one, I feel like if Swamp plays their cards right, they're gonna make this real interesting. And as I mentioned, that it seems like they're gonna make it even more interesting with leaving the server here.
Well, that was short-lived, eh? But you know, I guess just getting things a little bit more organized, probably a little bit of a tech issue, I'm sure. Just figuring things out. Luckily, nothing happened, so we don't have to stress about it. No damage, no nothing, so it's all good. And you know, I think the other thing that, you know, is always easier to bring up, but I think still it's an important factor, is about, I think we saw a pretty big difference for Swamp playing on those European servers versus when they play on the NA server. And it's not a sure thing anymore, right? Like we were saying, you know, in the beginning of last week, we said, look, like if they're going to play on NA servers, they're probably going to play way better. They're probably going to be able to find themselves like some wins, and they were splitting it, right? They were doing 1-on-1s, but that wasn't really the case yesterday. So that's where, again, I'm getting a little bit more curious about, you know, 3BL and them getting used to kind of having that big, you know, disadvantage in some regard, I guess.
Yeah, like you mentioned, even though it was their server, so they have better ping, right? They still, I mean, they were better overall, obviously, but I felt like even though they have the better connection, it didn't really matter too much in the end. I mean, it had multiple factors, right? It wasn't only the ping, that obviously it's not the ping, right? But I feel like even their server choice wasn't even like a big factor here, and hopefully, again, I feel like today maybe they might, you know, find a different solution. And but you gotta mention it as well, right? 3BL sitting together, I think this is actually a game changer, right? Like I just think it's so much difference between, you know, sitting together in a room or sitting together in a call, right?
Yeah, it's a huge difference for sure. Well, without further ado, we're looking like we're going right back into it. Swamp, you're going to be on the GR side, and 3BL show us a little bit of the Blacklist side. And for Swamp, I mean, this is a good note, right? I mean, we said before this is a strong side for them. They play quite well on the defense. This seems to be a very defensive-sided team. So we'll have to see, you know, how much they can, you know, be able to hit right now 3BL with this. But a lot of respect coming in from 3BL. And actually Swamp, interestingly enough, they've done full mid control, and Totson, he's been able to find himself a little bit of action here. And now, is he going to expect another player close on by? And Josh, he's able to find only one in that kind of a position. So 3BL, they come up big.
Yeah, surely they do, and Brando has to do it all here. He gets one, not able to find one more. And you know, yesterday I mentioned Swamp not having too many crazy strats, but this one, surely we're gonna remember this one. I mean, they instantly pushed mid, they instantly got a long control and tower control, and I really like this one, you know. It just felt like they kind of thought about, okay, what went wrong yesterday. And I think I also mentioned that they should have played a little bit more aggressive, and this was the case here, and I really liked it.
I did too, and you know, again, I hate to be the sore of it, but I think the only reason it didn't work as well as it did is I think Excavate he was the guy in tower. He had to watch something, right? So I think with him just kind of, again, checking a different angle for one split second kind of gave too much of an opening, and I think that was able to get things a little bit moving in the beginning. But I really did like that. I love the creativity, and again, we were both kind of saying, like, look, Swamp on the GR side, they look decent, and the fact they're still even, you know, trying to improve that as well, you love to see it, right? This is where this team has been, you know, such an underdog, so that's what makes it an exciting thing to watch. So I hope they retry that another time and just kind of maybe polish it up, you know, clean it up just a little bit. But I really didn't mind it at all.
Yeah, we just got to see the great utility usage here by 3BL. I really like it, you know. Even though it seems simple, it's actually quite good, you know. They smoked off A main, they smoked off B main, and this is actually opening up highway for them, as you can see right here. Brando now again, the man of the hour, needs it. The shot kind of misses his shot, and Slayer taking advantage over it. And this seems like an easy take for 3BL, but for some reason, Josh keeps unspotted here. But this turned out into a 3 versus 3 situation. Let's see if Swamp is able to retake this one. And again, you mentioned it yesterday, compound B-sides, it's so difficult to retake, but look at this, they make it possible. Famous with a good 3k here.
Well, who other than Famous, right? I mean, he's able to find himself a big 3k like he said, and yeah, it is a difficult site to retake, but either way, he gets it done, and he makes things happen, and that's been the biggest thing for them too, right? It's hard not to ignore Famous and what he can bring to the server, and he definitely had himself some of those heroic moments yesterday. But I think the one thing I really agree with you here too is the fact that Josh comes in big, and now Brando gets a little bit more activated here with the looking to see if he's going to be able to find 3. Does get a bit more aggressive, and now Snake able to just take a massive bite here, takes down 3, leaving it down to the 2v2. And 3BL, they're just going to barrel into this site. They're going to try to see what they can do with this. Excavate just going to throw the utility, but 3BL, they've gained tons of information on this Pando, so now they can just leave.
I actually like this decision by 3BL here not to just jump onto the side and try to get the bomb down, but they're actually taking their time, you know. They have 1 minute and 40 seconds left, so why not, you know? So even though Swamp was kind of excited, you know, they felt, okay, we know exactly where they are, we know exactly what they're gonna do. This actually turned around, and you can see a Snake missing his shot here was kind of crucial. I mean, if he was able to get that kill, I think this would be a much easier round, but overall, I think everything is still open here. It's a 2 versus 2. Bomb is getting planted right now, and Swamp will take notice of that. And Snake has a key position here with this Almond Tower. I feel like it doesn't even matter if Snare dies here or not, because you can see Snake already taking out Excavate here. But this, it seems interesting, right? But I feel like this is going to be an easy retake for Snake.
Well, it's one of those situations where I was thinking, like, his HP is not great, and Minnow is in a pretty good position just with the off angle, and I mean, that's a tough one, but yeah, I mean, really impressive so far. I mean, against Swamp, like, they are making these rounds close, sure, but honestly, they're doing a great job to get themselves into a bit of a lead right now. They're looking like they're not even intimidated at all playing 3BL. So honestly, I'm getting impressed to see what they're bringing with the defense. A great nade lands onto Horus. I think he thought he had the timing, and look at that. Gets caught with a nade, then it gets caught with the arm shot. So now Swamp able to start things off with a big opener. Now 3BL getting a little bit more aggressive on this, and even Slayer's going to push down long. And you can see 3BL just kind of, I feel like they're changing their pace a lot more on this, right? They don't even clear a corner. Oh no! And Swamp, they've been able to just annihilate them all, leaving it down to Snare. He was on a beast mode last night, but again, like, surely not with this. This would be a 1-on-5 clutch ace for him to get something done here. And I mean, he's got some time, Pando, but man, look at where Swamp are. They're just grouped up on the bomb.
Yeah, I actually didn't expect that to happen like it did, but I think Snare, yeah, this is also a tough one to win. I mean, obviously a 1 versus 4, surely not, right? But in the end, I never know. I mean, look at this, starting off with a nice grenade kill, which is basically for free. It's a 1 versus 3 now, and with his arm in hand, I mean, if they peek 1 by 1, which they surely don't do, it might eventually be possible here. And the bomb position is also not too great. I mean, yeah, you can try to smoke a main off, but I don't think it's gonna really matter here. I mean, they have the bomb on lockdown, and eventually Snare's just gonna yeet himself into this bombs, onto the bomb here, and you can see the triple swing comes through, and it's another round.
Yeah, starting to look really good. And again, that coordination from Swamp is definitely some notes to take from. And we said, look, like, if these guys are going to pick up rounds against a team like 3BL, it's going to be on the GR side. So clearly that's what they're doing right now. And 3BL, I think, kind of getting a bit of a reality check, going like, okay, hang on a sec. Like, these guys can frag. Like, these guys can play, and we need to maybe reevaluate our game plan just a little bit. And now they're going to take it a lot slower. The 1-3-1 setup, right? I mean, now just kind of, you know, making sure nobody's going to over push anything. And now even Swamp, they're kind of turtled back into a default setup as well. So I do like that Swamp look like they're mixing up their defensive playbook. I think this is a really good way to just keep 3BL in a guessing game.
Yeah, Horus right now, I feel like he has a tough start. I mean, a 1-4 isn't really what you're looking forward to, but on the other side, also Excavate, also 1-4. I feel like those are both the two players that have a little bit of a starting issue here, but overall, I like the slower approach. I mean, obviously, they're gonna hit mid eventually, right? But so much slower. I feel like this is actually what they need to do here. I mean, can tell them now pushing a main, and it looks so good for Swamp, but Snake trying to turn this one around. It looks so unlikely for them, and look at this Minna here with a nice 3k. Nice, well done.
Wow, things are looking real good right now. I never, honestly, like, and again, I don't mean any disrespect to Swamp. I really don't. And again, I just wasn't expecting to see this scoreline. I was definitely thinking 3BL probably going to come in, being able to find opening duels like that, right? And you know, really just coming in and getting in their face and just really intimidating them a bit. But it's the other way around. And, you know, Swamp, they've done such a great job. I mean, one round here and they're going to be able to secure the half for their, for their favorite. So this is now where 3BL is starting to find themselves a little bit more good utility. Brando getting aggressive and up close and personal, and now I think 3BL might have been able to find themselves something now. Finally, after 5 rounds of Crossfire action, they get something, kickstart a little bit more. But Minna is going to be blind as a bat, can't see a thing, and okay, 3BL will get themselves a little bit of a rebound.
Yeah, I like this flash here by Minna. I mean, not by Minna, but I feel like he was completely blind for some reason, right? I mean, Snare, how did he throw this one? I didn't even see it coming, and surely Minna didn't, right? Like, we're gonna see another aggressive approach here by Swamp, and I like this mid control. It worked out earlier, but it seems like 3BL, they kinda know about it, but are they going to check Josh? And it doesn't seem that way. They're just falling apart one by one, and again, the bomb left alone in mid. Snare and Slayer have to do it all by themselves. Surely not 2 versus 4 situation, but Slayer is a good positioning from behind. Famous is aware of it, and Snare once again left alone against the entire army of Swamp Gaming. Well, make it -1, and Snare still trying to find another frag, but Brando with the kill from behind. Just well done.
Yeah, this is great. This is honestly now, like we said, Swamp have put themselves in 5, so they're going to guarantee themselves the half, right? So this is a really good note for them. And I love that they retried the mid aggression, right? We saw that in the very opening round. Like, we were like, whoa, okay, hang on. These guys got some extra spice in this. Like, these guys aren't even messing around, and extra, adding an extra couple of jalapenos onto the meal, and why not? And it didn't work, unfortunately, but this time it does. And it wasn't as clean of a setup, but it still pans out nicely for them. And Swamp now with a 5-2 lead, and 3BL, I mean, they don't even look like they can get themselves really these opening duels, right? And that's where I thought they were going to be able to win this. Instead, it's actually Swamp that are engaging the fights and, trying to really bring it to them. And like you said, unfortunately for someone like Horus, where he was on fire yesterday, like he put on like a masterclass performance and getting an ace and able to find himself multi-kills, he's kind of sitting on the back burner right now.
It's actually very interesting to see right now that Swamp is just holding their setup no matter what, and you can tell they're so ready for them to come. Famous with a good 2-piece here, not able to find a third, but it's been like a minute, I feel like, and they still haven't moved a single muscle, and it somehow makes sense for them. I mean, it worked out later on, and you can tell your Snake not done yet, but these fights just don't work out for them right now. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it just feels like they can't really find their connections right now, right? And they're just not looking that clean. Like, this is the thing that's like not normal for these guys. So, and actually, a little bit of investigating for us was, I thought for some reason we were going to be starting in the European server first, but no, it's actually we are on that NA server. So that's again back to our point about when Swamp, when they play on these NA servers, they need to get, they have a bigger chance of putting up a bigger chance of a win, right? And we're kind of seeing it right now. Like, they're feeling way better about their shots. Like, look at the confidence. And even Famous, just a nice little 1-2. And yeah, they're going to be able to get themselves another round. And they're taking full advantage of this. And this is really important. And that goes back to the other point I made too, is, 3BL, they're going to have to get used to this as well. So for them, this is going to be a lot of learning.
Oh boy, and now they belong clash once again. Who's gonna take advantage over that one? And it seems like Snare winning the fight against Brando. Don't want to bash Brando again. I mean, he's doing okay so far, so I don't blame him for dying here early, but eventually this is gonna fall apart for them. And if Todd doesn't win this, I feel like I'm not sure what to think about that one. And Josh really needed to win that as well, obviously. I mean, considering we are playing on the NA server, it's really working out for Swamp right now. I mean, they should, right? I mean, they have such a big advantage here, and you can tell Famous 12 and 6 is really feeling the server right now. And on the other side, I feel like Horus is having some troubles with it, but luckily his teammates are here to save the day. And yeah, yet another round for 3BL.
Well, Here we go. 6-3 going to be in favor for Swamp, and I didn't think I was ever going to say that. I'm going to be honest with you, Pando. I was gonna, you know, it's like I was thinking 3BL were going to come in, and 3BL now a little bit of frustration. They're like, okay, look, we got a lot of work cut out for us. We got to be able to bring things back, and Snare gets himself at least 2 now, and all of a sudden within what 15-20 seconds it's down to Famous. He's on a 1-on-4 clutch right now to find himself something here. Yes, he's been able to play well, but again, like, this is against a top team, and he's able to find this first. He's getting flanked now. He's able to find himself a second one, but at least Totson will be able to put a little bit of a lifeline back on here. 3BL will get back with the first.
Yeah, I feel like it was like 20 seconds when Famous was already alone, so yeah, not really something you look forward to. I mean, he fought really hard. I mean, he got another 2 kills, right? But eventually, I mean, you can check their scores, right? The rest of his team needs to kind of wake up. I mean, it's probably still early at the NA house there, but I feel like, you know, 3BL shouldn't get that close. I mean, we kind of predicted 3BL to be better at this point, but I just think that Swamp needs to take more of their advantage, you know, like they just can't lose a map like this.
No, they definitely can't. And for a team like 3BL, like we were talking about this before, right? Like we were saying, look, like, and again, it's all respect, right? But it's just like on paper, you're talking about the #1 team playing against, you know, Swamp Gaming right now, where, yeah, on paper, they're dead last. And not to say they can't improve. Of course they can. But, I mean, 3BL have so much expectations, so much that, you know, they need to bring it to this. And now Swamp have, you know, really started to make their presence known a little bit here. And that's where we talked about that NA buff, you know, just playing on their server and how much different of a team they actually play. So I think for 3BL, like, this is, again, just readjusting themselves to remember this. Good pick coming in from Snare here with Yom, looking for a little bit more. Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, he wants a little bit more. He's hungry, and he's able to take down all 3.
What can you say about Snare? I mean, it's just a great player overall, right? I mean, re-picking over and over, and he gets rewarded for it every single time. I mean, we can see it right here, and this shouldn't really happening here, I feel like. I just don't know what just happened there.
Yeah, that felt like a little bit sleeping behind the wheel, in my opinion. Like Swamp, I think they were feeling a bit, you know, I don't know if the egos were kicking in a little bit, or, you know, they were just thinking, we got this thing surely done, and yeah, Snare's had enough. Snare said, you know what? Somebody needs to step up. Not all heroes wear capes, and I'm going to get something started here. And I'm going to have 15 frags. And now we're going to see if Mina's going to be able to flank, but Totson thankfully has Snare's back. Totson comes in again, finding himself that double. 3BL looking a lot more better on this GR side. They're starting to be able to bring things back into a potentially even game, and Horus will be able to take the head of Excavate, and there we go. We are right back at this thing, and it was a big lead before, Pando. It was a 6-3, and 3BL now have been able to climb themselves back in this game.
Yeah, and they shouldn't really be able to, right? I mean, I think we talked about this yesterday already, but for some reason I think Swamp Game isn't really the greatest team when it comes to BL sides, right? Especially on Compound here. They were leading with 3 rounds ahead, and right now it just doesn't look like they have any chance. I mean, look at this Tot just pushing single-handedly Belong. He doesn't even care about any danger coming from from BC, and you know, it's just the confidence peak at this point. You know, even though they have the disadvantage with the ping, they still have all the manpower they need to win this one.
Yeah, we talked a lot about this, right? I mean, the BL side is going to be the thorn in the side here for a team like Swamp. And I like that they're kind of playing a bit more up tempo. Like they're starting to move a bit around more. I think, you know, playing this slow style may not work against a team like 3BL, in my opinion, because 3BL, I mean, that's their bread and butter, right? I mean, they're a team that they love to run the clock down low. So I think Swamp being this aggressive, it's not a bad idea. But now we're starting to see 3BL feeling a lot more about themselves, and they're starting to win these engagements in their favor. Like, we're talking about a 4-on-2, whereas before it was Swamp that were, you know, putting themselves in these massive situations. So down to Mina and Famous. Again, you have your 2 players that are your 2 top fraggers here for Swamp Gaming alive. So this makes things a bit more interesting, but they need to be able to find something right now. And Totson able to land a shot like that. That's not going to make it easy. Now Famous realizing, okay, I got to be able to find some kills. Snare's just toying with him, playing with his food, and now Famous already caught in the leg, and he's only got 36 seconds left. And he's going to be able to take down Snare, but again, he's just getting ambushed. Everybody is on him right now. It's just a matter of time how long he can survive, and I don't like these odds right now, Pando, because again, the numbers are just too high, and there it is. 3BL back in the lead.
Yeah, I just have to give a shout out to Famous. I mean, he's so sharp with the AK. I mean, obviously they're losing, they're not having any chance at this point, but his AK shots are still there. You know, he's he's in a very bad situation, yet finds every kill he needs to find. But I don't know. I don't know about you, but I feel like Swamp is not gonna get any more rounds if this continues to be the case here. And I mean, finally they're getting some aggressive here. It just feels like this is what they were missing all the time. But you can see already they just can't enter anything. Look at this! It's a total shutdown coming through from 3BL, and just as I was mentioning, finally they're getting some aggressive gameplay on the boards. They just can't continue to enter any bomb sites with it.
That was actually really, really beautiful, right? I mean, that was picture perfect. And honestly, the utility from 3BL just allowing the team to be able to find things. Now 3BL are starting to wake up, right? Now they're starting to feel a lot better. And honestly, I love that Snare is still just, again, like picking these guys apart. He was on fire yesterday. He was somebody that was putting in some big numbers with the sniper. So I'd love to see that he's able to do this on day 2 of this weekend. And he's just, like I said, he's on a tear, man. Like, this guy is optimal right now. Like, he can't miss. It felt like he was getting a little bit things started here on the BL side, but now it's really started to elevate a lot more on this. And Swamp, I mean, already losing Mina is not going to be a good start for them. And you can see, I think there's a lot of hesitation what they want to do, and they're just going to play numbers.
I wonder what the issue here is right now. I mean, 3BL with a great setup once again. You can tell the flash comes through. Activate not even able to get a shot done here. Wait, one sec, please. Excuse me for a second here. There's something happening.
All right. Well, when Pentagos figures things out here, we'll come back into it. But again, 3BL 8-6, 3-on-4. The advantage still for 3BL in just terms of the numbers. A big push coming in already from 3BL. They've actually pushed all the way through B. So they already have a ton of information. Now Swamp, they're potentially going to be running into a bit of a landmine right now. And Totson, he's actually got himself really strong position on this. If they come this way, though, that's a big thing because the B site is open technically. Slayer kind of just playing on the outskirts and just waiting things over for the rotates. And oh, Swamp, they've gone to the wrong site. They missed their opportunity here. And now 3BL, they're able to get things nicely done, but Famous is able to come up massively here with the clutch, leaving him just down to the one-on-one. Didn't think we'd be here in this kind of a situation. His back's turned, but Totson will be able to take him out. But again, Famous just coming close every single time to bring these guys back into a round, which is just crazy.
All right, sorry. My house is not burning down, no worries.
Okay, good.
What did I miss? What happened?
Well, let's just, Famous just came in, almost did a massive clutch, but Totson took him out. So 3BL, they're keeping the streak alive, man. They're on 9.
Oh boy, this is not looking good for Swamp then. I mean, what is there left to say? I mean, Famous has 20 frags all by himself, but I don't feel like this is going to be enough, even though he should be so happy with himself. But if the rest of his team doesn't really help him out, I don't feel like he's going to win this one. And 3BL on the match point here, I don't know. I just think it's going to be a little bit more hesitant now for Swamp. But they should really just try their best to, hit a side early on, make some pressure, get some kills on the board, because 3 versus 5, I don't see that in a good way. Like it's not gonna be a great round for Swamp.
Well, they're gonna have to make it a good round, because if they don't, this thing is over. And I mean, this is where we talked about that 6-3 Swamp. They haven't been able to find a single round here since we've made the switch over. So this BL side, like it's been nothing, right? So this is again where, you know, Famous is able to get an opening duel, sure, but they do take down Snare. So again, the top frag are going to be removed. Tots in here, the other threat in terms of numbers alone, but and they've been able to hold on. 30 seconds remain on the clock. Swamp now going to be grouped up here, going to go for the A hit. Again, it's the wrong read. They're going to the wrong site. Everybody's here. This is not a good situation for them. They're running into a bit of a trap. Slayer just waiting patiently. He's got the Q, and Slayer now just takes them all down here with Snake, and the job is done in 3BL. They're going to be able to come back and get themselves that big map win.
Yeah, remember it was the NA server, so it should have been a little bit more likely for Swamp, but you gotta give it to 3BL. They're just playing much better, right? At this point, you really gotta give it to them. Their team players on point, their shots are on point. What else do you ask for?
Yeah, and honestly, like, you know, the biggest thing that we can talk about is that clearly Swamp, like we said, we talked about this just a little bit before this game started. We said, look, like their GR side is really good. Like they seem to be creative. They have really good defensive setups. They're able to get some good rounds going, but when they make that switch over, like honestly, it's just a different team. Like we're not even seeing that confidence. We're not seeing that creativity anymore. The utility doesn't really look like they're utilizing it. So it's really just discouraging just to see them not being able to find themselves like map control really well. And again, they lost out. Like they won 6-3 first half, and then, you know, 3BL, they just came back and won the whole damn thing. So it's kind of crazy to think that they took it flawlessly in the second half, and that's going to hurt these guys. And now they're going to be switching over to a European server, so it's just even going to sting more.
Yeah, I don't know if it's an issue with Kai's missing here, but I just feel like 3BL is a much better team at this point. I mean, we saw it yesterday already. I was talking about Swamp strats, and you know, they were not looking that complicated or like not that special, and I just think, you know, Swamp really needs to, you know, work on their tactics, work on their communication. It almost felt like they weren't trying hard enough at some point, you know. I mean, obviously they were leading first, but obviously once the side swap came through, nothing really worked out their way. I mean, we see it right here, the highlights. Great shots coming through, but you know, after the side swap, nothing really mattered anymore.
Yeah, and honestly, the thing that's going to be obvious to talk about too, and I think once we get those stats and everything, it's going to be easy to pinpoint on this, but I think it's the fact of, you know, someone like Famous, right? Like he had himself a great game individually. Like he was just finding himself so many kills, so many opening opportunities for these guys. Like he almost was able to clutch, like I think that was like a 1-on-4 attempt that he almost got down to the end. So that's the thing too, is like someone like Famous, like he's able to, you know, really pack a heavy punch in this team, but there has to be more, right? There has to be more than just the conversation of Famous, you know, where I think we had that in the first half where Brando was getting himself a bit more activated with the but it just fell apart on the second. It was only Famous, I felt like, that kind of kept a fighting chance in there.
Yeah, you also have to see that 3BL has the much better sniper, right? I mean, obviously, you know, Brando's more like a hybrid sniper. I think he did well, but not that crazy, right? And obviously you can see it here on the scoreboard now. Everyone from 3BL, I mean, Horus had a hard time, okay, but everyone else is just on big numbers here. I mean, you really got to give it to them. The aiming was on point today.
I think the one thing that I was really impressed with was just the fact of like someone like Totson, right? Like again, I mentioned this yesterday, but I want to mention it today in case anybody wasn't here. It's like, look at the position we're in right now. Like he's sitting at a 2.43. The weekend before, he had himself a bit of a poor performance, which is really unfortunate. So I think the fact that we see him kind of in this spot is great. Like I love the fact that he was able to, you know, get himself a little bit more comfortable. He's feeling way better now. He's playing back to the way he should be. So I think that's a good thing, and I think that first week it was probably just a bit of a nerve thing, or I don't know, an off day. Who cares? But I'm very, very excited to see what he's going to be able to do. But we are going to get things a little bit locked and loaded here for the second map. We're just going to wait things out for these players to cool off. But Pando and I are going to take that quick little break, as you should too. So don't go too far. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Okay, welcome back. It was a little bit of a short break, and I think these players don't want to mess around. They want to get things moving a little bit here. So that was a done and dusted game here for Compound, which did end with a 10-6, which was, like we talked about, Swamp Gaming putting themselves at a 6-3, and then 3BL just doing 3BL things and winning out. So now we get to move over to Port. Pando, any thoughts or initial thoughts that are coming through on a map like this?
Yeah, I mean, Port obviously is a great map. It has, you know, a little bit more favor for GR because, you know, GR is always first in every spot. But I don't know, I feel a little bit, you know, almost sad for Swamp because I feel like, you know, it's a different server, it's a different environment really, and I just don't see them win this one. I mean, you can already tell 3BL is not wasting any time. They just want this to be over as soon as possible, but you know, Swamp is still trying to hold off, but the dominance is just too great here, and Famous trying his very best to hold them off, and now Excavate in a 2 versus 1 situation, and it's gonna be a tough ask if you ask me. You know, I mean, he still has utility left. I hope he uses it at some point. There you go, grenade onto the stairs here, and just leads himself onto the bomb site, not working out in his favor this time around.
Yeah, a really good start from 3BL, and you know, again, I think for them, like they played this yesterday, and that was against, you know, the highlight match that we were kind of talking about, the number 1, number 2 teams, and they played LCK, and they actually did lose that, right? I mean, they were the ones that lost a 10-8. LCK were able to bring themselves in a win against 3BL. So I think for 3BL, probably taking a lot of notes from yesterday. Like we said, this is a team that studies hard, and yeah, they want to make themselves a bit more of a statement, get those stats better here in the win column in terms of a map like this. And Swamp have a lot of work cut out for them. This map hasn't really been forgiving for them. Famous now getting aggressive down long, and Slayer should be able to find this duel. And Slayer actually, instead of overcommitting on this, he actually is going to push back just a little bit. 3BL going to win the engagement. Mina's going to go down. And we're starting to see Swamp. They're just losing these players one by one. Famous will give himself a little bit of something back, though. Still a bit of a 3-player. Excavate. Actually, he's going to be the one with the interestingly enough. But it's to his own demise. And Horus out of nowhere just pops out of the shadows. And Famous all by himself. A player that needs to come up with the clutch factor, but ain't happening here.
It almost feels like 3BL is just playing randomly at this point. I mean, it makes a lot of sense because, you know, maybe they don't want to give away any of their strategies, but if 3BL is able to play like this, I don't think Swamp is having a great time right now. I mean, obviously once you can try it, you know, but twice already, you know, it's not a good thing for Swamp right now. I just feel like they really need to step up their game big time. I mean, right now you can see they're already kind of playing reserved. I mean, it always makes sense, you know, to just, you know, chill a little bit, but if you are being dominated like that, I don't think it's the right way.
No, I don't think so either. And I think the other thing too, like, even for Swamp, like, they have had, you know, victories on this before on a map like this, but that was a 13-12 against a team like TBI, where TBI are definitely, you know, proving to be more of a contender, but they're gonna, you know, they're going against some big dogs now. They're going against some serious competition, and yeah, doesn't make it look like competition. Is who other than Famous and Excavate able to get things sweeped up. Nice little 3K for Famous. Excavate here for the double. I was talking about, you know, they've been able to do this with a win column before, but yeah, they're showing they got signs of life here, and they're not going to let 3BL just kind of run all over them.
Yeah, but as you can see, 3BL again is not wasting any time starting off with an early frag, and it feels like Famous is always pushing A long for some reason. I mean, he's so confident with, you know, hitting these shots. I mean, this didn't work out this time around, but you can tell Horus now on the revenge streak here and almost getting Josh here. They can't quite find him, but it doesn't even matter. Horus 7-1. He's finally stepping up to the plate here, and I really love to see it from him. But eventually he's gonna get killed by Mina here, but it doesn't even matter since Slayer is gonna trade him out.
Yeah, and you know what? Actually, I was kind of thinking about this a little bit more, and I was, you know, I think I made a comment about, you know, for a team like Swamp, like, they actually have been able to find some wins on this map. So again, this is the big test right now, and yeah, they don't mess around. Look at how fast Horus is going. he's just running in. He's just barreling down. He's, like you said, they don't want to make this game fast. They just want to close it off. They want to get this 2-0, and they want to be able to kick back and relax for the rest of the day. And yeah, they're not messing around here, man. Like, we're talking about a 4-1 lead in Swamp. Like, I love this pace from 3BL though, because again, they're just making them uncomfortable.
Yeah, it would be kind of nice to see their camps right now. I feel like it's it's probably like a laughing thing right now, because obviously, you know, if you just push, run, and kill everyone, and you gotta feel pretty confident and funny about it as well, right? But on the other side, obviously, Swamp Gaming, I see them with grumpy faces right now in my mind, but hopefully they can kind of turn this game around. I mean, they're creeping up towards A long again. I just feel like, you know, 3BL, they already know what's going to happen here. Slayer playing so far back because he knows Famous eventually might be close here, but yeah, exactly, just, you know, deliver the package to someone else. And the timing is so unfortunate, but for some reason Swamp Gaming only able to get Slayer here. I don't understand what happened here. I mean, first of all, why did he have the bomb, and why did it take so long to, you know, give it over to someone else? And then Swamp Gaming from A long, not able to get the frags done. This is gonna be so tough for them, and we can already tell it's gonna be another B hit.
Yeah, and 3BL have been, you know, they can definitely show us that they're a good team on this, execute for a site like this. And Mina trying everything, not able to get down to the pit, and look at how fast, again, 3BL. They're not even waiting. Like, I was just gonna say, like, Snake, he's actually gonna press on this. Like, no way, surely not. But I think that a little bit of a discipline comes back in from the IGL. They're like, look, let's just play our game. Don't get aggressive. Don't give up the body. And now, I mean, Brando's just taking damage. He has no idea where from. It's through the smoke. And now 2 players just waiting for him in the pit, and they're just gonna be able to find the spam. And okay, 3BL will be able to get this half in their favor. Going in a fast and furious way here in the first half. A 5-1, and I think you know, that first game, despite them winning it, I think it ticked 3BL off a little bit. I think they want to show why they're, you know, a top 2 team, and they're ready to play. They're ready to, you know, frag out. And now it's actually Swamp that have been able to start things off very nicely here for a bit of a mid crunch. But look at how fast Horus is coming in for the flank. They're just coming all over the place, left, right, and center. Horus now gets himself in a great position once again here with the headshots, and he's trying to get himself back on the board and finding these duels. And my god, he's already doing such a great work with 12 frags, leaving Death down to Josh by himself.
Yeah, this feels like a puck match all over the place. I mean, this is exactly how usually pucks being played, you know, just push anything you really can. And you know, Swamp was only able to get these 2 frags in the beginning because 3BL let them have them, you know, because it doesn't really make sense for 3BL to push bridge that early, especially without smokes and anything, you know. But I think 3BL, you know, the confidence, I think they won't ever have more confidence than right now. I think, you know, it's just a crazy thing to happen here. And also what I noticed, you can see right here, Mina on the sniper now this time around. I mean, I think Brendo kind of back with the rifle. I think, yeah, it might be the better choice here, 0 and 6, but let's see, maybe Mina has something to say about this one.
Yeah, maybe, and that's actually really interesting that Mina's actually kind of equipped it too. And like we said, you and I were both criticizing a little bit about the first map, you know, where, you know, yesterday, where he wasn't really finding those connections, but the second he was popping off, right? Like, he was popping champagne and he was looking really good. But you know, I think that's a good moment too to, like, talk as a team to say, you know what, I'm not really feeling it right now. Can somebody else, you know, do that lifting? And Mina's like, yeah, sure, let me try it. I don't mind it. I don't hate that too, because it kind of mixes up the style a little bit of your sniper, and it could catch somebody off guard. But again, you made a really good point earlier on. You're going against Snare, man, and Snare is probably one of those top 2, top 3 Alm players in the whole league. So not an easy thing to go against.
Not at all, and certainly now all of a sudden we have a slow approach from 3BL. I mean, why stop when it's working so well? I don't understand. Like, they had a great showing. I mean, 6 rounds is such a statement here, but I'm not sure what their plan is right here. Maybe they just want to confuse Swamp a little bit. I mean, they don't need to, obviously. You just see that. I mean, Mina has the much better position here, but Snare takes him out anyway, and now Brando has to say something about that, finding his first frag in this round here, and Oh boy, this is not looking great for Swamp. I mean, I don't want to hate too much on them, but they really don't give me anything to say positive about them. You know, it's kind of a tough thing to say. I mean, Famous and Excavate now finding some frags, but Slayer, you can see his confidence. You know, he almost went for another peek there. He doesn't even need to. He has a sniper in his back. You know, Famous, he could be the potential clutch master once again, but I feel like it's too much to ask for him. And oh boy, is Swamp having issues right now.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like it's just mind games, right? I feel like 3BL are, you know, I think I heard you say, I don't know why 3BL are not just doing what they're doing. Like, it's working, and I agree with you. I think, but it's honestly more them just, like, honestly playing that manipulation a little bit. They're like, okay, let's just make them sweat a little bit. Let's make them think like, wait, what's going on? Why aren't they rushing us? Or why aren't they playing super aggro? And they're really keeping them on the toes. Now the nades are going to come through. Excavate's going to just have that counter. Brando able to get a nice little bit of a start, but is it going to be enough here? Excavate's just blind. Not a sight in seeing right now. Mina comes alive now, puts the rifle to work. He's dropping the and now the rifles are starting to bring us a little bit more of a lullaby here. And Swamp, they will be able to find themselves some redemption to end that first half.
Well, how much does it matter after all? I mean, we're gonna see it here, but 7-2 for the half? I don't know. I mean, maybe Swamp is gonna prove us wrong again, but I don't see them winning here. It's just too unlikely. I mean, 3BL, I think, yeah, you can see Snake pushing A long all by himself. I mean, he has some support in the back, but you can see they're just pushing anything they can get here. And Brando, okay, didn't expect Brando to get that kill, but you can see he's instantly traded out eventually. And 3BL, I mean, obviously they have a lead, they have a strong lead, but okay, but they can't get too aggressive after all. I mean, they still have to play with a little bit of tactic here, but yeah, nading is a strong start. I feel like, I mean, they haven't used much utility early on, but Todd now has to hold off 3 people all by himself, doesn't even get away in time. But I feel like 3BL is so prepared for this push, and you can tell Josh already all by himself almost getting that clutch. But Slayer 12 and 3, this guy is on a manhunt right now.
Yeah, he really is. Yeah, he's playing really, really well right now. And I love it too, though, because again, like, I think we were kind of joking about, Horus, he wasn't really having himself much in the first game, but look at him now, right? I mean, he is top fragging in the server, top fragging on his team, and close on by is going to be Slayer as well. So it's great to see him, like, getting right back into it. And we know he can do it. He's been really playing well the last little while. So for him to, find himself a little bit more in this typical situation is a good thing. And now for Swamp, they got a lot of work cut out for them, and they're on the BL side, and that's always been the caster note here for us is just, look, we need to see something more. Nade's gonna come through mid, nice little execute, but other than Horus, it's gonna be him and Snake being able to find these first opening too. Things are starting to get shut down a little bit more now, and yeah, okay, I think 3BL just wanted to put on a bit of a performance for us, and the round's already over.
It feels like they want to upgrade their KDs a little bit, and Swamp seems like the right opponent for that. But let's cut the chase here. Swamp Gaming having an absolute off day today. I mean, they started off okay on the first map, but then on the second half they didn't get any rounds done, and on this map it seems like they don't get anything done. I mean, I feel a little bit bad for them. I just don't know what to say. Brando, you can't just blame it on him. He's not a sniper player after all, and obviously he's gonna pick a rifle eventually and then tries his best to get anything done. But I think Kais is really the missing factor here for them. But yeah, you can tell 3BL, Snake is about to peek mid over and over again. I mean, he doesn't even need to, but he does it anyway because he knows he's just gonna wreck them if they peek him.
Yeah, it's a really good point you bring up, right? And that's, I think, the one thing we talked about. There's two things we talked about with Swamp is the lock of the BL side and the lock of the OM. So we'll have to see if things could be different a little bit later on. But now it's a moment here for 3BL to get the job done. But maybe they're getting a little bit ahead of themselves, because Swamp now, they've been able to have a flawless execution into this A site. Caught him by himself. A 1-on-4 needed. And I mean, who other than Totson? He could be able to do it, but he will get himself a little bit of a headshot. But okay, Swamp will be able to keep themselves alive in this game. And I mean, again, many rounds needed here to push this thing to an overtime scenario. 3BL playing very aggressive again in mid, just getting themselves in cubby already. See if they're going to be able to get away with it, but I love that reaction coming in from Swamp. They took full advantage of that A site.
Yeah, they did, and this is exactly what they need to do more often. Just more confidence, more aggressiveness, and I think once they manage that, I feel like 3BL actually stops playing like a puck game. They actually start playing their strats, and this is what they need to do at this point. And you can see Swamp Gaming playing much more reserved now. You know, they don't want to give up anything at first, but 3BL, I mean, they don't even care about it so much. You can tell Snare with the open AWP, they're just waiting for his opportunity. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like Swamp Gaming, they're just trying to find anything to get away with it. But you know, if they get like 2 more rounds, I feel like this is an okay game. I mean, obviously they're losing is like pretty bad for them, 2-0, but yeah, I just think overall they just need to reconfigure whatever they want to do, you know, because I feel like if they continue to play like this, they're gonna have another bad week next week.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is I think for Swamp, right, like we said about this, like if this doesn't go their way, I mean, there's gonna be a lot of learnings for them anyways, and that was the biggest thing that, you know, that was talked about on the desk before, you and me, and even the week prior, is that look, like no matter what happens, these guys are just gonna get better and better. But it seems like Horus is the one that's gonna get better and better. Finds himself a double, back to a 3-3 now. And again, let's not forget, this is map point that's sitting here on the plate potentially for 3BL. The question is, can they feast on it? Now Snake just tucked away on the left-hand side of the pit. Can he be able to find something? Will he be able to get this timing? He will be at least able to find that one, and there we go. 3BL will be able to get things done. And that's going to be a 10-3 victory for these guys, and a bit of an easy day at the office for them, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, again, Horus with 17 kills. Wasn't he the one with the 5k yesterday as well? I think it was like a 3k one tap, right? I mean, Horus, I think against 3BL, don't play against Horus, and especially don't peek him at all. I feel like this guy's just on fire with the shots, you know? Like, anything you do doesn't work against him.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it, right? I mean, I feel like on the first map, like we talked about, he was a little bit more quiet, but at the same time, like, you can't really take that really for what it is, because I mean, his teammates were able to come through, and Snake was playing really well, and you know, even Snare as well. But I think on this map he wanted to prove a bit of a point and go, look, like I can play. I am quite good of a player, and I'm going to make a bit of a statement. And I was really impressed to see what he was able to do, and glad that he didn't just have a dip in performance. It was just probably the server and other things that were going on. But yeah, I think for 3BL, this was the writing was on the wall a little bit, just saying like, look, a 2-0 was very much the reading, but it was a question of like how much of a 2-0 could this be. And I think we had some good moments coming in from Swamp. Definitely a little bit of, you know, these solid holds and executes that we got from them, which was something we were both kind of a little bit unsure of. But I think 3BL at the end of the day, they show us why they're one of the strongest teams in the league.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you totally. I feel like 3BL actually expected the 2-0 here, and you can see on these frags, I mean, just look at these peaks. I mean, they're not even trying too hard, and they're still hitting everything. I mean, it's just an insane performance overall. 2-0. They should be really happy about this one here, and what can I say? They're just having an absolute good day here.
Yeah, that's a good way to get things kickstarted a little bit, right? I mean, this is where we were kind of saying, like, look, this matchup was really not a great showing here for Swamp, but I think for them, like, again, they're only going to learn from this, and they are that new team that made it through the Open. They're the NA team, so I know there's a few NA fans in the chat, which is always good to see. Look, I'm NA too, so I always want these guys to do well, as you know, as much as we can. But I think for them, they're just going to have to get better and better with it, and I think we are seeing that though, right? Like, I think even when we talked about Compound, which was the first map, we saw the mid control was looking really good. We saw that, you know, there was some really good adjustments, and this doesn't really show that right now, but at the same time, I think it's getting there. I think we're, you know, slowly and surely getting there, but overall, nothing really surprising. I think the biggest thing is Slayer putting up a 3.5 KD. That's something pretty disastrous here for Swamp.
Yeah, this is surely something to look at, and I feel like for Swamp, they kinda need to start winning their own matches on their servers. You know, like if they don't even win on NA, I don't see them winning anytime in AU. So once they figure that out, I feel like they have a better chance to win. You know, but obviously, if you look at these stats, oh boy, FreeBL is something to play against. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean the MVP, you know, no shock at all. It's gonna be Slayer, but yeah, he had himself, you know, really great stats just overall, and honestly, like even a survival rate of 0.52 and a KD sitting at, you know, quite high like this is definitely something, right? And really impressive. And he's always been a guy that I love watching just because I saw him in the old Anubis days, and he was one of those guys that's just aggressive, and that rifle can just be able to find these connections. So we got a glimpse of that. We got to see that vintage Slayer that he, you know, likes to go in and just win all these duels. But no more duels going to be happening here for Swamp, as they're going to be concluded for the weekend. And unfortunately for them, it is going to be an 0-2, but 3BL will be able to have themselves on the leaderboard. We're going to take a little bit of a break here as we're going to get ready to go. We have plenty more of action coming through, so we'll see you for the second game just a little bit. Okay, and we are back for here for the second series of the day. The first one's done and removed, and now we got another one ahead of us, and it is going to be another similar story in a bit different teams, obviously, but it's going to be a monstrous team versus one of the teams that are still trying to prove themselves. It's going to be LCK taking on TBI. What are your thoughts here so far, Pando?
I feel like TBI yesterday's performance was crazy good. I mean, obviously King, the top motivator for his team, you know, shaking his hands. I still remember that. I feel like if King is on point, you know, if he's like motivating his team to, you know, their top performance, and if Dirty, obviously Dirty, you know, his sniping is I'm shocked by his sniper skills, right? So if all of them perform the way they you know they can, I feel like LCK is gonna have a tough game, but obviously, you know, LCK is such a tough roster to beat. I don't know, it depends on the maps, I would say.
Yeah, I think the veto is going to be really important on this, right? Because again, I think, you know, we talk about this roster of, you know, LCK, and like you said, I think they had themselves a good day yesterday. I mean, they were the ones that were able to go a 1-1 split here against 3BL, where they were able to get a 10-8 victory. That was important. And then it was a close game as well on Black Widow. So I think that's where we're kind of expecting to see a lot of great things from these guys. We saw, you know, players like Spoxy playing really well. We saw players like Raffin able to have himself some really good impact, as you know, in a lot of different situations. And then even a player like Flex, right? I mean, he's kind of the guy you put a lot of spotlight on, and someone that, you know, is leading the team, but he's definitely somebody that's going to have to come up big here today. But I think, you know, back to your original point, I was really impressed with King yesterday. We got to see Dirty again. Like he seems like he's just playing better and better on this TBI squad.
Yeah, exactly. And now we get to see the map ban pick, and yeah, Black Widow on Subbase. I mean, for some reason I kind of expected Subbase to be here today, but yeah, LCK banning Compound and Port. I mean, it kind of makes sense. I mean, also happy, you know, we get to see different maps this time around, and yeah. I mean, Mexico and Eagle Eye from TBI seem like a little bit of a standard ban, but you know, I'm pretty happy to see these maps coming through.
Yeah, me too. I think this will be a nice little change of flavor. I think for us, like we talked about, there's been a ton of Compound, ton of Port. So it's nice that we're going to Black Widow, which is always a good map. You and I were really talking about a lot about that. But I think for TBI to pick a map like this makes a lot of sense. It's a map they like to play. It's a map they, you know, I think they're getting better on. So we'll have to see. And they got a mountain to climb though. LCK have a lot to prove. They're also looking to find themselves in a 2-0 category so that they can still keep themselves on the leaderboard. And so far, Lux with an opener, but again, there's a quick little bit of a rebound coming back in.
Oh boy, alright, TBI is starting it fast, I like to see it, but obviously LCK not letting it happen too easily, and Beva sneaking through mid is a nice thing to happen, but Dzane not hitting a shot there is kind of crucial, you know? I mean, Dzane, if he kills Bever here, this is an easy round for LCK, but with Dirty still alive, oh, well, okay, with Dirty only being alive now, I feel like maybe, but I just think it's more likely for LCK, but never impossible for Dirty, especially yesterday, right? He was such an amazing player, and, you know, as far as I know, I just think Dirty might be able to clutch this one here.
Yeah, it's definitely a piece where you could be able to, but again, it's always fun to talk about like the sniper, you know, sniper versus sniper, like the head off, right? The head to head. And I think for, you know, someone like Spoxy, you know, he's the primary on player on this. Flex has always been kind of that secondary. I mean, the way he plays, you almost feel like he's a primary too. But I mean, I think, you know, Dirty is definitely proving himself a really good addition on this TBI team. And they went through a pretty drastic, you know, rebuild essentially, right? Like they lost, you know, Apps, Master, and Design, you know, so picking up like players like Beva and of course Dirty. So really, really important, right? So this is a lot of building blocks. I've talked about that, but it's important because when you have the roster shuffle, it always makes things a little bit interesting if those pieces are going to fit nicely or maybe they won't. And so far, I mean, TBI are that top 4 team in the current standings, and Dirty is going to be able to win that engagement, which we kind of talked about, right? And that's a really big pickup.
It is, yeah, and it's kind of cool to see the dual sniper setup from LCK once again. I mean, Flex is still on his op, so Yeah, I like to see it, even though, Spoxy is dead, but we still have a sniper, so it doesn't really matter after all. And I kind of like this decision by TBI here, You got one guy in BC, well, Bever's dead now, but you got one guy in BC to just, confuse LCK a little bit, and now the push comes through on A, and Flex is not having it. He's saying, like, listen, guys, you can't confuse us. I'm holding down the A side all by myself and kind of missing the shot here, but for some reason he's still alive, still breathing. D-Zane, you can tell he's also confused a little bit, but finally, TBI Booker here getting the kill on Flex, and this is a great grenade on King, and King is also not even considering to move here, and 3 versus 2 situation for LCK. It seems a little bit off, but I feel like Dirty, if he hits the shots here, it's really, really winnable for them, but Raffin has such a hard spot, and look at this. Raffin now left alone, time is ticking down, but if he gets the frags done, and he will, this round is theirs, and another round goes the way of LCK.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, I don't know if we'll catch it in the replay, probably not, but I love the face. You can see Flex, like, he's playing that really aggressive angle on Cat, and like you said, he was caught off guard, and you can see him just like tucking his body in. He's like looking at his monitor, like, is someone not watching this for me? Like, someone's supposed to play this close angle, and Zane, like, he had this look on his face like, oh, I messed up. Like, he knew he was guilty of something. So a little bit of a technical issue from them, but they do get themselves to look okay in it. They are able to bring back the round of for their players, Raffin, to be able to find that 1-on-2 like you talked about. But oh man, that's the one thing I love about having the video cams. You can just see a little bit of that expression sometimes from some of these players, and already back to a 4-4, and TBI are doing a great job being able to find themselves, that little bit of conversion. Even though they lose the man, they don't go in a big deficit quickly.
Oh boy. Well, Black Widow being the map it is, it's a pretty even map, I would say. No one really has a big advantage here, but look at the setup here from LCK. I like to see this one. The flash over the top just to blind anyone in box room here, and it's kind of weird, like, TBI decides to leave the bomb carrier alone. I'm not sure what they're thinking here. Maybe, okay, so what I think is gonna happen here, they're gonna hit on A, so everyone from B moves away, and then I think I don't know who it is with the bomb right now, but I think he's just gonna plant on B once it's safe. But you can already tell D-Zane clearing up the entire A long lane here, and oh boy, D-Zane gets so much info here, but can he get them all? He gets one. Can he get Gainer? He will get Gainer as well. Now King trying to save the day. Will he be able to? Oh boy, the bullets run dry. And now also Booker from the box room location. You're not really able to get anything done. Now the IGL all by himself. 30 seconds on the board. He doesn't have the bomb. He doesn't have the aim here. I feel like it's going to be so tough for him to get the bomb back. And I think Lion Claw will be the one to finish him off. And I mean, it was a great attempt with the flash as well, instantly peeking it, but LCK continues to be dominant.
Yeah, LCK definitely, giving us a good showcase right now of them being in the top 3 conversation, and they are right now. So good shot coming in from Flex once again. He's just able to neutralize Gainer, and again, Gainer is somebody that, normally is able to get himself in good efforts, for this team, and finding, a multitude of opening duels. But so far, he's actually been a little bit quiet, and it's been the fact that Flex has been able to find him quite a few times in these openers. So I think they're doing a great job just having a bit of a read. Flex again having himself another one, so this is putting him on a second frag for him. Now this is where I was saying, TBI were doing a great job getting these trades, bringing things back, not losing a deficit quickly, but unfortunately for them, they're just they're going for swings one by one here, and Flex is already on a triple. Lion's gonna take away any sort of a conversation of the ace, and now Dirty comes in for a big swing, takes him out. But now it's a clutch factor, right? I mean, this is essentially a 1-on-4 that's turned into the 1-on-3.
I mean, even though Dirty is an insane player, I don't see him winning this one. I mean, he's not even shooting his sniper here, finally, but missing the shot here is crucial. And what's interesting in comparison from yesterday, it's just interesting to see. TBI was so much stronger yesterday, and I mean, obviously they were playing against Lazarus, and now it's LCK, but still, they're just. It's a completely different team today, and I'm not sure what the issue here is. Are they not hitting their shots? Are the strats not on point, or is LCK just the better team here? What do you think?
Yeah, it's hard to know, right? Like, I think, again, I feel like this map hasn't always really been like the biggest success point, I would say, for TBI. Like, I think it's a map they can be not bad on, but I think it's a map that, you know, has been very like up and down in my opinion. So LCK, you know, they've shown us they can play on this, and I think the fact that we're on this as an opener is definitely going to be a lot. And right now it's becoming a little bit more of a point here. I mean, the fact that, you know, TBI felt like this was a good pick for them. They're already down by 4. King by himself now. We just haven't been able to see anybody, you know, kind of pop off. Nobody that's been able to find themselves like a couple frags to get something moving. And King again now fighting for his life here to get this bomb control. And look where it is. You can see they're all over it.
Yeah, King here, the last one alive. You know, for all I know, it feels like Swamp Gaming all over again, but I'm kind of missing the player camps here. Yeah, there we go. As I mentioned it. King, fully focused, staring at the screen here, and even though they might lose this round, he's probably gonna fist bump his teammates anyways, because this is what you do, and I hope they're talking right now. So they're also using this kind of timeout here for some communication, and Flex from behind, he's having his time of his life. 11-4. I mean, everyone from LCK is performing pretty well, right? But especially Flex, he's doing just fine.
Yeah, Flex is kind of, you know, I was talking about, you know, Spoxy being the opening on player. He's the guy, and now it's a quick round. It's a double from each Line Claw and Flex getting themselves, and within seconds now we're talking about Dirty again fighting for his life. And yeah, Flex is just going to keep on moving the momentum train, and all aboard. He's going to get 14 frags. He's got more kills than he does of 3 of his players. Just for context, like that is that is kind of crazy.
It's also a nice statement from him, you know. It's like really interesting. I mean, it might seem like they're playing a little bit random, you know, just push anything, but I feel like this is actually completely calculated here, you know. In comparison from last game, you know, LCK has such nice strats, and even though they're like super aggressive, super unpredictable, they're still so good. And even now, you know, they have the right choice. They're stacking B here, and for some reason they just seem super aware. And Flex missing the shot here, obviously got flashed out, but let's see if LCK is able to hold down this bomb side. A Lion Claw, can he get one more though? This would be a nice frag movie for him, but he can't quite find Dirty yet, and it's not gonna happen. But I think it doesn't even matter. Still happy to get this round done here.
Yeah, honestly, this is just a masterclass performance coming in from LCK. Again, like, I don't think there's anything, you know, really, like, flashy besides them just winning duels, right? Like, they're just coming in. Now they're starting to, you know, a little disrespect to go, look, we're some big dogs here. You're in our territory, and we definitely can have a bite. And now TBI are starting to show that a little bit as well. They're now getting a little bit fed up with the score line. They're saying, look, now they're going to be able to find themselves in the opposite situation where now it's a Zane by himself on a 1-on-4, and Dirty will be able to find himself a double. So TBI, they will remove the goose egg. Now they get themselves at least one.
Yeah, and this one round makes a big difference. You know, it doesn't seem like it, but one round is better than 0 rounds, right? So you can at least say, okay, we did something, right? And TBI, I liked their performance yesterday. It was so strong. I love to see King moving his hands around like a crazy guy, and just, you know, telling his team, let's go, we can win this one. And I think today, as far as I know, he's just not having it. I'm not sure what's the issue here. I mean, obviously LCK, such a strong performing team. I mean, Flex, he's not done yet. He's trying to break some records here, it almost feels like. But yeah, but what can I say? TBI, they're pushing a lot. They're trying to play more reserved as well, and nothing seems to work out their way. And it seems like Flex is going to get another kill on King eventually. But yeah, it's just not having their way right now.
No, they're really not. And I mean, we're going to the last round of the first half, and it is kind of back to that situation where TBI are able to get themselves at least, you know, in an equal footing, right? Because LCK, I was kind of saying like, okay, you know, I don't even know what to say anymore. Flex is just wanting to put on a show for us. He's like, you guys just watch me only and me. I'm going to get kills. I'm going to show you why I'm a beast of a player, and I honestly love it. Like he's got to be one of my favorite guys to watch in the league, just because he has such a diverse game plan, and you know the way he plays as an individual, you love to see it.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking like Spoxy. You know, it seems like Spoxy feels kind of useless right now, because usually he needs to be the one that, you know, gets all the entries, you know, gets all the important frags. But Flex is like, listen, man, I got it. You just need to be on the server, right?
Yeah.
You know? And now it's 25 seconds on the board. TBI finally getting some frags here, but as you can see, Lion Club playing into perfection, almost finding Gainer here. There it is, and once again, King the last man standing, and I don't know. I just don't see them winning here.
Honestly, you know, it's really funny. I think you mentioned that, right? And I think I was, you know, the thing that I've seen so far with the two different styles is, you know, I think what makes LCK such a fun team to watch is that Flex is like in your face, full aggression. He doesn't care. He'll play any spot with the Whereas I feel like Spoxy's that guy that's kind of the more conservative, you know, sniper. He's the guy that's going to play the right angles. He's the guy that's going to just play these, you know, setups that he needs to. So it's kind of funny because they're very opposite, but I think that's what's worked out really well for them, right? Because he's just going to look for the, you know, the slow picks. He's going to be able to find things a bit more defensive, if you want to call it that way. And, you know, I think this game has really shown Flex is like, yeah, look, like, I'm going to just be aggressive. I want to rack up the stats a little bit, and I don't hate it. I mean, I think it's definitely a little cold-blooded, and now Rapid's going to be a little cold-blooded too, because again, look at how fast they just go for a basic execute. They just hop into this site. I mean, yes, we're starting to see TBI finding some numbers, maybe some duels, but Flex, he gets himself another one, and now it's all down to King, the IGL, and the captain himself, needing to do something big. This is a massive requirement, but now we're already on map point.
Oh man, Ref in here putting up the numbers as well. I mean, everyone from LCK is really, but TBI, I don't want to repeat myself too often, but I don't think communication is an issue right now. I mean, obviously you see King a little bit more, you know, less talky, I would say, but LCK's performance is just way too good. I mean, most likely any other team would have the same issues here, but I mean, look at Flex, 19 frags. I mean, what can you do to stop this guy right now?
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, I feel like, you know, when you're in the server and you're as a competitor, it's tough, because when you have somebody that's playing red hot like this, it's always hard to kind of slow them down, right? And Flex is definitely having one of these days where, there you go. Yep. I mean, like, he's like Beetlejuice, man. I keep saying his name, and then he just keeps doing things. So, like, if he does something, now he's just finding openers, and he's already put himself on 20 kills so far. Maybe, oh, he just misses that shot as well. But now it's down to this, right? I mean, the bomb's going to go down, but King's able to get, you know, a little bit of something here with Booker. They tag team here to get this duel, but now the smoke's coming in. Back to a 4-4. LCK just needing to burn the time as much as possible. Good flash with these three defensive players. They're blind. They have no idea what's going on, and it's all just down to one. It's Gainer, and he has to come up with some heavy lifting. And he's been quiet this game. He's sitting at 3-10, and it's just not meant to be. And we're going to see a 10-1 victory coming in from LCK. That's them on the screen here, and you know, you can see Flex in the top right corner, a little smirk on his face, and they feel good, man. That was a power statement.
Yeah, they're probably thinking, okay, nice warm-up, let's play the real game here, but
Is it live yet? Is it live? Yeah.
No, yeah, what can I say? LCK obviously unbeatable at this point. TBI, you know, they had some nice moments here and there, but obviously Gainer also having a hard day today, so let's continue the match, right? Let's go to the next map.
Yeah, honestly, and the other thing is too, when we bring up a little bit of stats, it'll be interesting to see when it's all like fully calculated and everything. But I think the one thing I did really like though was that yes, you have Flex, somebody that dropped to 20, but the one thing I was really impressed about is Lion Claw. Like actually, I felt like he was very consistent. He would just kind of play his angles. He would find these, you know, double kills. Sometimes these triple kills too. But it felt like he was kind of that like backup plan. Like if Flex was like, hey, I need somebody to assist me, he's like, yeah, man, I got you. Like put your drink down, I'll be fine, I'll do it too. And I felt like he was just able to, you know, find some really good engagements for himself. So that was a really cool thing to see, because I love watching Lion Claw play, just because he can definitely, you know, compete with a lot of these good teams, and he's always a strong player. So I think we got to see that a lot today in you know, conjunction with Flex.
Yeah, flex it is, right? I mean, talking about Flex
highlights
so many times today, right? I mean, in you know, this little recap here, you're just gonna see Flex over and over again, and he really deserves it at this point. You know, he has been so strong today, and it's only the map 1 at this point, and yeah, everyone from LCK can be proud. You know, they did so well. They somehow managed to be one of the best teams here, and you know, even though the TBI had a great performance yesterday, I feel like today is gonna be a tough day for them, you know.
Yeah, you know, these kind of games are really tough, right? Like, because you know, when you play and you're in the server, it's like, again, I always go on this little bit of a tangent, but I think it's always important, because I think, you know, sometimes people that have played, you know, leagues and divisions and things like that, they get it. Like, you have to let these kind of games go. Like losing a 10-1 like that, it always is going to hurt. You're going to always be a bit frustrated, right? So I think for TBI and, you know, King to be able to motivate his team, we've seen how animated he is, right? He likes to, you know, get really aggressive with his hands, and he's, you know, a very, you know, passionate person. So I think we're going to need that a bit more from these guys, because now we're going to be switching things over to sub base. And honestly, I personally feel like this is a really good veto that's come through for LCK, because sub base has been a map where they're good on it. Like, I don't think they show too many weaknesses. Yes, they've had losses on it, of course, but I think they're on this kind of winning path of a map like this. But I'm excited to see if TBI have something in store for us, but now they have to kind of use that little bit of a break to kind of reset themselves, because I mean, man, that was a statement made here from LCK.
Yeah, it's also the question, how do you not get mad over that game, right? I mean, you know, these things happen, but you can see here from the KDs, Flex, Lion Claw, I mean, everyone is just on point at this point, right? And, you know, looking at the other side here, yeah, the only guy that you can really, you know, say, okay, you did okay, was Dirty, and Gainer 0.18 it's a tough one. And yeah, I feel like for, you know, for subbase, obviously it's a little bit more BL favored, but maybe, just maybe, TBI is able to turn this one around.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe. And again, the survival rate, unfortunately, for TBI it was funny, because it was like a point, you know, 09 and then 0, I think. Like Gainer literally was pretty much gone every single round, and I think that was a good way LCK were able to, you know, utilize their game plan in taking down a heavy fragger like that. But we'll see if they're going to maintain that game plan, as we are done here with Black Widow. But now we're going to be moving over to the second map of Subbase, and we'll have to see if we're going to see a bit more rounds out of TBI. But we're going to take that little bit of a break, and we'll see you in just a few for it. Okay, well, we're back, and it was a short break, and that was a short game that we had, and we'll have to see if this one can be maybe a little longer, or if LCK are going to try to make things a bit more interesting and do it again. But we are going to be moving things over to Subbase now, is the final map in this second series versus TBI. And anything you're kind of expecting for a map like this? Anything you want to see or don't want to see?
Well, if my notes are correct, it's the third time we get to see Subbase here, so yeah, I'm all looking forward to it, you know, like, Subbase is, you know, it's a very nice map. It's one of my favorites, actually, but it's, for some teams, it can be a little bit tough because, you know, there's so many entries for the BL side. You know, you have, it's hard to mention them all. You have Vents, you have BC, you have Belong, you have A-Long, you have Woods, and it continues to go on from there, you know, but, you know, if you have a strong GR side, I think, you know, as far as I know, I think you have a great chance to win this one. And TBI, look at them. They're not wasting any time. King here. I mean, didn't really work out for them, but I like the approach in LCK, not having it at all. And Gainer, first frag, let's go. But yeah, instantly taken out by Lionclaw here, and Dirty, not at all.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really glad you brought that up, because it was like, look, like, I think, you know, for TBI, obviously, that first one was going to sting, and I like that they tried to be aggressive. I think they, you know, wanted to set themselves a pace on this, and I'm all for it, man. I think that was the right play and the right call, but look at how fast we're already seeing Flux. Like you said, there's so many different angles. Oh, man, that timing was just off by a second, and he's not able to redeem himself, but... Now LCK, okay, hang on. Like, they lose Flex now. He's going to get dropped early. So now we're talking about TBI winning an engagement here. They took down somebody that was red hot on the first. Now it's a question of, you know, what LCK can do. I mean, this is where Lionclaw had himself really good stats as well, but somebody else going to be able to put on a bit of a show for us? I don't know. Now they're getting ready for the execute. Beva's coming in, but he can't be able to find these shots. Dirty will at least get something started backwards now. Oh, and LCK. Oh, you tricky doubles. And now look at them. They just go backwards. They go for the retreat, and they're going to take two more away. And they are just playing mind games right now, Pando.
They are, and yeah, no, Lionclaw, they want to, you know, get things started. I mean, you know, if it's not Flex, it's someone else, and it really shows here. And Dirty trying to hold off the bomb site here, but he doesn't even get away in time. And Gainer now, you know, he had a hard time the first game, and maybe he's able to get some things done here, but like I said earlier, Lionclaw 5-0. This guy, I don't know, it's just such a nice thing to see that everyone from LCK is popping up when they need to. And actually curious, okay, they don't play a dual sniper setup this time around. Actually, there are Flex and Spoxy still double sniping here. I feel like it's probably not the best decision here, but knowing that they can hit everything they, you know, they're gonna shoot, I think it's gonna be quite useful in any way they, you know, they're gonna put themselves in.
Yeah, and they're not even going to mess around, too. They're just going to go for the flash. And nice one connected on to Beba. He was trying to see if he's going to be able to tuck away in the corner. Not going to be the case. And LCK, man, they have just stamped and cemented themselves into this site. Now a full retake coming through from TBI. This, to me, is so difficult, right? Because you have to go down these stairs. You have to be able to, you know, it's a bit of a funnel to go through. So it's a better advantage here for the BL side. And they are able to find something here with Dirty to start it off, but again, they've lost numbers. LCK just posted up, waiting. They're not playing aggressive anymore. They're playing a very good post plant. Dirty now looking for a little bit more. He sits himself at 6, trying to find a couple, but now time is just depleted. He's not going to have enough time on the clock to get the defuse, and it won't even matter, because this is going to be LCK continuing the reign of terror.
Oh no. You know, I was a little bit expecting TBI to, you know, step it up here, but, well, doesn't really look like it for now at least. And, you know, at least someone from TBI is hitting their shots. I mean, Dirty, obviously, you know, we talk about him a lot, and, you know, he's a really good sniper. But look at this, Beva, completely blinded by the lights here, but for some reason not dying. And, yeah, this is just a back and forth, but I don't think LCK is happy with this one. I mean, dual sniper clutch is something you don't see, you know, every day, but sure, why not? I mean, TBI, they have a great chance to, you know, recover the surrounds. But if Dirty doesn't get anything done here, it's gonna be tough. And both of them missing their shot is not gonna help at all.
Oh, I love this re-aggression though from TBI, but it's also really risky considering they had the numbers, and now they lose a player, and Spoxy's looking at the wrong angle. So Dirty's going to be able to take him out. And Dirty's been having a great game so far, right? I mean, he's been sitting at 8 kills. Now Flex. This was a guy that was doing well, but yeah, Dirty wants to make himself a little bit of performance. He wants to showcase what he's able to bring to the table, and now he's almost 1 kill away from getting double digits for himself. And at least TBI, they can rely on the new addition of him to get around on the board.
Yeah, I would like to see more of this TBI here, because if they continue like this, I think maybe they have a better chance of winning, but I'm not sure about this one here. And Gainer, let's go Gainer, getting more kills on the board, but is quickly traded out, and Flex just waiting for King to make a peekaboo peek, and this continues to be back and forth after all. And now again, Flex and Spoxy. I like the decision here by Flex. Taking a rifle makes a lot more sense in my point of view, but this one is going to be a little bit tough to retake, but kind of depends on Dirty's position. If Dirty managed to get the first frag, which is pretty likely if you ask me, man, Flex gets the timing here, and now Beva has to do it all by himself. I mean, he gets one. One is the charm, and now Spoxy versus Beva. I mean, from last game, obviously Spoxy was the much better player, but now things kind of shuffle up, and I wouldn't say Beva has no chance here. I think Beva actually has a great chance to win this one.
Yeah, Beva definitely has a little bit of an angle, and Spoxy has to be the one that has to aggress, right? I mean, he has to go for the bomb and everything, but I love that play from Beva, because again, just a bit of a detail is that when he was on that 1v1, he made a noise cue, making it sound like he was going to go for the flank. And you could see Spoxy with the X-ray, like he was kind of paranoid at one point. Like he was kind of looking at both angles. Like, I think he might be faking, but he also could be flanking me. So I think Beva looked really cool, calm, and collected in this. And honestly, just a little bit of a detail that, again, you just kind of manipulate a situation like that on the 1v1. But great work coming in from TBI now. They've been able to get themselves a bounce back a little bit, making this more, and they've already doubled their scoreline from the first map, so things are really going to go up from here, Pando.
Yeah, it's a funny thing to say, but we got to see Gainer here spotting from the upper B position. I mean, it's a nice thing. I think the scoreboard was in the way a little bit, but this is also a nice strat. You know, just look down. No one is going to spot you for sure right now. This is actually a good strat. No one sees you crossing, and I think Beva's gonna have a hell of a surprise coming his way. I mean, he has his flash out ready to drop it, but as you can see, LCK actually deciding to push up Woods, and oh, King! Oh boy, run for your life, but he actually gets Reffen, but can he get one more? Yes, he will, maybe a third. No, Lion caught trading him out, and this didn't go LCK's way, but yeah, well, they still have the bomb set, and I see Flex running for his life. I mean, he got dinged, doesn't really matter though, now holding the Woods stairs here, and I think he knows exactly where TBI is, but is it going to be enough is the question. He got Lion Claw with him, supporters there, but yeah, TBI a little bit hesitant here, waiting for, I think, some utility to come their way, but there we go, the flash is out. Lion Claw completely blinded, but they're not pushing that way, wasting so much time here, but for some reason it's working out their way, and Booker, good for 2. Look at Spoxy trying his best to secure this round, and I like to see TBI finally stepping up to the plate, making it break even once again.
Yeah, honestly, it was good work coming in from the double players on top A stairs, and then just again the fact that, you know, the other player was able to come on the left-hand side on the other stairs as well. So it was a good work coming in from TBI. They're starting to look a little bit, you know, more coordinated on this. They're starting to feel a little bit better. That confidence is built up again. They're not just going to let LCK run around them anymore. So this is a good, you know, this is going to be a tech, but I mean, again, I think a bit of a moment here for both these teams to cool off. And again, I think for LCK, like, you know, they were able to run through the first map. I know we're kind of trolling and making memes about it, but now we're starting to see TBI, like, they are showing they can compete on this map. They're definitely able to put themselves in a better situation. So we're back in a tie situation too. So This is going to be an interesting conversation with a team like LCK. I'm curious what the game plan is, or if they want to change their tone, or do they want to keep doing what they're doing?
I'm also not sure if LCK is kind of happy or just angry, but maybe it's something in between. I mean, obviously they expected this match to go a little bit differently, but you know, I feel like they should be kind of happy for, you know, the first match after all. And, you know, even though this isn't as dominant as you would expect it, it's still a good game from them. And obviously TBI having some starting issues, but finally, you know, they figured it out. And I see TBI, I mean, obviously, you know, DBL side is a little bit stronger, but you know, once they turn it around, I'm really looking forward for that LCK double sniper setup, because you know, I think if you have someone on sniping on Belong, you know, holding that machine room, and then you have, I don't know, maybe Flex holding Woods, I think it's going to be quite tough for TBI here.
Yeah, and I think it'll be interesting to see if they do change up the game plan, because you know, I think it's going to be interesting because we've seen many times where, you know, players like Flex is always the one that always goes for the first engagement, and I'm kind of wondering if he wants to kind of maintain that still, because it seems like no matter who he plays, he is always kind of that first guy to go in, or the first guy that wants to get information. So I will be curious if that's going to be the case here, just because I wouldn't mind seeing them playing a bit more composed and maybe just playing back to a standard setup that they normally do. But at the same time, like we saw TBI, they were trying to start this game off very aggressive because they wanted to set the tone, and they were the ones that wanted to make a little bit more of a statement. But this is going to be an interesting tech because, you know, I think it's going to cool down both these teams. But I think a lot more is, you know, for TBI to get themselves obviously back to a 1-1 split. But, you know, LCK are definitely in the position where they've been in the power spot before.
I mean, obviously TBI tried, you know, to get aggressive early on, like you just mentioned, but maybe, just maybe, sometimes it works. You know, it's a little bit surprising, especially, you know, the GR team can be in machine room so quickly, and it's so unexpected. Usually on, you know, on the other side, you have someone's, you know, spotting them, and, you know, as soon as you spot someone, you say, okay, let's go down to A or whatever. And I feel like this was a little bit missing here, but you know, as I mentioned earlier, 3-3 right now isn't really something, you know, super unnatural. So, you know, after the break, I hopefully think that one of these teams continues their rage. You know, I hope someone is gonna push and, you know, destroy someone, because I feel like if they play more aggressive, it's just more fun, you know?
Yeah, it does make it for some high impact action, that's for sure. But I mean, I'm going to be curious again, like, you know, I think when we talked about the first map, I mean, again, Lion Claw was the one player that was right behind someone like Flex. So, I mean, I'm going to be curious if we'll see a little bit more out of Lion Claw, maybe potentially, or even the fact of Zane. Like, he had himself some pretty good overall ratings as well.
Yeah, I mean, Lion Claw, he started off 5-0, I believe, and, you know, what else do you ask for? I mean, if you hit everything, you can't lose, right? But eventually, that streak has to end, and this was the case here. Otherwise, it wouldn't be, you know, break even at this point. But it looks like we are back into the game, and I see, yeah, a little bit of a machine push happening from no, from LCK, my excuse here. But you can see it doesn't really work out for them this time around. Gainer, good for 2. King and Dirty also continuing their rage. I mean, this was exactly what I was expecting, but I thought maybe LCK is going to, you know, win those fights. But you can see Gainer here so happy about it too.
Yeah, he definitely looks a lot happier now, right? And he wasn't able to get you know, much moving in the first map, right? And that's where I was kind of saying, I think, you know, LCK, they had a good game plan for that, and they just kind of isolated him and just, you know, essentially made him non-existent in this. So I think now we're starting to see him finally looking a little bit better. He's able to be a bit more swift here on the frags, and now we're going to see that even Beba is able to get something started. And oh man, Flex again coming in from vent and just being a little bit of a pest, and now he gets himself another one. So the bomb is going to go down. A little bit of a fight against Booker about to happen here. LCK grouped up on the stairway, waiting things out. Flex just kind of posted up in the vent, and that's the thing, he can be the surprise attack at any given moment.
Yeah, and now we have to see if TBI is able to retake that side. I mean, retaking A down is not the hardest one, but obviously it's not easy. So Gainer getting the frag on Flex here is a good start, and I mean 10 seconds, they need to move eventually, and this is not looking great for them. If he doesn't get the frag done and the timer is ticking, Spoxy's still waiting at the back here, and yeah, I feel like if they would have pushed earlier, this would be a much easier retake, but if they do it like this, they're just gonna lose the round after all.
Yeah, really good coming in from LCK. I love the fact that, you know, Spoxy, again, just playing the way he plays, waits things out, plays a little bit with the timer, and who other than Flex? Look at how aggressive, and he gets so much real estate for free. The fact that he's able to push downstairs like that, win that kind of a fight, like, those are the kind of things TBI can't really afford, and you have to remember that when you're playing against a team like LCK, because Flex is the kind of guy that he's just going to go for anything he can. And honestly, getting an opening like that, that's a big start for these guys.
Gainer in a key position here. If he's able to get these frags done, I feel like he's going to be the key fragger, and this is the case. If Spoxy can't frag him out, okay, he trades him, but LCK losing players here isn't really the perfect outcome, but a 2 versus 3 situation, TBI once again have to prove how good they can retake bomb sites here, and King taking his time into the vents, you know, slowly but surely coming his way, and yeah, Dirty is just waiting for him to come around, and finally he's in BC, and oh, okay, Lion Claw not even giving him any chance to react here, and Flex also perfectly holding the cage position, and yeah, this was looking much better from LCK.
Yeah, I honestly love this because, again, like when we had that tech issue, again, it was TBI that, you know, came in. They were able to win that round pretty quickly. They pushed things through locker and then into radio, and they did a good job just kind of making a quick round for themselves. But then, honestly, I mean, LCK didn't even look phased at all, and they came back and they were able to win essentially the whole half out. Definitely a closer encounter this time with the 5-4. But honestly, I think what we got to see from LCK was some really cool little bit of like unorthodox play again, like where I talked about Flex, you know, just running around on A stairs, getting an early pick, falling back. Definitely an important thing to do. And now it's going to be a question about TBI on their BL side, right? And they have been a team that has been impressive on it, but now you're playing against LCK, which, you know, on the defense, honestly, I feel like they're not, I wouldn't rate them as the top team, but they're definitely one of those like top 4, top 5 teams that can show us a really good GR side. So I think a lot of eyes are going to be on TBI just to see how good their plan of attack can actually be.
I would be really surprised if this actually turns out to be a 1-1, but you know, we're just gonna have to see and wait. I mean, I'm kind of missing LCK's power from the first map, you know. Obviously they started off great on subbase, but for some reason it's just a little bit weird that they are not able to, you know, get the shit get their shots done. They were able to get done earlier, so yeah, I'm just kind of confused, but I think maybe this was just a rough, you know, rounds or like tough rounds, and yeah, eventually they're gonna get it back.
Yeah, and I think the one thing, you know, I feel like I've mentioned this before, but I can't stress it enough, is the fact that, like, I am really happy to see someone like Gainer, like we talked about, like he's finally getting himself back on the kill feed, and he's starting to get these duels, and right at it again. TBI are just going to go right for this, you know, control. Dirty's even trying to get aggressive. This is a very mixed bit of a fight coming in, and you know, through the thick and thin of it, I mean, it is a 3-on-2, but Raffin down to, I'm pretty sure it's 1 HP. Like, the guy's barely alive, like the sliver of his teeth, and he's surviving this. But I mean, maybe that's enough for LCK. Double player is going to be pushing out towards in mid, and that nade will be enough. So Raffin, yeah, he doesn't exist in this round anymore. Bomb's going to make its way into this A site. Spoxy's still equipped here with the Yom, waiting things out. And a good read from TBI, knowing that, you know, look, you know, Spoxy is alive, Flex is alive, so there's a good chance there's at least one Spoxy not ready for that timing, so Booker's able to find him. And look at Flex. Of course he's in the vents. Of course he's here. And he's got an in his hands. For goodness sakes, he's got the pistol out. What is he doing? What kind of a fight is this? This is ridiculous. Now there's a player behind him. I don't think he has any idea. Booker needs to be fast on it, and he will get it done.
Well, so much for the half. I mean, LCK not having the best performance here, but still pretty equal. And it's interesting to see, even though they don't have their best performance right now, they're still pretty, you know, pretty hitting their shots, right? So I don't know. I just hope LCK can, get back to that, performance they had earlier. And TBI, I mean, they're really doing great so far. But again, it's just because LCK isn't hitting their shot, and yeah, I don't see this coming their way if they don't continue to play that good, And let's see. The vent boost again. Once again, I think Flex is going into the vents. Yep, this is the case, and I think he has a sniper this time around. And holding the vent with a sniper, I see this a lot of times, obviously. But what I like to see sometimes, his face from GV. He usually has a shotgun out ready to rumble, and it's just nice to see here. And Spoxy missing the shot here on Dirty is kind of crucial. And another smoke comes through, so King can cross as well. And this is the case here, and oh boy, Spoxy and Lineclaw, they need to hit their shots if they want to secure this bomb site here. But as you can see, Booker grabbing that bomb, and it feels like, yeah, it seems like he's actually going towards mid. I think maybe this is a BC hit, but so far I can't really tell what their game plan is. But it's also nice to see Gainer lurking in woods, just waiting for their rotation to come through. And Lineclaw a little bit, curious. Yeah, okay, hello, is everyone close? And yep, there are some people waiting for you. And the timer is ticking down, and eventually TBI has to make a move. And Flex, yeah, what can you say about Flex? He likes the vent though.
Yeah, we're just going to assume he's always in vents, right? Like, that's just going to be his position. But I do like the play from Lineclaw. Pretty risky, but again, that was a ton of information he's able to grab. He's like, look, there's some guys lurking out here. This could be a potential that they're just going to fake this. So it is good intel, because now it gives a little bit of reassurance, because now you can see Dezane is going to be grouped up with his teammate, and that's going to be Raffin. Dezane, though, I don't even think he needs a teammate right now. Look at Raffin, trigger discipline. He's able to take the bomb carrier, 10 seconds remain, and that's all she wrote. There's no way that TBI are going to be able to find this round unless they just frag out, but that ain't going to be the case. Love this bit of a read coming in, and LCK doing a great job. Just, again, a little bit of a bait and switch, but man, it pays wonders, and it gets them back in a lead.
Yeah, for all I know, I think, Raffin could have waited a little bit longer to kill the bomb carrier here, but, it didn't even matter in the end. So yeah, another great round by LCK. I really like this back and forth thing. So, it's kind of more equal than I actually, expected. But, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but either team, they need to step it up, because I don't think it's going great so far. I mean, LCK winning the last round is good, but it can be a lot better for them. And you can see TBI all over the map, just, securing as much map control as they can have. They don't want someone to, get in their back. And Beva killing Flex. Oh boy, Flex. Yeah, I don't know about Flex. I think he's a little bit off this game, but I think maybe, I was talking about earlier, I like the dual sniper setup, especially on the GR side here. But if it doesn't work out, maybe just change it, maybe just try something else here.
Yeah, you got to give it to TBI. Like, I'm really impressed to see them, pushing back on this, and this is becoming a tighter game, and very different story than what we saw before on Black Widow. Raffin now going to reposition himself. Spoxy needing to hit these shots, and some crucial misses like you talked about, and not a normal sight to see for, any LCK fans. And now Dezane on a 1-on-5, and it's going to be a jump shot. And we're right back to a tie game. TBI taking a flawless round on top of that. This is looking pretty good for them, and this is what we talked about. A team that's rebuilt their roster, becoming a contender. They're kind of like Anubis. They went for a pretty big revamp, and it's looking like the pieces are fitting pretty nicely in this, and they're going toe to toe with a top 2 team in the league already. And LCK now, they're gonna have to put the bootstraps on.
Yeah, LCK this time around securing machine room for themselves, and I like this. Now LCK has a little bit more map control. Also, you see, I think it's Flex in the BC area, and well, a little bit too aggressive here. How is Gainer even able to push it? And oh no, what is happening? TBI completely destroying LCK at this point. I'm not sure what's the issue here. Spoxy good. He finally gets something done with his AWP, but I'm not sure if this is going to be enough. I mean, 3 versus 2 once again. Reffen from behind, not able to get anything done, and the cookie again starts to crumble. Spoxy, yes, this is what we like to see. This is exactly what we need right now. Spoxy hitting his shots and turning this into a 1v1 situation. Obviously, Booker 6-1, so he's actually hitting his shots this time around, and this is not going to be easy for Spoxy, I feel like.
Yeah, this is great though. If this could be, you know, a clutch situation for Spoxy, I mean, not even just for the LCK fans, but again, like just seeing him being able to demonstrate again why he's such a strong sniper in this. 2 really quick lick of the wrist shots. Now he's been able to spot this player. They know both where each other are. He's got the nade still, gonna be thrown. Not gonna make any damage though. And now Spoxy, he actually is looking like he wants to entertain the A stairs. And against Booker, someone that's been top fragging so far on this team. Now they both again playing a little cat and mouse. They know where each other are. The nade not really going to do too much, but Spoxy with a drive-by one tap. Okay, that's one way to do it. And Spoxy comes up with the 3 and now putting him back into the lead position.
What can I say? Spoxy hitting this shot is just insane. Also, this wood shot here is just, it is just amazing to see how LCK is able to turn things around once it gets serious. And well, as I mentioned, that Flex again, the first one to fall. I don't know. I think Flex, he's already at a different position. I noticed that, but I think he was also sniping here. I don't know, Flex. I mean, you had a really great game before, but eventually you need to lay down that sniper, and Lionclaw kind of getting the revenge done here, but Booker fighting for his life. Can't really get anything done here. DZ now in the tough ass. Kieran needs to hit a shot. Foxy supporting him. Look at this. No one can kill DZ at this point. Okay, Beva now proving me wrong, and LCK. The cookie again. I don't know what's happening here. Lionclaw now left alone in a 1 versus 3 situation, even spotted out at this point, and now this is going to be so tough for him and obviously not possible. Back to a tight game.
Yeah, this thing is a real nail biter, right? And I mean, this is kind of just feeling like it doesn't even really lean on one way anymore. Now, I mean, again, this thing is still open for anybody. But I love that, you know, TBI, they've found kind of this, you know, I don't want to call it a weak point, but really I think the point that they've been successful on is these A execs have just really worked out nicely for them, right? I mean, they're getting this control, their postmans look really good, and not an easy site to retake as well. You only have so many options to be able to retake on this. So I think the fact that they're able to win those fights is pretty important. And now it's again just going to be a slow, steady round coming in. LCK, again, just kind of playing a very standard setup, leaving, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be Spoxy, just playing deep in B. I think that's out in jail, if I'm not mistaken. He's going to actually spot things on the cross. But again, he has to be able to hit these shots. He's been able to give us a glimpse of it. He's going to have to do it again. Bomb is actually going to be dropped here in radio, so this is important for him. And you can see TBI already down to 1 minute and 20 remaining in this round, and Spoxy just going for a blind shot through the smoke. Open again to find something. He will not.
Yeah, Spoxy in Darkroom is kind of the key fragger once again, but if he doesn't hit the shot through the smoke, which obviously is super hard to do, yeah, this is going to be a tough one to hold. And you can see the B connector is going to be the point here. Lionclaw, good for 2, good for 3. Lionclaw, what are you doing? How are you doing this? And Reffen now, again, needs to find these shots, but waiting for his team to come through and Flex. Yes, finally, he's hitting his shots as well. Dirty now, 1 versus 3. It's so tough. But look at this, Dirty! He's not wasting any time. Can he find a second? Not this time around. Zane clears him up, and you know, I like this B crunch here, you know, like you have like 3 from Belong, 2 from the BC connector. So yeah, great done.
Yeah, now aggression coming in, and now you see TBI, they were trying to get a little bit more aggro, and instead it's going to be Raffin into Zane. They're just not even going to allow that to happen at all. They're going to fight for the map control. And now, I mean, TBI in a really tough position, losing their numbers early on. Again, nobody's dropped here from LCK, and they might have been able to secure a 9th round in pretty quick fashion, right? And they will. So now it's a question about TBI, if they can find themselves a bit of a comeback moment here to push OT And again, the way this game's gone, I mean, it's not impossible, but I wonder if this round was a big motivation factor for LCK.
Well, it surely wasn't for TBI. I mean, now the pressure is high, and Booker, look at Booker. He is already zooming, but decides to fall back. I mean, it's an interesting thing to do, especially usually Spoxy is sitting in the dark room position, but Booker didn't really care too much. And this cross is also interesting. They're taking a lot of risks here, but it seems to not matter too much at the moment. And I feel like TBI is just looking for anything they can find. You can see 3 people in woods is not unusual, but it's a little bit weird. But yeah, already turning back towards mid, and yeah, they're just playing it slow, waiting for anything they can get. But so is LCK. You can see they're playing really reserved. No one is over peaking at all. I mean, Spoxy holding woods obviously is the key factor once again, but Flex just spamming the box, I feel like, and ever in the vent position. Where's Flex when you need him?
Yeah, where is Flex when you need him? But instead, Flex, he's chilling. He's vibing. Living his best life right now. And back to the 5-5. All down to this. A lot of tension, though, Pando.
Yeah.
Well, now the action's coming through. TBI getting themselves in decent control, but Lionclaw's not able to get the job done. Bit of a labored spray. Bomb's gonna go down. Now a retake situation coming in from LCK against 5 players at TBI. And the big flank coming in from Raffin. Waiting, and now LCK just waiting for him to get in a better spot so they can be able to pounce on this. Time is dwindling though. Time is going away. Raffin needs to be able to make the play. Flex goes down early. The sprays, again, not able to find anything, and there it is. Leaving it just down to only one more player. It's King, the captain here, needing to do something, needing to keep them alive. Seconds remaining, and this might just be enough. And that's going to be it. King has been able to succeed this round. No way does he find it, but King, he will be able to polish the crown.
What a round by King. I mean, the snow scope here by Dirty was insane, but yeah, you gotta give it to King here, dropping his weapon as well to, just kind of mock design here, but kind of funny to see. It's a very, very tight game all of a sudden once again. And now again, TBI, tired ice situation, and I wonder if they are ready to do this one here. But Flex this time around sitting in the darkroom position. I wonder where Spoxy went. I think he's on woods again, right? Yeah. All right. It's interesting to see a little bit of a switch up, and Gainer got spotted in vents. Does it matter? Probably not. And once again, it's a little bit cheeky, but here comes the flash. Didn't even try to dodge it all that much, but doesn't even matter. It's just, it's interesting. It's nice to see.
Yeah, it was kind of like you just can't really avoid it. It's funny, if that would have been a nade, man, that would have done so much damage, but Flash makes it a little bit better. A little bit of a troll. I like it. Oh, double player invent too.
Yeah.
These guys are hanging out. It's the place to be. And I mean, just a quick chat, little hangout. They're like, okay, how's your day going? Yeah, it's good. It's all right. Yeah. What do you want to do? How do we get this 9th round? And no decisions made yet.
A long time ago, I saw like a 5-man vent strat, and I was kind of hoping to see it here again. But 3 people is also kind of cool, so I'm really looking forward for this one. Gainer, the one that drops first, but no one is really hitting anything. LCK completely destroying them, and yeah, I was about to mention that vent strat, even with 5 people, didn't really work out. So I don't mind like 3 people didn't work out. So yeah, you gotta see LCK, even though they won, they don't look too happy though. I mean, they're kind of chatting right now. I mean, not sure what's going on there, but hey, they won the map 2-0, so who is there to complain, right?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting because I think when we talked about the overall kind of matches, and I'm not sure if we're able to bring up the graphic really quickly about the games that are happening here today, but like that's where when we were talking about all the matches here, like these first two, you know, in the opening series were kind of the ones that we said, look, like these really are the ones that probably have a 2-0, you know, potential or a high probability of that to happen. But I got to give it to TBI. I was really happy to see that even despite getting a 10-1 loss, like they had no control. Like they didn't exist in Black Widow, and then the fact they pushed this to a very close game, and honestly a situation that could have been overtime, it was a good way for them to rebound themselves. And I think that's the thing that I was really looking forward to, is just how well this team is coming together from, you know, TBI. Like they were a team that were dead last season, and now they are looking better and better as this season goes on, and that's what makes me more excited to see what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, TBI not winning here is a little bit, yeah, sad to see, but at least they got some rounds on the board, which makes the round differential a little bit less worse, I would say. So, yeah, if I'm a TBI, I wouldn't be too mad or too sad about it. I mean, yeah, you tried to win that game, obviously, but it happens, you know. Forget about it. Move on. Next weekend, you know, you're gonna have to improve yourself.
Yeah, it's going to be all about improving, right? And I think for, you know, for this situation for LCK, the good thing is, like, you know, what becomes a bit of a situation is like, you know, like 3BL, they were able to get themselves a 2-0. So if LCK would have actually split this, that would have, you know, put them in a bigger deficit, right? I mean, this would have put them in a conversation where they might not be the top two anymore, but them finding this 3-0 or the 2-0 story will put them in a great spot to maintaining that top 3 position. So I think it was mandatory, right? I think they probably were able to do a little bit of review of the 3BL game and go, okay, look, we also got to find this 2-0. It's, you know, it's very critical. But, you know, again, I am impressed to see what TBI have been able to do. I am really enjoying this roster, like with the addition of Dirty and Beva. Like I was curious how they would function, but it's becoming a functioning team.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And as we see all these frags happening, I just have to mention it once again. These aimers are so on point. I mean, I was already impressed by Famous, but this, I just have to give it to them, you know, especially Flex and Lionclaw and also Spoxy, obviously. I mean, everyone is hitting their shots, everyone is doing what they need to do, and this is just why they win. This is why they are one of the best teams in this league right now, you know. I'm really excited for the next matches. I mean, obviously it's going to be a little bit, you know, more hard because TBI maybe isn't the top team, but still, you know, it's going to be so good to see LCK performing.
Yeah, I think so, right? And I think when we get those stats, I am going to be a little bit curious, because I think we got to see a lot more from someone like Gainer, which I was hoping he would, you know, find his way to bounce back in this game, and I think he did. He was able to find himself some good kills, and I think there was a lot of good moments from King. Again, he was a star from yesterday, and he obviously, again, let's just wash Black Widow. I'm not even going to talk about it. Like, just LCK took control. But I think this one where we saw the 3K from, you know, King to keep them in this game, to pushing it to closer rounds, that was huge. And that's something you need from your captain, right? You need that moment where, like, you can just get everybody amped up, and they were right there. But that last round seemed a bit awkward. Like, we were kind of joking about, like, oh yeah, a 5-man strat event, why not? But then it's also like, there's a lot at stake in this one. So it was a bit of a bold statement that just didn't pan out for them at all. But it's regardless, I think there was a ton of improvement here, and that's a good thing to see. But I will be, you know, when we're done the day, I'll be interesting to see as well, like, how much these 2-0s played into a big effect for both, like, the top teams of 3BL and LCK.
Yeah, finally seeing some 2-0s, right? I mean, this is gonna affect the scoreboard, obviously, but yeah, I'm also waiting for the scoreboard from last game, right? Because I feel like TBI, I mean, last game they had like horrible scores, but now you can see it's, you know, it's not the best, but it's still not the worst, you know. It's a little bit of an improvement, obviously. I think 8 rounds against LCK is a thing, you know. It's pretty well done. Yeah, mission, I would say, but I see Raffin on 0.5. I didn't even notice that too much, you know, because everyone else was so good, you know, you don't even realize it sometimes.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, like, he was kind of the quiet player, right? Like, I don't really feel like we got to say his name very often, but, you know, someone that I got to talk about a lot was both these guys. It's the fact of Lionclaw you know, put himself in a position where I thought in the first map he was being a really good sidekick to, you know, it was the Batman and Robin combination, right? Like Flex was Batman and Lion Claw was coming in and doing the same thing, and that's kind of the same effect right now. I mean, this is a guy that was able to put up, you know, a multitude of kills. He was able to find some really good impact, even if it was just one kill. It felt like it was still a game-changing, you know, kill to get the round. So honestly, really great thing to see from Lion Claw. Just again, a ton of improvement, and it's always nice to see him getting that MVP status because he's able to do it, right? And I feel like he doesn't get it very often just because this team is stacked. Like, this team does have a lot of players. At any given moment, someone's able to be that MVP, and he finally gets his little bit of a spotlight. But that is going to be it for this one for us on Pando, and then we're going to be moving things over to another series, which is going to maybe be more of an interesting one in the sense of it's going to be Anubis taking on GV. So we're gonna have to see if GV are gonna be able to find themselves bare minimum the 1-on-1 split, but also if Anubis can maybe find themselves a 2-0 potentially, just given what GV's status is right now. But we're gonna take that little bit of a break. We're just gonna get ready to go for the third series of the day. Don't go too far because we will be back in just a little bit. Okay, we're right back into it. A little bit of a short break, but we're going right into a third series of the day, which is going to be Anubis against GV. And Pano, I'm going to ask you right off the bat. I'm going to put you in the hot seat. I want to put, a little spotlight on you. What are you thinking? What are we thinking about a match like this?
It's a little bit difficult to tell because, obviously Anubis 2-0ing Swamp was pretty strong and GV only managed to get a 1-1, so yeah, I'm not quite sure what to expect here. I mean, obviously, I would say when it comes to, firepower, GV has a much better roster, but I'm not so sure about tactics, I mean, now with 7 back in a roster, I feel like GV has a great potential once again, but we will have to see, It really depends which maps they're going to play today, and I think most likely it's going to be Port or, Black Widow again, or maybe even Compound, but we will have to see.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see for the overall standings, everything's kind of going to get updated as we go, and 3BL have been able to secure themselves at number 1. LCK, like we talked about from these 2 previous series where they were just playing, they've kind of secured themselves in a nice spot, a 1-round differential once again, which is pretty crazy to think about. But I think for this one, it's this one will be interesting, right? I think to me, like for day number 2, this was the match I was really looking forward to, just because we see Anubis Gaming, like they are a very strong team, and they're definitely looking like a better cohesion as a unit now. Like they've added some new players into this. It's slowly and surely getting there. And then, like you said, like for GV, I mean, this is a team with a ton of experience. They've done it before. Can they do it again? That seems to always be kind of the question, right? I feel like they're kind of in this, a little bit of a phase, no pun intended, of, kind of in their shadow, before what they've been able to do. And we'll have to see if they can actually do it. And this is going to be, in terms of the rosters, this to me is a pretty even matchup, just because the play styles can be pretty deadly head to head. But at the same time, like GV last night, they played great.
They did indeed play great, but yeah, just checking here, Anubis played 10-3 against Swamp Gaming on Black Widow, so I'm really looking forward for these map bans here. And here we go, we see it finally. Okay, we see Subbase and Black Widow. Okay, this is actually quite interesting. Okay, I mean, Anubis had a really strong performance on Black Widow, but on Subbase, I'm actually not sure. Yeah, okay, so, GV played once versus 3BL, and they lost within like 3 rounds. So, yeah, this is gonna be quite interesting. I feel like let's just see it.
Yeah, I'm actually looking really forward to this. I think the fact that we're gonna see another Subbase coming into play is great. This is a map where GV have been they've been good. They've also had games where it's not, but also let's not forget that earlier on, like in the tournament that or in the league I should say, sorry, is that they took a 10-7 loss against 3BL, so we knew they could be able to play. And I mean, we're gonna go right into it. We're not gonna mess around, and FaZe isn't either. He's just gonna get an opening duel, and with that duel going into their favor, we're gonna see Anubis trying to get a little bit more aggressive to find what they can do. Creeds will be able to take one more before he goes to the grave, and GV have done a great job to make some good connections on this. The nade just lands beautifully onto Master, and making it another one. It's just raining grenades. And Anubis, I don't think they're long for the opening round here. And this is becoming a bit of a done and dusted scenario, unless design has some kind of blueprint that we don't know about.
Yeah, surely not. I mean, the 1 versus 3 situation is not gonna work out for him, I feel like, and I love to see it, It's really interesting. So GV pushed the machine room early on, and this made Anubis make the decision, okay, let's push A long pretty fast, because they had one player just spotting out the machine room, right? So that's also what I talked about earlier, and I like this decision making here, and FaZe was just holding off the rotation, which is obviously a very good decision here. And yeah, this time around, Design is going to take advantage over him, and this opens up the A side for them, and they quickly realize it as well. 7 trying to do everything in his power, but he's not quite able to. And look at Creeds, the P coming out from him. He's just kind of hiding, but I think they still know where he is. Then he's so low, and finally getting killed by Doom here, and this is just a total massacre here. 7 left alone, not able to get anything done for his team yet. I mean, he has 1 frag, but he needs to do 4 more, and let's be honest here, it's not very likely to happen.
No, probably not, right? I mean, this isn't an easy situation for GV. Not to say it's impossible though. 7 can prove us wrong and it's one done, but this is again a really difficult retake for, it doesn't even matter who it is, because like we said, like I think we talk about difficult sites to retake into. I still think, to me, this is like top 3, probably one of the hardest, just because again you only have 2 different entry points really, so it doesn't really make it that easy. And I mean, good effort coming in from 7. He was trying to do what he can. Love that he's able to get this arm into his hands, and he's going to actually start things off nicely. And we talked a bit about that yesterday, right? We said, you know what, if he's feeling it, let him do it, and let just FaZe kind of run the rifle. And we're going to see if the rifles can run right now for GB on the safe site, but it will not. And actually Anubis, they're going to get a little bit more aggressive, and Jaguar, he's going to be able to get himself another.
Yeah, nice free K here by him. And you know what I like to see about 7 sniping is, you know, in like a lot of the old days, he used to snipe, you know, on his old team, and you know, still has these habits to, you know, just, you know, grab the sniper and try his best. And you can see this time with an AK trying to refrag. Hello Master, good night. And 7 so deep already onto the bomb site. Jaguar now left alone. He's so low in HP, and 7 again the one to step up for his team. And I like to switch to the AK here. That really make the big difference here.
Yeah, that was a really nice play. Again, we you know, that was a situation where he was on top control here, where like you can see on the replay, and actually he was, you know, he was able to tuck his head down, he was able to switch the guns, he was looking for the right one, and then he was able to find himself, you know, a good engagement. So really good work coming in from the IGL of 7, and he's already put himself in the top fragging position right now for GV. So I think he wanted to prove us wrong a little bit here, Pando. He's like, look, you guys were talking about me, and I'm gonna make this more about me too, and I'm gonna try to put myself on the top frag.
I mean, yeah, he needs to, right? I mean, yesterday he wasn't the worst, but he obviously wasn't the best either, right? So him stepping up here, I mean, he's the first one to fall, but him stepping up here is really what GV needs. And yeah, I mean, once they start playing on the BL side, I feel like this is going to be a much easier game for them. And Anubis, I'm not quite sure what their game plan here is, but they're all over the map just trying to find anything they can, and Creed's on the top position. They're just spotting them out, but I don't think they know about Jaguar now. I'm not sure if FaZe maybe saw him cross, but thinking about Creed's position, I don't think they did. And to be completely unspotted in this position is so crucial. And FaZe finding Mastery. Creed's now swinging. Oh, Jaguar hasn't even had a chance there with the peak advantage.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised he was able to win that. I knew there was a little bit of a peak advantage, but honestly, I didn't think it'd be that big of a, you know, of a difference, but it is. And now, I mean, GV in a good position here. They're up in numbers. They can play the 2-2 in both these sites, and now Anubis kind of putting their eyes maybe on the prize of B. And it's going to be a test here for both FaZe and Creeds. And again, these are 2 guys that are putting up some good kills. And FaZe, once again, able to utilize the arm, finds himself a double, and GV will continue on here on the GR Mayhem. And this is, again, one of these teams that, you know, I think we both agree that they can be really strong on their defense, and they need to be able to, you know, build as many rounds as possible to give that comfort. And this is becoming a bit of a comfort.
Yeah, it is, and I love to see it, you know. After GV had a great, not so great performance yesterday, I feel like today they're gonna have, yeah, a little bit of an improvement coming our way, and I really appreciate it. And Anubis, if they don't react in time, this comfort that GV is building up, it gets even bigger, and this is obviously not what you're looking forward to when you are Anubis. And Master here with his arm, I mean, I like the positioning, but 1 and 4 isn't really the greatest score for him, and I feel like it's because of his positioning, right? I mean, yeah, of course he needs to be the first one that peeks out, but Snox and Awesome here with this great setup. I don't think Anubis has much to say here, but let's see. Awesome, missing a lot of shots, and this is actually why they are able to connect, and this actually turned a lot different than I expected it to be. And GV now has to hold off the push, and this is the case. Anubis just falling back, happy with their trades, and the bomb goes down. Gotta see what Jaguar is going to do with this position up there, but he's just gonna stay close, waiting for his teammate to come through. 7 didn't expect him to push, and FaZe now trying to make things less worse, and this is happening. Design trading out Creeds that wasn't even involved in this fight. And Creeds, never mind FaZe, good for free, but do makes him slow down a bit and finish the round.
Yeah, we're really starting to see, you know, FaZe finding himself really well here. He's able to get some good kills, and he made that into a scenario where he almost was able to find that clutch, but Doom able to save the day a little bit from Anubis. And, you know, just when, you know, Anubis think they could be in a good position, they have to remember and realize that, like, look, until we get that round, that's the moment to celebrate, right? So they were able to win that. That was a 5-on-3 at one point, and it turned right into the 1v1. So good work from both these teams. Now Anubis again going for a 4-1 split on this. They're just going to go for the A main control. Deep Nade's going to be able to push FaZe back a little bit. Just some flashes. No smokes utilized yet. Master now maybe going to go toe-to-toe with him. A smoke now to block things off. Anubis putting themselves in a bit more of a tension towards the A site potentially. Maybe for a split, but again, they're still kind of waiting things out. And I like this. They're not just, you know, overexerting too much. They're actually still playing a bit more methodical.
Yeah, this is the case, and Anubis now going for that push. Not's the one that needs to hold them, and he is only able to get Dipsy, which is still a big kill, and awesome, good for 2. Nice reaction by him. 7 now holding off the vent position, but the double stack in vent is so unpredictable, and the Zai not hitting any shots, and 7 so happy with this 2k here, and yeah, what can you say? This was a great hold by GV.
Yeah, this is a great hold again, and you know, somebody that was definitely a player to talk about yesterday was the fact of Awesome, right? I mean, he was the guy that was just putting up some big numbers. He was the guy that was doing so much work for GV yesterday. So you just love it from a player like him, right? I mean, he was sitting in the first one, like where he was playing pretty consistent, and then it felt like, you know, I think it was on Kara where like he was unstoppable. Like he had almost a 1-on-4 clutch. He had that 1v2 with 1 HP. So yeah, if we can see Awesome even playing like half of what he did yesterday, I mean, it's still going to be a bumpy ride here for Anubis, right?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, it's a good thing that you bring it up. And, well, Dipsy finding Creeds here, a little bit unexpected, I believe. And Snox in the shadows advantage here. It's so nice to see. Snox just gets, you know, past 2k, and it's not even done yet. You know, he was trying to get Doom as well, a little bit too greedy here, but you know, the 2k actually pays out, and I don't know if you see it, but 7 is still alive, right? Okay, well, never mind, but he had 1 HP left, and he was kind of lurking in the cage position there, but, well, GV kind of giving up their numbers advantage. Now FaZe with 9 and 2, also absolutely one shot here, has to be the clutch master once again, and he only has a flash left, so this is going to be a quite impossible task, and while this little jump didn't even make it easier for him, Master getting the frag done pretty well.
Well, closer and closer we go, and Double Om's still here now, and 7's going to equip it back up again. And I do like this mixture. It's it feels like a little like LCK, you know, little tendencies, but a bit different, right? Like where I think FaZe is, you know, maybe playing like Flex in some degree, just getting a little bit more aggro and finding himself those big kills, where I think 7's kind of playing that, you know, Spoxy kind of piece where he's a bit more conservative. But we'll see if GV are going to be able to utilize this bit of a setup. And I don't know how you feel, Pando, but a double Om on a map like this, do you love it? Do you hate it? What's your thoughts?
I think it's a nice thing to do once in a while, to consistently have it. I don't like it as much, but yeah, well, I think on the GR side, you know, it's kind of fine, but on the BL side, they surely should only have, if even only have, one sniper. So, you know, we're just gonna see how it pans out, and yeah, you know, FaZe falling early doesn't make things easier for them. I mean, Snox tried to refrag there, but wasn't quite able to find anything. And you know, if I would be Anubis, I think I would hit B early on, because I feel like B is the weaker side for GV. I mean, Anubis had some success on A, but you know, I'm still pretty sure that B is the much easier side.
Okay, well, that's a good point to know. And I mean, it actually has been, you know, interesting because I feel like, you know, Anubis, they've been kind of like playing with both, right? I mean, they don't seem like they're just doing the one trick pony. They're definitely trying to mix things up a little bit here. And now, I mean, it's going to be Snox that's going to have to mix things up, and his back's turned, and an easy one for Design. Right into it, a 4-4 as we're going to conclude almost here with the first half. One more round to go, and it's been definitely a bit of a seesaw on this one. It's, you know, I think GV were coming in, you know, I think it was a 3-1 at one point. Anubis now look like they're just going to play right back into this. Some good aggression coming in from Ace. There's a lot of utility already being burned, and Awesome and Snox now a little bit late to this fight, but they're finally here. And I don't know, Anubis, this kind of feels like this might be the wrong play if they're actually going to commit to this. They're a little late on this one, but Jaguar does have a decent position, and can he be able to find the second? He will. He's still going to press forward on this. And now, I mean, he might just be the bait, right? He might be a bit of a distraction. This would be a cool moment to see Anubis actually go for a fake and go towards this B site like you were alluding to.
I mean, Jaguar hitting his shots on a down there is pretty much everything they needed, but 7 already has an answer for that and making it equal in numbers at least, and bomb goes down eventually, and 7 is always holding the Vents position here, and I'm pretty sure Dipsy knows it. I mean, this is everyone that knows 7 or GV, they know they're always holding the Vent position, but eventually they let go of it, and this is what Dipsy is waiting for here. And oh boy, they don't even check it, but Dipsy not able to get anything done, but no one realized it. Oh no, this is falling apart for GV because Dipsy is so patiently waiting. I mean, he misses his, you know, the first shots, but apparently it doesn't even matter because no one, you know, gives a damn.
You know, it's definitely one way to say it. Yeah, and I was kind of thinking the same thing. As soon as he shot, I was like, okay, he's dead. Like they're gonna know right away. They're both gonna turn. They're gonna take him out right away. But I think they were just so caught in the action that, again, they just had no idea. So he got a second chance on it. Now Jaguar getting a bit aggressive on the peaks, and GV now able to get themselves a nice bit of a kickstart on this and leaving it already so far. Within what, the 2-minute mark, we're sitting on a 4-on-2. HP low for Doom. And now Dipsy, the player we were talking about, he's somebody that's going to have to prevail. And both these guys are getting pushed back a bit more. 26 HP here for Doom. And the utility a little bit available for both these players, but 56 for Dipsy. Not an easy site to kind of get yourself into. You have so many different angles to clear. 7 now exposing himself. Could be a bit of a problematic one, but now it's all down to Doom. 13 seconds remain. GV just need to burn the clock, and it's going to be Creeds. Get it done with a pistol.
Yeah, it was a really good call either by 7 or Creeds to, you know, just run down towards B. And yeah, it pans out here. It's quite interesting to see how easy it was. I mean, yeah, fast pushes are always like unpredictable, but I felt like this was a little bit too easy for GV and Anubis. Hopefully they, you know, find a solution for pushes like that, but this time around GV already a little bit slower. I mean, they're still, you know, making a lot of noise, a lot of tension building, but it's still pretty slow overall, and they know about Master holding that cross, and 7 is just gonna jump through. FaZe just gonna continue his way, and this is a lot harder than you think. You know, this to hold this angle looks easy, but it's not at all, and Awesome finding Jaguar here makes it a lot harder.
Yeah, now even Awesome just going to play in Vent too, so he's going to be able to find himself in a decent position potentially. The question is he's going to be able to drop on these guys, and you can now actually see Design and Doom. They're just below him, and now I was thinking maybe he could get that timing. He might have been able to drop, but no, Design gets a good read on it. And now you can see that Anubis, they've actually kind of leaned on this B site. Now GV are actually just going to retreat it. They're going to run towards A, I think, as fast as possible, realizing the B site is not open right now. Creed's kind of just getting himself in a good lurk position. Needs to be able to find this duel, though. He has to be able to find Doom. That's going to be the start he needs. Now realizing there's more players for the rotate. Dipsy needs to be able to do something big for Anubis once again. And GV, oh, they're going to be able to sweep him now. So it's a question of where is Creed's? Master just on high alert looking for him. And Creeds, if he can stay alive and get this intel, this is big. And now he just falls back. Both these guys can play on stairs. Master is a dead man walking. And there it is, GV coming big with a really chaotic kind of round.
Yeah, a lot of, you know, change of decision making here, but you know, in the end it worked out. I feel like if Dipsy would have held A down a little bit better, this could have been a lot differently. But look at this once again, GV hunting down the B players here, but apparently they just wanted an early frag, didn't really work out in their favor. But I like the attempt here, a little bit of a change, but we're gonna have to see what they are going to do. I mean, FaZe already on 20 HP doesn't really matter too much since he's sniping, but obviously this is not really optimal for them. I wonder why Anubis is never boosting someone in vent. I mean, well, no, okay. I mean, you know, the vent position is always a little bit risky for, you know, both sides, but I feel like no one using it feels a little bit off here. No, Snooks. Okay, man. Yeah, we saw that. It's on cam, man. No worries.
Yeah, it's definitely caught on the stream, don't worry. And that's a good start already, right? I mean, again, GV, I mean, I think the one thing we were kind of talking about is the BL side was always kind of, it felt like it was a little lopsided at times, like, you know, moments of brilliance, and some other times where we're like, okay. And I mean, now, I mean, going toe-to-toe right now with Anubis is, you know, not too bad of a start, and we'll see what they're going to be able to do with this man advantage. And waiting things out once more again. The lurk of Creed's just kind of hanging out. And the rest of the team now just grouped up here, ready to go for the fight. And Doom, he's by himself. So this is, in my opinion, this is a scary angle. Because again, if he's not able to find more than one, this might not be worth it. But you know what? Doom, he just pulls the rug right under them. He's able to get the two, and he's going to get the hell out of here.
There comes Creeds from behind, trying to make the numbers equal. Okay, Creeds, there you go. This is exactly what GV was waiting for. I mean, obviously, the wallbang at the quad boxes didn't really work out in their favor, and Design continues to destroy their plan. But awesome, if he's able to get anything done here, and this is not the case, Design together with Dipsy, a great performance. Anubis putting the numbers closer together once again, and you can see Design is so happy, laughing down there in the camera. And yeah, man, what can I say? Anubis with a great comeback.
Yeah, that was really good. And honestly, it kind of went back and forth, right? I mean, that's the same thing where we talked about, you know, Doom had to be able to find those, you know, opening duels. Then, you know, it's Creeds that almost makes it back to a good footing. So we said this was going to be an even matchup, and it's definitely starting to pan out that way. The Alms now are going to make some good connections. And now it's even a bit more aggression coming in from Design. He's trying to get really aggressive, but it's actually awesome that we'll get it done. He's having himself a little bit of a time here in the vents. Now just going to retreat back with the comrades. Doom just on the other side of this wall, but what do we see from Anubis? Now needing someone again to pull up the socks. And GV actually going for a little bit of a long way here. They're going to have that bomb control. Really, really important. But I do like this position coming in from, I think it's one of the players of GV here. That's going to be awesome. It is. Again, he's in this vent, so right now, if he can drop silently, he might be able to find the flank. There's still so much time on the clock that he's going to have to be the player that, in my opinion, makes the play here. He's going to have to be the guy that needs to do something. Normally, he'd be the guy that kind of waits it out, but I wouldn't mind for him to drop and just have that extra real estate.
Yeah, and here we go. The GV push is coming through. Dipsy has no chance, and now Awesome in the key position. Yeah, I like to see it, but I don't like this corner play. It usually gets pre-fired, but this is exactly what Awesome needs to do. No, just buy some time, wait for the rotation, and now Jaguar left alone. I'm pretty sure they know where he is, and you can see 7 already looking towards that vent, but it's actually FaZe killing him for some reason. But yeah, I mean, you know, Awesome in that vent position, he's not only like getting all that information, you know, he hears no steps because no one was close, right? So he had the key position for this round, he used it to perfection, and this is why GV got it.
Well, right back to a slow little bit of a round here from GV, and cooling down just a little bit. But still right into a situation where this is anyone's game, a 1-round differential between both these teams, and kind of leaving the 1-2-2 happening from the defense of Anubis. And GV just taking this very slow, methodical. Master actually posted up in vent. You love to see this because, again, they know that Awesome's been kind of just lurking in this. I always think it's a little bit funny when you put your arm there. Like, it's just kind of like, okay, sure, that's one player, one place to put that player, but
Yeah.
I guess it's a sure done deal, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty common spot for snipers actually, because, you know, it's so difficult to not hit your shot, but I have seen it a couple of times, you know, so it's not impossible to miss. But you can see it's such a nice position because, you know, in CrossFire it works the way, like, your body is halfway, like, hidden into the wall, so whoever crosses you there it's even a hard task to hit the shot. But FaZe getting Dipsy here is a nice opening frag, but look at this. Where's all this damage coming from? Snox almost dead here, and I wonder what the issue here was. Doom spotting 7 in cage, and for some reason Doom able to get 7, but FaZe Italy trading out Jaguar on the other side of the map here, and Anubis now in a little bit of a difficult situation, I would say, because Design, if he doesn't get the kills that he needs, is someone checking him? Yes, Creed, so this is so important for them, but Snox getting catched off guard, and Master and Doom have so much work to do. I mean, now this time around we have awesome events. I mean, this is something we have seen earlier, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is. Oh, and even Master's not able to find that connection either. So, okay, GB now putting themselves in a 2-round buffer. And looks like a timeout's going to be coming through, I believe. And this is a good moment, again, just to see what's going to come through on the Anubis side. Because, again, this game's close, right? I mean, this is where we see GV. I think even, you know, Seven's just, I don't know, he's meditating or something. I don't know what he's doing. But, I mean, if, you know, again, there's a lot of cool common collection coming in from this group. I mean, I feel like this team doesn't really show a ton of emotion on this. They always look pretty, you know, cold face, you know, stone killers. But honestly, look at Anubis now. Now the conversation's starting to flow through, right?
Yeah, it's very important, and you can see a lot of talking happening. And Seven using his eye drops, by the way. I mean, he uses them regularly in matches, so yeah, he always has them nearby. So that's
fair enough.
Yeah, that's something nice to know. And yeah, you can see, I mean, they're obviously not happy with the situation, and I wouldn't be either, but you know, there's no room for, you know, crying about it. You need to find the solutions as soon as possible.
Yeah, and I think for Anubis, again, like I don't really feel like there's anything like a big gap that they're doing. I think, like we said, this is a very close game. So again, I don't think it's one of those situations where we're noticing like a big gap or like a deficiency that they have to fix up and clean up right away. I think it's just GV are just kind of winning some of these, you know, big duels and, you know, getting themselves in these sites. But again, we'll have to see what, you know, Anubis want to do a little bit differently right now. But I have been, you know, again, they always seem to impress me, and they were the team that, you know, in my overall kind of prediction, I was talking about them, like just saying they're a team that, you know, really excite me just to see what they're going to do as a rebuild. And it looks like we'll probably go back in here shortly. But again, I think that there's so much more pressure, I think, for a team like GV, right? Just because they're all these, like, you know, old school players and experienced players, and they've done some big things, but it's like, can we do this again? Can we be able to build this team to meet those heights?
Yeah, and it seems like we are almost back into the game, and looking forward for this one. I mean, it's getting close, right? Like, if Anubis doesn't find a quick solution to their problems, it's most likely not going to go their way. And GV, I expected a fast push once again, because, you know, that's usually what they like to do when, you know, there's a little break coming through. But this time around, it's not slow, but it's also not very fast. I mean, it's almost the same situation all over again. I mean, Awesome is always smoking cage, then they're grouping up in front of B, and the B split is coming through. And you can see Doom, I think Doom is going to be the one that needs to hold them off. And there we go, coming through GV, but this didn't really work out the Anubis way here, and the cookie starts to crumble once again. Design and Dipsy now left alone in a 3 versus 2 situation, and the bomb gets planted by 7 here. I wonder what Anubis' plan is, because retaking this is going to be so difficult. I mean, Snox and FaZe obviously low HP, but FaZe with the sniper is like a full HP player anyway. And you can tell here, missing a shot here is quite crucial, but they need to do something. Snox not aware at all. And what happened here? A total shutdown here by Anubis.
Yeah, honestly, that was a big assassination coming in from Design, able to come through the back and just slices and dices, man. And that was so important because they put so much attention on that one player on the top, top corridor. And honestly, that was a really good, maneuver happening in from Design. So what looked like it could have been a map point here for GV, or putting themselves on map point, it unfortunately it does, like you said, it kind of crumbles like a bit of a cookie here. And now even Master getting caught here in the kneecap. So GV maybe gonna up the tempo just a little bit more to see what they're gonna be able to find, leaving the Lurka 7 just back in the other side of the map, just waiting things out to see any aggression in radio. But GV, I mean, we have to see what they're gonna be able to find. This B site, like it was a pretty convincing take, but it was really the post plant that was their demise.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, once again, we are trying to, play a little bit slower here. And it's quite interesting. Even though, even Anubis isn't moving that much. Everyone has, their setup kind of ready. And it seems like, I mean, there's the smoke again from... Oh, no, it was a flash, actually. Never mind. And this was probably just to confuse them a bit. But you can tell Jaguar was not even affected by it. And... once again, FaZe, the first one to fall, and Master missing his shot here is so crucial, but Snox from behind catching Doom is so good, and Dipsy and Design once again have to be the clutch masters here, and oh boy, their utilities coming their way, and now we will have to see what their game plan is, because once again, retaking B isn't one of the difficult sites to retake, but if you are against 4, it's quite difficult, and you can tell Dipsy getting 7 here is so big, it makes it a little bit more likely to win, but you can see Awesome there getting both kills is so important, and GV now 9 rounds, and I'm kinda having a deja vu from yesterday. What do you think about that?
Yeah, no, I'm glad you said it. I was kind of thinking, and I was like, do I even want to say it? Do I want to mention it? And I was like, well, okay, you're going to do it. So that's fine. And that's good. And it is the same thing, right? Where we've been here before, but a lot of yesterday was, a lot of teams, backs of the boards, rounds are against them. They're like, okay, this is where we shine. So we'll see. And I mean, Anubis, again, like they have been able to, persevere a few times in this, but I mean, now GV on a good breaking point right now of getting this thing maybe done. And again, putting a little bit more attention towards this B side potentially, but 7 again, just being the one person in radio. Just going to hang out, wait things out. They were just waiting for any sort of different play from Anubis. But I think back to a normal, default setup. I think actually the only thing that was a little bit surprising to me is this player Dipsy playing this aggressive. But he's going to have the noise queue, and I think now he's going to just fall back a bit more. Get that utility just to buy some more time. And I actually don't mind this. Well, I wonder if GV want to disrespect the smoke. Like, there is a part of me that they're down to 1 minute and 9. Like, they burned a lot of time already. I mean, they can definitely wait this out, but we've talked about this before. Teams that wait it out, it can be problematic.
Yeah, but Anubis has always has like great defensive strats, and if GV isn't able to break through, it just shows how good Anubis is really. But you can see Jaguar kinda hesitated there, and this is not working their way, and Jaguar getting a great kill on 7 here, and 40 seconds on the board. GV already securing the bomb site here, and once again, the retake is going to happen, but now they have equal numbers, and this is really looking good for Anubis here, especially with Snox and Awesome being weak. And I don't think they're going to wait for long here. Snox completely blinded by the lights, but Creed saves the day with a triple kill, and this is going to be it.
This is going to be it, and there you can see it, GV. They're going to be able to take the first map. And honestly, I think, again, the one thing I can't stress enough is I love seeing that, the player in the middle phase, like he was able to have himself a really good start in the beginning. on the first half, and then it was Creed's again getting back to his ways where he's able to be a difference maker, and he's a guy that's able to, you know, put up some big impact, and that's what we needed, right? It was looking like a good situation for Anubis, but it's down to him to come, you know, with a big amount of frags in his favor. And honestly, GV now going to getting themselves at least that one map win, and that's really important for these guys because they've been splitting maps, but maybe, just maybe, they could have themselves maybe a 2-0 in this whole series as well.
Yeah, it's looking good so far, but I believe Anubis, you know, they're pretty strong. It's here Black Widow next map, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I think, you know, Anubis, they played so great against Swamp Gaming here, so I think GV is gonna have a tough time against them here, but yeah, we're gonna see.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting because I think we will pull up those stats here in just in a moment here. But of course, we want to show you the highlights. We want to give you a little bit of a glimpse of like what was going on in this. And again, I love that we saw like a good start coming in from GV. You know, Anubis were able to, you know, finally get a little bit of wind back, and they were feeling better about this. So we'll, you know, and again, I think this is one of the best matchups for day number 2 here. So, and I think it delivered so far, right? This first map definitely showed us, and I think overall this was the pick for GV, right? I mean, they were the ones like through the pick and bans, they were the ones that actually did pick this, and then the decider is going to be on Black Widow. And like you talked about, I think Anubis on Black Widow, they looked good. Like, I mean, yes, they played Swamp, but you know, I still think they looked really good, right? I mean, that was a 10-3 win. They definitely tried to showcase what they're able to bring to a map like that. So I think GV, you know, they can't let their foot off the gas on this one, but again, at least they can have that little bit of relief where, like, look, okay, worst case scenario, we split this thing off for the day with a 1-on-1, but like I said, there is a huge possibility they can bring things into a 2-0, just given that momentum boost.
Yeah, surely. I mean, Anubis had the great day yesterday, right? They won 2-0 against Swamp, and obviously they were looking forward to do the same today, but GV is giving them a hard time. But yeah, again, I think, you know, on Black Widow, it's going to be a tough ask for GV. I mean, obviously, when it comes to aiming, I would put GV higher, but tactical, I think Anubis is, yeah, somewhat better.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that, and I'm glad you kind of say that little bit of a statement, because I think that is kind of the point. As we say, the firepower definitely is on the GV side, but I think the overall tactical side of everything is definitely more for Anubis, right? I think we know that they have more creativity in the strats. Their BL sides can be really good. That's where I think a little bit of a difference is here for a team like GV, where there's still, again, I feel like I'm always saying this, but a lot of teams have done this roster, you know, adjustments, and you kind of have to get yourself reconfigured, right? Even though Sevens played with these guys for many years, when you kind of take a break and then you come back, there's always that little bit of time period where you have to kind of get the, you know, the shoes to fit a little bit better, and then you can go for a bit of a run. And here's the overall stats to kind of demonstrate a little bit about what happened here. And honestly, I don't know about you, Pando, but honestly, the one thing I love to see is that on the side of GV, everybody was a 1.0 rating and above.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. You know, Anubis was very close to a victory, but you can tell only by the KD that, you know, GV is just better when it comes to the firepower. But again, I just feel like Anubis, you know, they had a great day yesterday, but today, you know, they could be better. I know they can be, and they usually are, but we just have to see how they perform on Black Widow, and you know.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I think the thing is, we'll oh, sorry, Pando, you go ahead.
Okay, now, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say it was a great match, but we're going to take a little break here and see the next games shortly.
All right. Well, we're back, and the first map has been done, and the second is going underway now. And we are going to be moving things over to Black Widow. So it's going to be a question of, if Anubis are going to be able to get themselves some points on the board. And I mean, honestly, I think this is still open for grabs, right? I mean, I don't think this was a dominating performance, but anything for you that you're kind of noticing for a map like this and just kind of how these teams played on the first?
Well, maybe, just maybe, we're gonna see a triple arm setup. I mean, we have seen it before, but we haven't seen it in a while. So this is something I'm definitely looking forward to. But, well, we're just gonna have to see who starts to be the aggressive factor first, because I believe whoever gets the first round always has like a better motivational boost, I feel like. But yeah, let's just see what happens.
Yeah, I think a lot, we will see what's going to happen, because I think a lot is going to happen. Because, again, I think when you talk about the standings and you talk about the situation, again, GV, they haven't found a win yet. They haven't found a point where they can get themselves in that win column. They've had, themselves a lot of, essentially draws. So I think this is important for them, whereas, a team like Anubis have been able to. So, I mean, we always talk about the importance of finding these 2 zeros, but it's never going to be an easy feat. But if GV can be able to pull that off, that can just be such a big booster for this team, just in the sense of, now the team's coming together, things are looking a little bit better, and then they can kind of put themselves in that conversation of top 5, right? Whereas before, from yesterday, they were sitting in 7th place, and we're about to find out, because they're going to be on the GR side. FaZe now missing the first engagement. And it's going to be Master that'll put him to sleep. Now it's going to be the Rifle of 7 able to find the double. So the IGL himself, not just the mastermind, but he's going to be the one to open things up here in terms of the duels. Great nade coming onto Snox. Getting caught here right down to half HP. The bomb hasn't gone down yet. And this is a situation where both these players are in the worst position in the world. And this might not be long here. Les Creeds can do the impossible, but he will not. And Master going to put on a performance.
Yeah, you gotta love the attempt by Master here. I mean, obviously it was a great shot, and in the beginning of the round you could see it, all 5 members of Anubis kind of sneaking along the wall towards A. And this is what I meant earlier when I was talking about tactics, and it might seem super simple, and it somewhat is, but even the simple things sometimes work out. And the same goes for Awesome here. I mean, sneaking up early through Cat is dangerous and super risky, but it can work occasionally, and for some reason he also gets away. This is quite interesting to see. But yeah, now we have Anubis all over the map. You can see Master just holding the barracks position, trying to find anything he can, and a triple stack coming out from GV towards B. It's nice to see, they always have somewhat the right guess, but obviously this is still very early in the round, and Master kind of didn't work out what he planned there, but you can tell Jaguar here trying to make things possible for his team, while Snox is just jump spotting the box room here. But I think they're just gonna wait out a little bit, so maybe one of the GV members is going to rotate, and I don't think this is the case. And not any time and to make things possible for them, and the flashes are so good, and Snox good for another. You can see he's just jumping and spraying and hoping for anything he can find, but Doom here with a great double kill. Can he find a third? No, not this time around. I mean, what can I say? What a great hold by GV here.
Yeah, that's a great play coming in. I mean, again, this was where, Snox has just been, a consistent factor, right? Whenever he gets a moment to play and he gets that little bit of action, he can definitely start to find something. That maybe not this round. I mean, I spoke too soon, but I mean, I feel like for most of the other games we've seen so far for Season 2, it's been looking really good for him. But they try to get a little aggro. They try to get deep in mid, trying to, catch them off guard. I like the changeup, especially with the game being where it is with the 1-on-1. Definitely a good note here. Just, again, putting Anubis a bit more on the gas, right? And really just keep them, thinking about every single move they have to make. And that can be a really good thing, especially for a team on the attack. So I love that GV are doing this. And actually, I think if I'm not mistaken, FaZe, he will reaggress. And he will be able to trade that back. So That's a big initial duel now, bringing it to a 4-4.
All right, so far so good. I mean, it's pretty equal so far. I mean, you know, Doom is dead, Nox is dead. Everyone kind of does something here. Nothing too fancy, I would say, but we are still so early on into this game, and I think everyone is just trying to figure out, okay, what is the enemy's plan? You know, are they pushing aggressively? Are they playing patiently? And again, Anubis with some great stacks towards Cat here, and I really like it. You know, it's a great strat, but obviously it's gonna be a hard one because FaZe is just so strong with his arm on the single metal box here. I mean, he's kind of checking both spots at the same time. You know, he even has some time to scratch his nose there, and you can tell he misses his shot there. Master has to hit a shot eventually. Dipsy and Master now performing as they need to be, and the bomb goes down. Let's see who's gonna be the winner of this round. And you could see Master's barrel through the wall there. I wonder if that's gonna be a factor. Probably not. I mean, Awesome is aware of someone close, but it's gonna be so tough for them to retake. I mean, Anubis, they have such a nice after-planned positioning here, and 7 now creeping up from a long, but time is ticking, 15 seconds. It doesn't seem very likely for him, and Master gets him done, and now Awesome has to do the unthinkable, and there's just no time for him, and Master is going to be the winner of this fight.
Yeah, and let's not forget too, like Master's one of those players that was, you know, put back into this team and added to this roster. So that's where, you know, we were talking about for him, like he was on, you know, different teams, and now we're starting to see why he was picked up, right? I mean, he's somebody that can be really lethal with the arm. And now the opening engagement is going to go in favor for GB. So they're going to be able to find that first initial. So design's going to be taken out, but the arm's still into effect here from the attack of Anubis. And honestly, ooh, that was a sick shot. Nice little replay. But I love that we're still seeing GB kind of again just finding themselves opening duels here, Panda.
Yeah, and I like to see 7 with the op once again. I mean, this is what I was talking about earlier. On GR, I think you can kind of do it, but once you get to the BL side, you should only leave, like, you know, maybe once or twice with the dual sniper setup. But yeah, I mean, Anubis once again creeping up towards Cat. I like this decision here. You know, it kind of worked out for them earlier, and I wonder if GV kind of figured it out how to stop them here. And I think it's Creed's underneath Cat here. And, you know, since you can shoot from underneath up to Cat, I think it's a nice position by him. And Master obviously winning the fight against FaZe is so strong, and the fight is coming through. Awesome, good for 2 here, and this actually is a win for Creed. You know, didn't expect him to get doomed like that, but hey, who am I to judge? Another round for GV.
Yeah, this is just back and forth, right? This is exactly what we were talking about. This is where we were saying, look, this thing's pretty dead even, and FaZe, once again, doesn't want to make it even as he's going to get something, you know, a little bit more of a kickstart. And Anubis, they're not going to slow down either. Even though they lose their player, they're still going to just barrel in. They're going to throw lots of nades. 7's going to get caught a little bit, but he's still alive. He's still able to just hang himself in this position. He needs to stay alive because they still have to clear him. And now the flank's coming in. GV have made a sandwich, and I don't think Anubis are going to have the appetite for this one. And they are able to win themselves something, so that part of the sandwich is gone. And now it's all of a sudden to a 2v2, leaving it to 7 with critical HP with 21. He's going to slightly reposition. FaZe still playing an aggressive angle in mid, so he's kind of just vacated 7 on his own. And he's going to actually still kind of play in an angle where they could fall back, and he's looking for that pick. And I don't hate this, but man, 7 needs to get one. He absolutely needs one here. It won't happen.
Yeah, well, that didn't really work out the way they wanted it to be, but FaZe, I believe he already has 2 entries in this round, and you know, this is a pretty winnable situation for him, especially considering, well, they haven't crossed yet, but yeah, as I mentioned, they are just crossing. And yeah, now this is quite tough for him. I mean, again, Anubis with the afterplan situations, they're so good at it, and yeah, I feel like this is gonna be quite tough for FaZe here. We're gonna have to see a free frag for Master. But can he get Doom as well? Nope, this is not the case. Doom will trade his friends, and yeah, putting the numbers 1 up for Anubis. And what I noticed earlier, I think GV is always getting these first frags. Usually it takes like 20 seconds before one of Anubis dies, and I think Anubis really needs to change that. I mean, always starting with one player disadvantage isn't really the way to go.
Yeah, definitely not, right? And that's a good little bit of analysis you bring into this too, right? Is the fact that, GV are the ones that are kind of finding those opening duels. They're winning that engagement. So for Anubis to be down a man that early on, it's already such a big disadvantage, right? But even despite that, like, they've done such a good job just to pull themselves back in these situations where really on paper it does not look good. And other teams, like, you can notice it crumbles quickly, right? But I think for Anubis now, they're not going to get picked right away. They're not going to lose an opening player. I think even we did see at one point, I think it was FaZe actually playing pretty aggressive in a different position. So he's been really just running rampant on the map, and you love to see that. 7 here going to lock in the as well. Posted up with his teammate. Now they're just going to get themselves a rush through long. They're not even going to mess around. They're just going to swing these rifles. They're going to be able to find that engagement in their favor. And now the bombs should be able to make it across. Still waiting to, but Master hanging out in spawn. He's just lurking. He's just hanging. And now it's Creed's almost able to get himself a duel, but all of it just down onto FaZe. Needing to come up with a 1-on-2 in a position that you hate the most. And now he's actually going to re-aggress on this, and he's going to switch things up, and he's going to come on catwalk.
Yeah, I just don't like the undercut position. I don't know why I don't think it's a good one. But FaZe luckily chooses the uppercut position, and I wonder what the game plan here is, because I think they're just waiting for him to cross, but FaZe, the experience he has, doesn't let him do it, and yeah, he's kind of lost here. I feel like he's also looking towards B, but eventually he's gonna figure out, okay, it's actually A here. And oh, look at this FaZe, good for 1, but Master with a much better position here gets it done, and yet another round for Anubis.
Yeah, I really like that from Anubis too, because again, like, a bit of a detail is the fact that they were just kind of hanging out in long. You could see that they didn't go for a plant right away. They just kind of wanted to wait it out, and it kept FaZe like kind of running back and forth. Like you said, he was kind of checking Cat. He was like, okay, there's nobody here. Now I gotta check this. So I love that, like, they just kind of played that, a little bit of a time management, and it worked out for them. But I mean, the time management's not going to be a factor for Master, as he's going to get, done and removed here. Good opening duel coming in for GV once again. It's been them to set this pace. It's been them to find these opening starts, and now they've been able to find 2, and essentially for the cost of nothing, which is great. So now Anubis, they have to be able to dig even deeper than normally, and they're on a 3-on-5, and we're still at 1:40 remaining in this round.
Yeah, what's also very interesting to see here is, even though GV always gets these first frags, they just can't seem to win those rounds, and especially considering Jaguar and Dipsy sitting on 1 frag each is just so interesting to see. I mean, they're just playing that well, it doesn't even matter that 2 of your team players aren't even connecting any hits, so this just shows how great Anubis can be and are, and now they kind of have to fight Creeds here, as I mentioned them, but well, this time around it looks like GV is actually gonna shoot back for once, and GV getting the 3rd round.
GV coming right back into this, and that's kind of been, again, the tail of the tape on this one, right? Is the fact that it doesn't matter the scoreline. One of these teams is always going to, push themselves back into this. And look at how aggressive GV is. They've already pushed down long A. They have gotten so much map control, and now even more aggression coming in from Snox, and he is going to be able to find Doom. So now Anubis go, okay, look, we either have to aggress on this position we have, or you have to fall on back. They're still trying to see if they're going to be able to win this fight. Not going to happen. That was against FaZe. He gets caught here in the leg. Don't get me wrong. His HP's low, but GV are showing a little bit of that disrespect. I love the aggression. I love the assertiveness on this, because now Anubis, they really haven't been tested like this, right? I don't think they played a team that's pushed a boundary like this so quickly early on and being successful about it too, right? It'd be different if Anubis were winning those opening fights.
Yeah, I agree with you, and this one just once more shows how great Anubis can be, but we're gonna have to see how great they are when it comes to these close corner fights. 7, the first one to find Jaguar here, and Anubis kinda, I think they're playing too slow at this point. I mean, they convince themselves, okay, let's go hit B, but when it comes to it, they just stop there for some reason. You can see how aggressive GV is. I mean, 7 was trying to just jump into box room here, and now every single member of GV has surrounded them. But yeah, you can see Snox from behind, even picking up the bomb carrier, and yeah, this is just falling apart. I feel like if Anubis, continued their push, I feel like it most likely would have worked out, but if they hesitate like that, I don't see them winning this round.
Yeah, a lot of hesitation can't happen now. I mean, we're in the last round of the first half. 4-4 we go, and I think we talked about, GV are typically a team on the GR side where they like to get themselves that buffer, but honestly, I think that, the way this game was going, like, I think the fact they brought it back into a tie thus far is pretty important, right? Because it was Anubis that were actually finding themselves in pretty good positions here for the BL side. Now Smoke going to come deep here from the defense of 7. And you can see Anubis, they're just kind of grouped up on long here. They're ready for the plan of attack. A nade going to come through from the third player, waiting things out. Just going to be Doom, and now they're going to cross through 7. I don't know if he's able to spot this. He will just in time before the flash hits him. He does get another one too. So now Creed's here on the stairway. He's just able to get 1, 2, and 3. And now GV will end the half in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the exact same spread once again, but this time it didn't really work out, and I assume it's because of the dual sniper setup, and obviously because of the Creed's 3k here. And yeah, I think the strat overall works fine, but doing it twice doesn't really seem to do the trick. And oh, look at this fight towards a long here, gotta love it. But Anubis totally crushing GV, and FaZe not able to get Design here, and Design with a nice free piece all for himself.
Yeah, it's pretty funny how, like, within a blink of an eye, like, the round can be just done and over, right? And like we said, like, it doesn't matter if you're up by 1, by 2, by 3, by 4. It doesn't matter. I think we still see there's so much clawback in this game, right? And this is why this series was, probably listed as like the highlight match, just given that both these teams have so much to prove and different stories. But now we see again 7 in critical HP, down to, I think he's less than 10 here. And then even for Anubis, they barely have taken any damage against, just for Dipsy and Design. And GV, for me, I'm more of my curiosity is, what are we going to see differently on their BL side? Like, we know their firepower is probably a bit more of a, like, leniency on them. Like, I think that's a bit more of their bread and butter, if I can say so. But I don't know on the BL side if that's going to be the same case, right? Like, I think they're going to have to be able to find some good utility usage to get in these sites.
This is exactly what needs to be done, and this time around we see GV approaching towards B long, making a little bit of steps here, but I'm not sure if Dipsy is able to hear him. And you can see this jump spot where Dipsy is just so insane. You can't see him at all, but he can see you just fine, and only himself holding off this push is such a great thing to see. And GV kinda hesitated with this one, but I think backing off here is just the right decision to do. And yeah, you can see the entire squad of Anubis just pulling up towards B. I mean, you have Master with 14 and 6 just holding A all by himself. I mean, why not, If he's having a performance like this, you can just trust him with the A side alone. But as I mentioned, GV now slowly but surely getting them threats towards B, but FaZe is getting catched off guard, and Dipsy good for 2, and Design is there to save the day. And overall, nice attempt by GV, but Anubis was just better.
Just better. Well, right back at it. GV once again going for that long A control. Signing the papers, and the vacancy's theirs, and they're going to be able to have that real estate. So now, I mean, Anubis, they've lost an option here. They're not going to fight for it. So now they're eyes on the prize here, the B site. Still an option here to find somebody in middle, but instead they'll go for that first initial coming in from GV, and now Design able to get at least something started. Can they be able to finish what they've started? I don't know, but Design and Doom critically low. Creed's coming in for a big flank in middle. Look what he's able to do and get out of this, and man, they have just caught the positioning of Anubis. They have no idea what kind of fight they have to go for. There's players all over the place, right? And now, and I'm still in the effect right now. GV waiting things out. Plenty of time to work with, and Creed's getting a bit overzealous, I think, now, so it's brought it back to a 2-2. And I feel like that might have been a mistake. I think that might have been, you know, him being bloodthirsty. Not gonna maybe make it this a good situation. Doom now still coming through window. Still buying his time. Do we see GV actually? They have lots of time to wait on the plant. They don't have to commit to this. Pando, I mean, this is critical, because look at the positioning coming in, and I was just going to say this 1-on-1 split might be a bit dire, but now even Dipsy, he's on a moment here with the sniper, and now he's going to push through connector, but it will be the timing of the IGL 7, and we're right back at it to a tie game.
Yeah, just what we expected, right? I mean, a super tight game, and yeah, I would say this is slightly in favor for Anubis. I mean, obviously GV winning this round is speaking for itself, but I feel like GV is always a little bit behind when it comes to that, and I mean, Creed's 14 frags is just an answer to that, but on the other side, yeah, you have Master as well with 15, but you also have to consider that Master is the sniper of Anubis, so we're gonna have to see. And again, this time around 7 with the AK in hand. I feel like this is also a better decision now, because, you know, too many sniper rounds, yeah, as the attacking side, I don't feel like this is the best decision here, but maybe they're gonna prove me wrong eventually. This grenade here by Doom, yeah, you know, catches Awesome a little bit, but I think GV is just looking for that entry frag. I don't think they're going to commit to the side. I mean, why should they? The bomb is way back and spawn, and now maybe, just maybe, GV is trying to, you know, confuse Anubis a little bit. I mean, it doesn't really work since 3 players are still towards A. I mean, it's most likely because of Dipsy having so much A-long control, and slowly but surely, the bomb is getting tossed towards, I think it's Creed's, but yeah, I feel like GV is going to make a move eventually here.
And actually, they're going to re-aggress. Ooh, Doom, I think he just spotted the barrel. Like, he just poked the barrel out, so Snox was able to find him there, but Doom actually plays this a bit more disciplined. He just pulls back, and he will be rewarded for that play. So the lurk of Snox going to be done, and now we'll see GV. They're going to come onto Catwalk, leaving it here for the Alma Master, having to find a connection now. They're going to have their pullback into long A. They're just going to buy some time. Plant's going to come in, but now everything is riding on this post plant, because even Jaguar, look at the position he's in. He might be able to find the 2. And he takes them both down with beautiful fashion, and now Anubis will get back into a lead position. And it just felt like they were in control that whole round, and GV were just kind of waiting it out, and they didn't even have a chance, it felt like.
Yeah, this is also what I mentioned earlier, right? I mean, what happens a lot is, yeah, GV waits too long, you know, it's always like, I think like 50 seconds left or maybe less, and then they decide, okay, let's do something, and it just doesn't work that well against Anubis. I mean, they're holding so great. I mean, you can see Jaguar just holding, hoping no one finds him, but FaZe actually will be the one that kills him, but it was this free situation. It hasn't really worked out for GV yet, but this is also in connection with Anubis just holding the side so good. And I don't know if you noticed, but GV is trying a lot of times. They are trying a lot of B lately, and I think Anubis kind of understood that, and this is also why this doesn't work out. But Creed's now in a clutch situation. I mean, he knows exactly where Design is, but Design has an answer to that.
Yeah, that's actually, you know, again, a really nice little bit of a segment, because, again, it's, you know, I think you have to worry about, they know Master is essentially playing at that A site. I think they're purposely trying to miss him. But at the same, the same side, it's like, look, like the B site's not really been that great for them. So, okay, well, I guess what all it's going to take is Creeds to get, a little bit aggressive here on middle. And Jaguar needs the best timing in the world, and he is able to get at least this one. He will find himself another now, so Creed's still going on a bit of a rampage here, leaving it down to 3-on-2, but the favor now for GV. And again, the bomb is going to make itself in the site. The plant's going to come in now, so Master in a position of, with the Doom close on by, but they're not together, and Creed's actually, instead of looking down, he's looking through the wood pillars to see if somebody's right underneath them. But now, Master, a performance needed here. The conductor to see if he's going to be able to find it, but it'll be FaZe to show him why he's the true master. And GV will still be in this game with an 8-7.
Yeah, the numbers surely, but I don't see that happening here. I mean, the numbers are getting closer, but we will have to see if Creeds continues to play that aggressive. I mean, why not if it works, But what was funny earlier, I mean, Jaguar was fighting Creeds, but for some reason, Jaguar was killing everyone but Creeds. And this is just how it is sometimes, when everyone is just, close together and in a close corner fight. And eventually you're going to hit some shots, but not the ones you actually want to hit, but whatever. So yeah, GV slowly but surely approaching Cat once again, I feel like. Yeah, and 7 kind of struggling with his movement there. Kind of funny to see. But yeah, this is going to be an A split unless they just want to peek and back off once again. But you can see Anubis, they have a lot of control towards speed. I mean, box room is something you really want to have, but Jaguar now asked to do so much. And okay, I mean, he died, but that one tap on Creeds, I mean, what do you need? And Master now trying to hold off the push, but it's so difficult for him. There's no one to help him out for right now. And Doom, last man standing for Anubis, and what a shot on Creeds. I mean, Creeds, he had no chance to even react. I mean, it's kind of unfortunate to fall off Cat there, but I think Doom, yeah, it's so hard to ask him to win this round here, but yeah, Snox with a great one tap on him, answering quickly.
Yeah, hopefully we can catch that too. Yeah, look at this. Oh, that's just filthy. And even though, like you said, like the fact that he gets killed anyways, I mean, he was low. Still a filthy shot, right? And that's the thing about Jaguar that's really fun to watch is, like I said, I talked a lot about this yesterday, but it's like, look, like he's a guy that he likes to maneuver around a lot. He likes to play these like little off angles and aggression at times. And I'm all for it, man. Like, it's just, sometimes it kind of bites you, but I feel like he's looking better on this. It feels like he's a bit more synchronized when he tries to go for these sort of plays. So now we're back to a tough situation, a close game, a 1-round differential here, and GV are looking like themselves in a great position here to bringing things back, right? I mean, and this is what we talked about. This is not a write-off by any means. So I think that's the point here, is that we have to see who's going to be able to prevail after a timeout like this. And is there anything you want differently from either side of these teams that you've seen so far? Is there a gap that you're noticing?
Not really, but what I want to see is more talking. And as we saw some, Anubis camps, I didn't see anyone really talking there. I mean, maybe we didn't see someone talking, but I feel like in this situation, you really, really need to think over your strats. I mean, it doesn't really work out. I mean, the aggression from GV is just so heavily, but again, GV, obviously they have the better firepower, but when it comes to tactics, Anubis is most likely the much better team here.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we're starting to, I'm getting a little bit more impressed to see what GV are able to bring into this. And I think we're just about to go back in just a moment, but anything you want to see differently from the side of GV?
Well, don't double snipe all the time, I believe. I mean, 7 did great so far, but I think rifling here is the better option. I mean, obviously when you just run down the side like Creeds just did, I mean, this is going to be beneficial for you, right? I mean, if Creeds dies and 7 is right behind him, trading, I think it's better than just running behind him with an AWP, kind of leaving him behind. And yeah, this is something I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I think it's nice to have that mixture once in a while, but the fact that you can kind of like mix it up, you don't have to always do it. I think that's always a good thing. And we'll see if that's going to be what it wants to be. And I mean, this is a situation where FaZe will just run the one on with the one same here coming in from the defensive side of Anubis. And again, right down to the critical situation of a tie game, and it's a bit of a do or die. And we haven't seen any overtimes yet here today. We've been very close on them, but this one definitely, you know, there could be a path where it could lead to this, and now Anubis are trying to maybe make sure that won't happen for this round at least, and getting themselves in a big advantage, leaving it down to Creeds on his lonesome here with 1:40 remaining. He's got the bomb, and now, I mean, this is where Anubis, they just have to make sure they can play the buddy system, and they should be able to have this map point in their pocket.
Yeah, what a reaction from Anubis here. I mean, this is kind of what I expected from GV, but, you know, even though Anubis might not have the best firepower, they still can hit their shots, and they still are so dangerous to look at, and you can tell together with Anubis, they're just grouping up, you know, looking for that last kill, and this is exactly what they need to do. You know, there's no point in, you know, holding any side. I mean, even though if Creeds plans the bomb right now, they're just, okay, listen, man, we're just gonna, you know, run him down, and there's no chance Creeds even has a chance to get, you know, a kill. Because, you know, if you group together like that, there's no way you can not refrag him. So I like this decision here by Anubis. Obviously, it looks kind of funny on the map. It's like a little train moving their way towards A, but if I'm Creeds right now, I would be so surprised. Like, okay, A side was clear. I didn't see anyone towards mid. Where are these players? And the last possible way is like, okay, maybe they're just hiding towards B, right? But nope, not this time around. And the same goes for Anubis, right? They're probably thinking like, okay, where is he hiding? And time is ticking for them. And you can tell Creeds, oh boy, Master is happy about that one.
Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit. And now we're on the map, and the map point here for Anubis, and this thing could be all she wrote. Just maybe. One more round needed, otherwise we're pushing this thing over into overtime. Master gonna get aggressive. Could he be able to survive? He will, but his teammate Dipsy will not. So GV able to bring themselves in the opening duel. And now we see the Omsil into effect right now for the defensive side. Doom actually getting a little bit more re-aggression here on the mid-ramp. Decides to be a little bit more conservative behind the door. I don't blame him, because again, when you're down the numbers, like, you do want to find a way to bring things back, but this is a risky position just because, oh my god, and he's made it across, and I think Awesome spotted him. I think the intel's there, so now Doom, he's got to get out of here. He's got to do something. But he's getting tenderized right now. And GV doing everything in their power to making sure that he can't get out. But he is able to, you know, escape with his life for the time being. And I don't know how he did it, Pando.
Oh. Jaguar. What? Okay, never mind then, I guess. I mean, I was just about to say, you know, GV kind of changing the strats here. 5 rifles to the point, but Jaguar missing those crucial kills is gonna be most likely a tiebreaker, I believe. But Doom now with the chance. I mean, look at Master, good for 2. Maybe changing my mind here, but Master, they're just completely destroying GV. As I was thinking, they had the upper hand, and now this is gonna be a tough one for FaZe. I mean, how did this round turn around that quickly? And I mean, FaZe knows about the HP surely, but does he know about them both sitting in box room just hoping for him to cross them doors? And this is such a hard retake for them. But Anubis on the other side, not aware of him for some reason. Doom now left alone with low HP. Is he able to get this frag done? And it's so much to ask. And he has an M4 in his hand, which isn't a guaranteed one-tap headshot. And we are going to overtime.
Yeah, honestly, you know, I think for Anubis, like, with all respect, that was a bit of a sloppy situation. Like, again, you can say that a little bit for GV, the sense that they're entering the site. They don't even clear the far left corner of the box where, like, Doom was sitting. And that round, you know, was looking so good for GV. It turned on its head so fast. And then I feel like this, like, you know, this clutch situation that, you know, FaZe was in, like, it was great work from him, but Anubis they fumbled the bag. And they kind of just let it go, and they played these, like, really aggressive angles, and they didn't play together. it just felt awkward. It really felt like it was disconnected from each other. So I'm not really too sure, but again, those are the kind of critical mistakes that are going to happen in this, and that honestly was a lifesaver for GV because it looked like it was done. It looked like it was over, but they're going to push this thing to overtime, and that's the first time we've seen overtime here for day number 2.
Yeah, well, just when you think it's over, it's really not. And yeah, we got proved wrong again, but to be fair, I didn't really expect to, you know, Anubis to turn this thing around, but all of a sudden GV turns it around again, and you know, this is just a back and forth, and my head is spinning over and over and over, and well, what can I say? I'm a little bit dizzy now, but back into the game it is.
I'm a little dizzy too, Pando. But we'll have to see what's going to come through, and Anubis actually now equipped here with the double arms. He talked about it, and same with GV. So double sticks on both sides here, trying to see what they can do. And now it's actually Anubis are going to switch things back over to the 1. They're kind of toying with the idea in the beginning and waiting things out. Master are going to be able to out duel phase, so that's a great start already for the Anubis Gaming side. It was GV that were, you know, putting a lot of pressure in this game, where they were finding that first engagement, winning the opening duel, putting Anubis on the man disadvantage. But now Anubis are, you know, kind of giving a little bit of a taste of the old medicine. Now able to find a secondary one too. So Snox, he gets a bit over curious, and he gets punished for it.
Yeah, a little bit too aggressive there. I mean, you gotta appreciate the, you know, the try, but the same goes for Awesome here. I mean, yeah, why not? But then why would you do it, right? I mean, you already have the man disadvantage, and well, Creed's trying to balance that once again, but oh boy, this is gonna be a tough one for 7, only with his arm in hand. I mean, maybe gets one, but he needs to go away, trying to group up with Creed's once again, and you can see Dipsy just yeeting himself across the door here, and the bomb will go down eventually. Yeah, this is just a tough one for GV. I mean, what really is there to do? A 2 versus 4 situation, and retaking the bomb site B here is just so tough. And yeah, you can tell 7 already going down, and surely not the 1v4 here, right?
Well, we said that before, and maybe, just maybe, but I mean, the time is not for him, the positioning is not for him, and Anubis will be able to win that opening round. So the 10-9 is going to come to effect from these guys. But again, I think it was, you know, a situation where, you know, GV lose the opening duel. They tried to re-aggress twice, which I thought was a very ballsy decision, but they tried anyways. But Anubis, they were prepared for it, and that preparation has landed them on double digits now, and they're going to regroup again for this B hit. It seems to be the place to go, and I know we both were commenting on this. Now Snox in a top position here on the top box, so he's got a really strong angle, and being complemented here with 7 close on by. But it's not right underneath. I mean, normally we see, you know, 2 players kind of playing in that spot, 1 high, 1 low, but right now, Anubis still putting out a feeler. They're still waiting for somebody from GV to overextend.
Yeah, it's a nice setup by GV over there, but Anubis Gaming taking a different approach, and similar to what we saw earlier from GV, it's going to be a triple, maybe 4-man push from Anubis here, and oh boy, I think, yep, it's Awesome this time around holding off the push, and eventually GV needs some info play here. I mean, they don't know anything, and eventually here Awesome has to hold them off, but it's way too much to handle, and Creeds now needs to react, but is he aware of Dipsy there? It's a good position by him, but Creeds will be the winner of this fight, and FaZe picking up Master is just so insane. But the undercat position once again, 7 picks up Jaguar, but is he aware of Doom close by? And he is, for some reason, Doom not able to kill 7, and Designo left alone in a 1 versus 3, and Creeds will pick him up from behind. And it's just so nice to see. You know, I still don't like the undercat position though, but 7 somehow able to get 2 kills from there.
Yeah, 7's playing a really solid game right now, right? I mean, it's not like he's ever going to be like the main top fragger or, you know, the flashy player, but I love that again. He's looking better, right? I mean, I think we're seeing him, you know, he came out of a break, and he's looking like he's actually contributing when he needs to, and that was a really important round, even just getting the double like that. That's able to put himself in a big impact. Now Anubis back in a tie. They try to re-aggress in the mid door. I like this change of pace from them. They had a little bit more flavor here in this round. And okay, and GV have actually put a big stack on this B side. They've realized, okay, like Anubis love B. Let's just put numbers here. Let's just wait things out. Let's have an anchor of just, you know, FaZe kind of essentially by himself. There is now, you know, Awesome being here too. So I'm not sure why both on players are here, but I don't know. They're going to try something. I don't know. I mean, Pando, anything for you on this?
Well, I'm also confused, you know. I think it's a, you know, nice idea, but is it actually gonna pay out like they want it to be? But look at Snox. I think he has an idea here, and maybe Jaguar. I'm not sure if they're gonna push, but I think, you know, Dipsy was just baiting out Snox, and for some reason no one is able to trade him out, and this isn't really what they want it to be, and just a nice double stack here coming through. And you know, it was kind of funny, Dipsy just toying around and he instantly regretted afterwards. And well, once again, Anubis with the cat push here, another a split coming their way. And well, talking about this dual sniper setup, right? Let's see it. There you go, FaZe good for one, but Design and Master just way too strong. GV has not even a chance to react on this one, and the bomb will go down eventually. Will go down eventually by Design here, and now 3 versus 3 situation once again. I feel like this is another deja vu moment, but we're gonna have to see if Design is able to hold off Creeds in 7 there. But I feel like, whoa, he's so surprised. Hello, where are these shots coming from? And Creeds and 7 both getting frags, and now Jaguar, the last one standing. 15 seconds on the board. He's not gonna get faked out by the bomb defusal here, but now he has to peek eventually, and they Creeds holding it off. I mean, it was a nice attempt by Jaguar. I loved his patience play here, but eventually you have to peek, and here you go. I love this peek by Snox. I mean, why not?
Yeah, I think there was the really good play coming in, and that replay kind of, you know, showcased it a bit in the beginning. Is I love that quick, you know, a little bit of a peek through B main like that. They knew, like, they had a good read, like GV, like, look, these guys are probably going to get ready for an execute. They're just on the outskirts of this. They got the timing, and that's what they needed, right? This little bit of microaggression. It's panning out well, and I think they're starting to get a bit of a read on Anubis being really slow and kind of going back into an execute style, which I think can kind of bite you a little bit sometimes too, right?
Yeah, I agree with you, and yeah, it's getting closer and closer, and slightly favored for GV so far, but Anubis Gaming surely not. They're gonna re-aggress to that, and you know, I just feel like Anubis, again, I am repeating myself, but I feel like they have the better strat, so eventually they're gonna have a nice reaction to it, right?
I think so, yeah. And I think now that we're going to be, you know, in the situation we're in, like GV are definitely, this thing is back and forth. Sorry. Yeah. And I was going to say I think that's the difficult thing here, is that it's so hard to analyze like what to get out of this game, just because it really doesn't seem like there's much of a lead that's ever going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. No, I see this coming that way. And well, close numbers, close fights, and you know, we are going to the game back shortly, but before we do, what do you think overall so far? What is the impression you have so far?
I think the biggest thing I love is that I think GV just being a little bit more aggressive. I like this, but I think they just have to do it at the right moment, right? So I think that last round we saw, that was perfect, because Anubis, as soon as that happened, like, they were not able to react to it very well. And yeah, they're going to be aggressive right now. They're just going to go right through long. They're going to see what they're going to be able to find. They're just kind of toying the idea, though. But look at all the utility being burned right now. You can see Anubis, they're so paranoid. They're so scared on this, and they just throw so much. And now GV, they kind of played the mind games. They kind of won that situation, but no damage at all this round, which is a little bit funny.
Yeah, it is, and it just proves once again how Anubis is reacting to it. I mean, they know GV, they know they do this cheeky plays, right? I mean, it seems a little bit weird, but obviously GV isn't going to push instantly, right? But they have done it before, and Anubis knows it, and this is also why they were so scared to, you know, to prevent this push. And now we see GV slowly but surely crossing towards bridge here, and I think it's awesome throwing some smokes towards A, and you can really see Anubis focusing towards A. I mean, you have 2 players towards Cat 2 on the A side, and only Doom holding B. I mean, Doom, he had an okay performance so far, but look at Dipsy clearing up Creeds, and who's gonna refrag this? I mean, you really have to, and 7. It's gonna get Dipsy here, and this is a strong kill for them, but Jaguar, instant regrets from GV here, and now it's a 2 versus 4 situation all over again.
Yeah, you can never count Anubis out, right? I mean, the GV, like they seem to have this momentum at times, and just get swept away from them so fast. And now even Master makes an easy connection. Phase again, a 1-on-4, 35 seconds, no bomb. I mean, he's gonna have to have, you know, the most insane shots for him to be able to win this. And the Anubis are gonna have to honestly put their bodies to this, and that could have been scary if that collat would have happened, but here we go again, right back to a tie. This thing's pushing itself to the distance. And I don't know about you, Pando, but this is getting, you know, this is a bit too close for comfort for me.
It totally is, and once again we see some A fights happening here, but GV deciding to fall back, and I'm really thinking, is this going to be another golden round scenario here? But I don't see it happening. I mean, Anubis, once again, they have the upper hand if you ask me, but GV, they need to have the right reaction to it, and hitting A didn't really work out for them, so they should really try B once again, but maybe just with a little bit more fake potential, right? I mean, I think they haven't really tried mid too many times, but they probably have their reasons for that. And once again, you can see Anubis with a triple stack towards B, and this is absolutely the right decision. And they do it because Jaguar always has the A-long control, and Anubis has so much information, and they're gonna use it.
Well, the re-aggression coming back here from GV, grouped up together in mid. Now going to go towards Catwalk. The Master now, he'll get a test once again. He's been a little bit quiet just because, I mean, in the sense that GV have been trying to avoid him. Miss him like the plague, and now Master missing a shot now. Doom trying to help him out. Able to get some kind of a spam damage coming through, but Anubis, they're winning these engagements. They're taking down GV. We talked about the firepower. And GV now bring things back to an equal situation of the 3-3. 32 seconds remaining. FaZe going to be able to find this connection. And it's all just down to Master and Jaguar. They've been able to do it before. Can they do this again? Now grouped up on Catwalk once more. They're just clearing things off. Waiting on the time, but the time is not really on their side. They have to get moving. All down to Jag now. Just going for a fight against 7. Does win this one. All the FaZe. He just needs to stay alive. The defuse is coming through, and he doesn't get off of it, but FaZe will be able to find the connection coming for the swing. And it's a 12-11 we go, and it's the moment we've all been waiting for. And the question we have, is it over or is it a golden round?
And once again, all over a long, and who's going to benefit from it? I feel like GV is trying to get a long control, but it doesn't really work out in their favor, and Anubis knows it's a tie or die situation. But I really like this attempt early on, you know, but I feel like splitting in these clutch situations didn't really work out for them. I mean, obviously it didn't, but I really like this force diffuse they're trying to do. But, you know, you always need to think FaZe is super experienced, you know, he doesn't get scared if you tap the bomb, you know, he's just gonna re-peek eventually, and so he did.
Well, leaving it to Anubis here for, like you said, that long control coming into effect. So they're just going to have a little bit more leniency on this B and mid, leaving it just for Jaguar to kind of post up on this. So them having this much real estate is so important, because now GV, it just makes it even harder. And the cards are against them right now. Not to say they can't do it, but also now coming through mid, waiting on to Snox just posted up on the B main side. And even actually Jaguar, him having this control, he gets a little bit curious, and his curiosity will benefit them in the sense of doing some damage against FaZe. So GV now realizing they're going to have to make a decision here quick. I mean, it's 50 seconds remaining on the timer. Doom again playing the same position and run it back. Why not? Leaving it. Master to be posted up here with the ready to go. Locked and loaded. Can he be able to find redemption? He will. He's going to be able to find this shot. Snox starts things off as well. It's a back and forth, little bit of a dance. And Jaguar able to find these two. And this is looking like it could be a golden round coming right through unless Snox can do the impossible here with 20 seconds remaining. No bomb in his control. 3 different defensive players to go against. He's in a terrible position for it. And we're going the absolute distance.
Well, there we go. Golden round once again. I mean, what a hold from Anubis, right? I mean, it looked kind of scary at first, but then they just turned this around like easily. But look at this time around. GV might eventually be able to hold down the long push, and Snox finding 2 players in the golden round is such an important frag to do. And GV now obviously falling back, not taking any more risk, but leaving FaZe behind in barracks is just the right decision to make. And Doom, did he spot Snox there? I'm not sure, but the B long stack might eventually be the right decision here by them, but GV playing so reserved. They just want this round to be over. They want the victory, but so does Anubis.
Yeah, we haven't seen this position before where, I mean, there's such an advantage happening this early on, but I mean, again, it's only a 1-player difference here to making this thing back to an even playing field. And, you know, GV, they're just posted up. Now really hesitant on the decision making, right? This B site is technically open. I mean, design is kind of on the outskirts of it. But they're just essentially playing retake on this, which makes a lot of sense because they're down in numbers. They have to try something different. And GV now with a minute mark remaining. Putting that bomb a little bit more on the side towards A. And I mean, that's where they were able to find 2 duels in their favor. Could be the point of attack. Snox smoked out here. He's expecting somebody to aggress. And Anubis, you can see they're kind of shuffling again and now putting a player on the back side of B. And actually GV, I was thinking this was going to be an A hit, but they've changed their plans. And now even Snox comes in for a swing. He's not able to win the fight. So we're back to an even playing field. 20 seconds remain. Guns are blazing. Design's able to take down the bomb carrier. Can he be able to take down 7? He will not. So the IGL able to find a double kill, leaving it all just down to Master with 10 seconds remaining here to hold on. And this might be it. This might be all over. Master's been able to just run the clock, and GV, they have fumbled this. And Anubis.
What?
Wait,
hold on. What? Wait. What happened?
I know, I was gonna say, like, did my ass deceive me?
Wait, I'm so confused. What? So on the in-game it says Blacklist won, right? But
yeah.
What? I'm confused. Who won now?
Well, yeah, we're gonna get production. We're gonna need you to go in the ear here because we're gonna say, like, it looked like the timer hit the end. I thought it did, unless there was that like last millisecond and FaZe got it. I don't know if he did.
I'm so confused right now. I feel like, you know, it was a good decision to just run away to play the time, but what happened? FaZe, he killed him in the end, but I think the timer hit 0. And I mean, I have seen this before, you know, sometimes you defuse the bomb but you still lose, right? This is very, very, like, it doesn't happen much, you know, it's like 1 in a million, but this one, I'm so confused.
Yeah, we're just still kind of waiting to get that confirmed. I guess, like, again, like, I thought it was over. I thought the timer hit 0. I thought this was the situation, but it actually does look like GV were able to get that duel, and they got it with the last millisecond, and somehow in some way they're gonna get that 2-0. But I mean, that is crazy. That is I've never seen that before. I've been around for a little bit of time now, and that was way too close, and I can't believe it. Like, his lucky stars, man, that horseshoe, it's there.
Yeah, I really wish we could see the players' faces right now, but I mean, how do you feel as Anubis right now? I mean, they probably were cheering already, right? But then all of a sudden, GV, they win it, and I'm speechless, really. But I thought, you know, Anubis has this one, and all of a sudden, GV wins it.
Yeah, I know, and that's the thing. Like, you know, even you and I were both kind of just, you know, saying like, look, this is it. Like, this is done. And, you know, again, like, hopefully we'll catch it on the replay because, again, I think it was the right play. Anubis played that perfectly. I mean, Master's just like, yeah, I'm going to fall back. I'm just going to run the time. And I don't know how they did it, but they get it done. And GV, by the skin of their teeth, will take away a 2-0. And honestly, that is, I think that's going to hurt the most right now from Anubis, right? Because the fact that, like, they played a phenomenal game here today. They were making this a very competitive series. So, I mean, a 2-0 from GV is definitely not going to be, you know, the full picture. But again, you know, we knew this was going to be a bar burner. We knew this was like the best matchup for the day. And my God, it delivered in full.
I'm still speechless. I've never seen something like this in such an important round, especially like this, right? It's shocking how this went through, but well, it is what it is in the end, you know. It's super unlucky for Anubis, but you still gotta give them credit. They played super well today. It just wasn't enough versus GV today, but yeah, it's also nice to see GV getting some points on the board, you know, and putting themselves a little bit more higher in the list, I guess. And well, what's there left to say?
Yeah, and you know, it's funny, like, again, I had to watch the replay a little bit, and like that timer hit 0. That timer literally hit 0. So like he must have got it within like literally before the game could register, it was done. Like 0.1 you know, of a second, like just insane. Like, so, oh man, that is something. I'm gonna tell you that right now. But again, I'm really excited that this game, you know, came into the way it did, because we knew that this was going to be the best. And I can't stress that enough, because there was so much riding on this, because we said there was a conversation of there was potentially a 2-0, but realistically we thought this probably a 1-1. So I mean, it was about to be a 1-1, and FaZe does something just crazy. But honestly, it's what a great way to end it. And GV now are going to be cheering. They're going to be feeling way better, because now they've kind of skyrocketed on the leaderboard with that 2-0, right?
Yeah, they absolutely did. And you know, it was Anubis win until it wasn't anymore, right? And it's just insane to see. And yeah, I'm really looking forward for the next game, unKnights versus Lazarus here, you know. And guys, don't go anywhere. We're gonna hit the short break, and see you soon.
Okay, and we're finally here for day number 2 and the last series of the day. And it's going to be unKnights taking on Lazarus and Pando. We've had a lot of things happening here so far, and it's been the day of 2 zeros. Do you think it could be a flawless day of 2 zeros?
Well, let me say it that way. I think the game we are about to witness is a high potential for that, but let's see what we are going to get here. I mean, obviously, if you look at the standings, Lazarus is not too well, but so is unKnights. But I really think it depends on the maps, obviously. But yeah, I think. Well, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I think it's I think there definitely is a big possibility of it. I think the piece with Lazarus that's always been really, really interesting so far, what we've seen in season 2, is like they are building, they are getting better, but is it at the right pace? And I think unKnights, I think they're ahead of them right now, if I'm going to be honest. I think if we're talking about, you know, finding themselves a little bit more of the rhythm and how the team's going to function, I would give that edge to unKnights right now. But again, I think, you know, when you kind of talk about the head-to-head, the rosters and everything like that from both these teams, I'm going to lean heavily on, you know, on unKnights, honestly. I think the firepower can be here. I think the players and experience are here as well. But, I mean, I'm wondering if we're going to still see that same unKnights that we saw yesterday, and maybe even to better effect. Whereas on the other side of Lazarus, we're going to need to see a lot more from these players and kind of that star power, right? I think Loons is clearly a really good IGL and strategic leader, but can HDZ deliver?
This is also the question, right? I mean, Kiko coming into unKnights roster, I feel like it's a very, very nice upgrade, but also you need to think about Vice coming back to Lazarus, and you can see it right here. It's still not the correct picture of Vice, but it's nice to see 40 once in a while. He's retired though, but yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward for this match here, you know. It's going to be an interesting one. I hope, you know, I was kind of bashing Menacin yesterday, but hopefully he doesn't mind. I mean, I'm only, you know, looking at what he's doing, and yeah, I'm just expecting him to, you know, step it up today and, you know, be on his top performance. And let's check out the maps. Yeah, Port and Ankara, I mean, yeah, it feels like we're gonna see the same maps over and over, but this is just how it is sometimes. And yeah, I mean, at least we're gonna see Ankara today. And well, who is going to win the first map? What do you think, Laz?
Yeah, this is a tough one for me, because I think, you know, I think I'm still going to give this edge here for unKnights. I really do, because I think Port, we've seen Lazarus, they played this, obviously, we've seen them play it so far, but I'm not really convinced. I mean, like, and I don't mean this with any negative, you know, effect, but I mean, they lost the Swamp on this with a 13-10, and I mean, you know, other times we've seen them play this, it's been kind of up and down, but they've also been able to take down Anubis. So I think this is going to be a very interesting map, just to say, just the effect of, you know, unKnights and their preparation. But the BL side is going to be really interesting, because Lazarus will be starting on that defense. So that's going to be a nice, you know, little bit of a comfort for them to get things moving here for the last series. And that's not really going to be comfort at all, because Beck, just doing Beck things. He's getting aggressive, he's getting in your face, and now they're just going to go right into this site. They're just going to fly themselves in. And now it's becoming a bit of a battle. Lazarus can't seem to find anything. HDZ gets taken out. Flashes are coming through. Guns are just spamming all the walls and everything in its path. And it's all down to Jin with an Om, which I feel like you don't really get to see that very often anymore.
Nah, not at all. And obviously, everyone from unKnights except of Alucard is kind of low HP. And yeah, it doesn't feel like the right decision to continue sniping. And hey, Alucard with a little big kaboo. And unfortunately, Jin doesn't really have a nade left. I mean, it's only a smoke, and it's not going to really help him out here. I mean, at least getting Kiko is a nice thing to have, but for the round, it's not going to be enough. And what can we say? unKnights takes the first round pretty convincingly. I mean, pushing along here is with such a nice performance. I feel like this is going to be a nice deciding factor today.
Yeah, and honestly, that's the thing, right? Like, that's where we were kind of talking about, you know, if Beck's going to be able to play the way he can, like, just again being that little bit of a lurk and getting these timings just to slip through behind enemy lines, that can always make a big difference here too. So I'm getting, you know, to the effect that Lazarus, I mean, they have a lot to prove in this, where I think unKnights, again, when you kind of talk about favorites, I think I would lean on them just on this, just based on their experience and been able to what they've been able to do at other tournaments as well, and just getting some of that extra, you know, LAN experience as a team that always is going to go a long way, even though it didn't, you know, wasn't the results they wanted. It's still the experience that they're going to have.
Yeah, good thing that you bring that up, and let's see. I mean, unKnights this time around playing a little bit more reserved. I like to see it. You know, they started off fast. Why not just slow down eventually to, you know, maybe confuse Lazarus a little bit, but let's see. I mean, HTZ on the sniper back again, and we talked about this yesterday already, but HTZ on a top, it's a nice thing to see, you know. It's a little bit dangerous, really. This is also where unKnights doesn't really instantly push. And, well, I mean, against Anubis, Lazarus was pretty convincing, you know, but unKnights is a whole different story. And Petro saying a little thing to Jin here, don't peek me. And slowly but surely, this seems to be a little bit more towards A, and time is ticking. I think unKnights need to do a move eventually, and I think they're gonna smoke off CT, which is a great choose, and now Loons have to hold him off, and he does a great job. Petro has no chance to even shoot back, and this flash doesn't really do the trick, I believe, and Menacin finally getting Kiku here, and this is looking great so far for Lazarus. Back in Alucard, now the last one standing. The bomb is getting planted, and Alucard, if he hits that first shot, I see them potentially winning this round, but can already tell Lazarus taking their time here, just waiting for the smoke to fade, I believe, or maybe they're gonna use the smoke in their advantage. There comes the flash, and Beck just trying his best to hold them off, but only gets some damage done, and Alucard now just needs to play the timer, you know, it's not that difficult, is it? And nope, Vi's gonna find them both, and I'm pretty sure Lazarus is gonna be happy about this one.
Yeah, it's a great little bit of you know, a comeback coming in from Lazarus. They're getting themselves right back into the contention of the 1-1. And I agree with you. I think the one thing that I didn't really like from unKnights is the fact they were just taking this so slow. Like, I understand, like, this map is definitely more GR sided, but I feel like we see a lot of teams just kind of post up a lot. I would like to see that, you know, a little bit more like poking around, poking and prying to see what they can get away with, just to burn some utility from that defensive side, because I think that just goes a long way, and we're just not seeing it as much as I'd like to. So I think for Lazarus, even though they lost the first opening fight, they were able to get themselves right back into the round. Single om, though, from both these teams, which I like as well. Like, I don't think anybody on Lazarus, to me, should be secondary omming. I think you should just keep it to HDZ and just him, but I would like to see unKnights getting a bit more active. Like, right now, they look stuck in the mud. Like, they don't look like they have any sort of a game plan. They're really scared about aggression. So I think they need to re-aggress on this now.
Well, once again, unKnights starting off slow, and yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, something needs to change, but I mean, so far it's kind of equal. And look at this, I like this from Jin, and if they don't check him, Jin, good for 3, good for 4. Jin, this is your highlight right there, and what can I say, this is your change. There it goes.
Okay, well, I said, you know, pick it up a little bit and put some more flavor, and Jin does. It's the other end of this, and I guess that's why unKnights are, you know, trying to prove a point to me, saying, look, this is why we have to play slow, because things like that can happen. But they don't have any sort of a trade, but good position from Jin. Love to see him in this spot where, again, he, you know, had a feast of a game earlier on in the season. Like, the guy was unstoppable. He was just like a juggernaut. So now the fact that we see him in this spot right now, leading and top fragging for Lazarus, you love to see it. And I think right now, like, the HP's low from Beck. He already gets caught with the util. But I think unKnights are giving a ton of respect, which, you know, like I said, I'm going to play that violin in that song again, because I feel like if they're just going to take this too slow, like Lazarus, they might be able to take advantage of this. And even Jin, look at, you can see he's kind of, he's entertaining an idea right now. He's looking for maybe a bit of a swing on this, and He will get punished for it at least. Madison, though, may be able to find something. He will not. He's actually going to retreat. He's going to reposition himself. unKnights finally letting off the leash, and they're going to get themselves in the B site. No plant coming through yet. Now Lazarus doing everything they can. 3 players in pit. Look at this. They're all here. They're all ready to go for this fight. unKnights now. Can they hold on? It's 35 seconds here on the timer. HDZ putting the on to connection. Takes down HDZ now. Loon's trying to get himself on a better position. unKnights are just dropping. Nobody able to find the answer yet. Kiko and Alucard, the last 2 remaining players, burning the clock as much as possible. Alucard with a big swing. He's able to find one, leaving it to Biza on the corner. And it's all down to him. The newest addition, and his head's removed. A fresh haircut. And there we go. unKnights right back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a great push by them, right? And I was looking at Alucard for a second, and I didn't see him smile at all. I think he's super focused at this point, and eventually we're gonna get some smiling from him. Because I feel like, you know, I said this yesterday already, I think Alucard, you know, maybe it doesn't look like it, but he's like a pretty cool guy to talk with, you know, so I think he's also motivating his team a lot. And, you know, as we mentioned it earlier, but, you know, motivating your team like King does, for example, you know, like he did yesterday. It's always nice to see, you know, especially when they're sitting next to each other in a room, you know, this is always a great thing to see. And yeah, Jin kind of gets caught in that flash, but doesn't really matter because it's going nowhere. And I like this split push idea from unKnights. You're back in the AC, position drops down. He's going to be the first one to going for the attack here. And you can tell he's unspotted. Super classic strat from Lazarus, actually. They're just copycatting it. And look at this. HDZ and Vice both getting the frags on the board. Not back at HDZ, trying their best to hold them off. But HDZ now left and alone. He already got 2. Can you find 2 more, though? Is this going to be his round or not? And 1 minute on the clock. The bomb is not in his favor at all, but Lazarus doesn't know it. And I'm pretty sure Lazarus is just going to hold their position. And Jin, with a nice timing on HCZ, secures the round.
Yeah, that was really good timing for Jin. That was clinical, right? I mean, that was very necessary. I mean, this was a good attempt coming in from HCZ, because if he would have been able to find that timing, for all, again, a 50-50 chance, but at least he would have made that into the 1v1. But okay, right back into it we go. And you could even see a little bit of an aggression coming in. I think that was from HDZ. Again, just trying to see if he can find the a little bit of a early duel. So, and that was in towards B main. And now, you know, unKnights are just going to be posted up. Now actually getting themselves out of long A door. So this is actually a little bit more of a positive note for them. And they're looking maybe at the possibility of doing a split on this A site. Quite possibly. But again, still plenty of time to remain on this. And now I think even for, you know, a situation like Lazarus, I'm kind of glad they're just kind of posted back. Like, I don't think they need to keep this aggression all the time. Waiting things out. Beck, they know, you know, everybody knows that he likes to play this spot. He likes to lurk things out. Madison, he's getting his feet in some hot water maybe. On the other side of this wall, there's 2 players, if not 3 from unKnights, waiting for him. Smoke gonna block him off. They might try to use the smoke to get across. X got the timing. X been able to make it across, but no. He's gonna go to the grave.
Well, nice attempt there by Beck. I mean, he got unspotted, but unlucky for him. Later on, he got spotted. And Menacin. You can't really let that one slide here, but obviously he can't really do anything for it. You know, there's a smoke in his way. He doesn't really see anything, but no, so far Madison is having a great game. And look at this, we saw this one before and that explained it already. Jin needs to constantly press that space bar unless he's peeking out way too early. But HDZ kinda saving the day here with the first frag on Petra, and now things trying to fall apart here. But unKnights kinda unsure if they want to push this one, but the timer is running down. 15 seconds on the clock. Madison with the key position needs to get these frags, but HCZ gets both of them, and Look at the HP. Loons on literally 1 HP, and this is going to be quite the ask if you ask me, but let's see. I mean, it's not impossible though. The M4 with 100% wallbang can be a decisive factor here, but the HP is just so low, and any bullet anywhere will kill Loons. And let's be realistic here, it's not very looking likely for Loons. I mean, the time is already on 50 seconds, and you can see HTZ just double tapping him. And well, Jin with a pretty cool positioning. I always like to see it. I mean, it's pretty common nowadays, but well, he kind of jumped out too early and he was fully flashed, so unlucky for him.
Yeah, a lot of action right back at it again, right? I mean, we were saying this was the previous series was probably one of the highlight matches, but this one's definitely starting to become that in contention for that #1 spot too. And both these teams again fighting for points and fighting for their lives right now, as they're both kind of sitting in a similar position in terms of the standings. I mean, they were both, you know, essentially like right, I think they were like a point or two off from each other, so this thing could not be closer in terms of the matchup. But unKnights right now at a 3-3 on their BL side. Lazarus still showing some good coordination here a little bit, making things not the easiest for unKnights. But we need to see something different, right? I feel like we're still kind of seeing the exact same thing over and over from unKnights. I would love to see a change up right now, a little bit more of the strategy from them. And even Vise, like he's kind of, it looks like he's kind of toying the idea to go for a swing, maybe just someone to throw a flash so that he's able to start it. But it's actually the IGL of Loons. He's going to get that opening duel now, taking down the Lurk of Beck. And you can even see some of these players from unKnights, they've gone into short. So looking for that A hit now. Deep Smoke's coming in. HDZ being a bit of a lurk again. Now the remaining players on long. HDZ able to get at least something done. Now it's unKnights coming in with a big swing. Players are now loaded on the bases and now leaving it to the 2-2. And it's about getting this plant down. There's still lots of time for it to come through. Utilities becoming depleted now from Lazarus. Waiting it through. Madison coming onto the edge of the box. Might be able to find the timing, and he will. Leaving it to Alucard. He has to be the sniper, but won't be anything at all. And Lazarus will maintain themselves back into a lead just by 1.
Yeah, what a shot by HTZ here to finish off Peter. And well, the retake, I mean, it wasn't really a retake since the bomb wasn't planted, but I like to see it. I like the aggression. I like everything they just did. And this is even getting more interesting. But look at this grenade damage. And Peter now needs to hit his first shots, but it looks kind of back and forth so far. Medicine good for 2. Loons backs him up with another 2. And well, 32nd round. What do you think about that one? Don't see that many times, right?
Well, you know, and again, I feel like I'm just, you know, repeating myself, but like I was like thinking like, look, unKnights, we gotta change the tempo here. We gotta do something a little bit differently. And I just felt like we needed a little bit of surprise. I do like that they tried something, but again, I think it just proved that Lazarus, you know, have a good little bit of a setup ready for that aggression. So now they have a bit of an inkling on this at least. So this is a good note for them in the future, I guess. But we are in the last round of the first half here on the first map. And it's coming down to already being disallowed of a player here. Beck's already gone. Not having that impact like I was kind of talking about. I mean, unfortunately for him, he's kind of sitting at a 2-8. He hasn't been able to, you know, find himself, you know, through, you know, the cracks in the situation and getting himself some decent map control for his team or finding a first duel. Jin here with a nice little bit of a flash just to, you know, keep scaring him a bit. Now unKnights getting ready for that utility a little bit. Now throwing a deep nade towards spawn. Not going to be able to hit Loons at all, but unKnights now mixing it up a bit more, not just stuck in mid, and they have now left this a bit more open-ended with 1:10 remaining. But look at the setup from Lazarus again. You could just see they're posted up, they're ready to go. The 2-1-2 is ready. This makes it so much harder, right? On the BL side, when you're down in the numbers, like, this is never fun. Like, you need a full force.
Yeah, absolutely. And not to forget that this map is fully GR sided. I mean, GR, I said this many times, they're always first in every spot you can imagine, but now we're gonna see a nice push from unKnights, but Kiko's the first one to fall, and I'm not sure what's happening here. I mean, the rest of unKnights seem to be a little bit hesitant here, and this is not gonna work out in their favor, but let's see, it's a little bit back and forth, and HTZ just looking for that frag, holding the ladders, but HTZ already good for one, but a nice turn on from HTZ to close things off, but don't think Alucard isn't ready for you. 10 seconds on the board, bomb gets planted, but does he know about Jin? Jin is super sneaky. He's gonna climb up the stairs here, and he hits it. He needs it, and he's so happy about it. So, okay, Jin, calm down. Calm down. I know you're leading, but you don't want to make Alucard angry. This is not what you're looking forward to.
Yeah, you don't want to unleash the beast, right?
Yeah.
No, but honestly, you know, good little bit of work coming in from Lazarus, and again, I think, you know, we're starting to see a player like Jin. Like he to me, him and HDZ are kind of those two players that probably are your stars, I would say. I think, not to say nobody else can be, like they definitely can, but I think they seem to be the ones, like if they're on, they're on. So right now a 6-3 half coming in. Lazarus now going to be on the BL side, and unKnights, you know, it's a big thing here to see how much their defense can hold on to this. And Lazarus with a bit of a lead, which is always comforting, but we've seen this before, and it's really been the telling piece today, is that it doesn't matter how big of a lead you have. You know, when you're on that BL side, it can be a little bit against you.
Yes, it can, and you can already tell Jin trying to write his own story here, but didn't really work out in his favor. I mean, he's already to half HP, and well, I mean, this is gonna be a close corner fight over and over again. And you know, to be fair, I didn't really expect Lazarus to be the leading team for the first half, but well, I'm always glad to, you know, when someone proves me wrong, because you know, you can always learn. But well, I'm probably sure that unKnights will have a better GR side, because you know, this is just what usually happens here. And 6-3 is great and all, but can you maintain the lead or not is the question here. And Lazarus making some noise towards B, and you can slightly see a little bit of a favored stack from unKnights, but you know, they're not gonna fall for it too easily. I mean, there's only 2 people on B right now, and you know, 2-1-2 setup as usual, pretty standard actually. And you can see Alucard posted up on A top, and with a little support of HCZ, this is going to be quite interesting, but not this time around. Alucard, he knows exactly what Lazarus wants to do here, and 20 seconds on the board. You just need to buy some time, but Loon's not gonna be a decisive factor here. And oh boy, is the time running down for them, and a 3 versus 2 situation. HDZ in no man's land kinda, and well, 8 seconds, 7, 6, and timer's going down and down, and they need to plant the bomb. Eventually Vice getting it down makes this one winnable, but don't forget about Kiko. Kiko has been a very, very interesting player so far. I mean, right now he's having a kinda mid-present, but I feel like he's absolutely able to get this clutch done, but it's gonna be a tough ask for him. And well, there's HDZ, and we're looking for a second Vice. Can he be able to find him? Vice going to be the winner of this fight. And well, what do you know? Another round for Lazarus.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good, despite, you know, you can see the highlights kind of showing us a little bit that, you know, unKnights were able to start things off really, really well. Like Alucard was able to find that first initial, and then essentially we saw the situation again where they were able to get, you know, I think it was the 1 or 2 in their favor, and then Lazarus actually were able to bounce back a little bit better. So a 7-3 scoreline. I didn't think we were going to see this, if I'm going to be, you know, completely honest, but like you said, I love getting proven wrong, and that's great, because Lazarus, I think, you know, they're able to finally get something started on the BL side. It came down to the clutch, but Vi's honestly, you know, someone that came from 36 Demons onto this team. It's great to see him back and putting himself at 10 kills right now, tied right now with Jin. So those 2 guys are starting to put in good numbers. And honestly, I feel like the KD ratio overall is pretty nicely spread between everybody on both these teams. Like, it's not like, again, there's a hard anchor or like a hard carry right now. Whereas I know we've seen on the desk like players like Jin that have been putting up massive numbers. Like, I think there was a game I called with him and he dropped like 25, 27 or something like that. It was just ridiculous.
Well, Lazarus usually is a pretty quiet team when it comes to communication, you know, especially Vice coming from the 36 is a little bit interesting because I think, you know, like I said earlier, when it comes to communication, Lazarus is a pretty quiet team, but this wasn't always the case, you know, back in the days when NLS was still there, you know, the communication was always happy. It was always like someone was there for the mood, you know. It's kind of what Alucard does right now for unKnights, but well, what can I say? Kiko, the first one to fall here from the side of unKnights, and 30 seconds again. I feel like Lazarus is also kind of similar to GV. HTZ from behind. Oh no, and he even has the bomb, and this is an absolute shocker. This is a downer, and this round, if Lazarus is somehow able to recover the bomb and run towards the bomb side, there's just no way. No way in the world. I mean, Beck, he needs to hold them off, but he just needs to buy the time, really, and no one even checks the corner. I mean, someone has to, and, well, I was about to say earlier, NLS back in the days, what a great player. I believe he's still a sub for Lazarus, but I think someone like him is kind of missing in that lineup. But right now, 7-4 is not too shabby, you know, it's all good.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. And honestly, I think, again, what we saw before for unKnights is the fact that, you know, HCZ was a player that was able to get himself back into situations where he's going for big flanks. He was being a playmaker, and we see it there again where he single-handedly got that round for them. Alucard only able to get this one in a power spot, top position. Now Lazarus, they're a little pissed. They're a little angry. They didn't like that. They don't like the way this last round went, so they're going to put a little bit more pedal to the metal on this, getting a little bit more aggro. Pietro's going to come right through the backside here of the enemy lines. He's going to be able to take down the head of one of his opposing members. Now making it a 3-on-2. Bomb going to go down. HGZ about to give up his back to him. Maybe not, and he will turn at the right moment. Leaving it all down to Kiko, the newest addition to this team, requiring the big clutch. Not going to have the clutch factor for this one at all. And now Lazarus back into a comfort lead by 4.
Oh boy, the numbers are closing in, and well, I like the way Alucard's defends the A side. I mean, they have tried the same thing twice now, and Alucard was always aware of it. You know, usually what they're trying to do, Lazarus, they're just trying to sneak underneath, you know, so no one really sees him sneaking by, and for some reason, Alucard has the perfect position to defend that, and Lazarus now knows, hopefully, they can't do the same thing over and over again, and eventually have to adjust, and slowly but surely, I mean, they're still winning, right? So it doesn't really matter too much, but if you want to have some more comfort, you need to react. You need to react to unKnights' awareness, and just nice to see, you know, unKnights always playing that kind of standard thing, you know, 2-1-2. And, well, back with this M4, preventing everyone from crossing mid, and, you know, I like this. It's super standard, but if it works, it works. Vice now sitting on the top of the box there. I mean, you know, sometimes, I'm not sure if it's still the case, sometimes you can see names through smokes. I mean, the way CrossFire works, as soon as you look at an enemy, you can see his name, right? It's like displayed on top of him, and sometimes, I mean, it used to be back in the days, you can always see players through the smoke, but this time around, it didn't really work out in their favor. And again, look at this, 50 seconds on the board. We see this over and over again. I mean, they're really letting that clock run down, and they have to make a decision sooner or later.
Yeah, a decision definitely has to be made, and HTZ, he's going to make a decision for us right now, and finding the first duel, and that's literally within under 40 seconds. Like, that's the first frag that comes in, so Now Lazarus with 30 seconds remaining. They're going to now go for the execute. Pietro playing behind the sight box. He's not able to find anything actually, so his time is short. Now leaving for unKnights. Trying to do everything they can. 2 remaining players. Still need to get this bomb planted. But it's going to be dropped, and now leaving it to the 1v1, and it's Jin once more with a triple. And Lazarus now putting themselves on the map point on something that looked good for unKnights. It's starting to look a little grim.
Well, Jin not playing around this time around. I mean, 14 frags. Really showing the numbers on the board here, and what else can you ask for? I mean, Jin stepping up to the plate here, and Vi's already a little bit low here. Should not matter too much, and please, Lazarus, don't do the same mistake all over again. I don't think this is gonna work out in your favor, but you can see it there on the right. They're just spotting. I mean, it's an interesting thing, and well, do we see the same thing again? I hope not, because Alucard, he knows it. He is super aware, and you can tell by his movement there, and we're gonna try it again. Well, let's see. Alucard gets one. Well, that wasn't really expected, is it? Well, Alucard and back getting both frags here, but you can see it kind of goes back and forth now. So 2-2 situation. Hello, Kiko finding HTZ lurking around, and Lutz now needs to get that kill, and this round now turned out to be pretty interesting. Oh boy, that was an interesting fall with 6 HP. Well, Loons, you have absolutely 6 HP left, and a lot of pressure from Kiku, and you know, it's a tie or die situation for unKnights, but Lazarus still waiting on their chance. And Loons, I feel like, you know, obviously it was a good idea to just wait around, but Kiko winning this round is just a nice thing to move forward to.
Well, the Band-Aid's going to stay on here for unKnights, and I can't believe the clutch factor that came in, and it was almost a situation, like you said, I think Loons was in a great position to potentially find this, but unfortunately for him, he just couldn't get the clutch done. He was so close, but no cigar, and now they're going to redo it again. They are stubborn. They want this A hit. They're just going to try it, and instead, Alucard ain't getting nothing, but instead, even if the arm's not going to make the connection, the rifles are now starting to just load this kill feed. And Lazarus, they've lost all their players. Loons now coming alive again in a clutch situation with the 1-on-4 now turning into the 1-on-2. Needing to do something big here. With 1 minute and 30 remain, he's got the bomb in hand. This is still a moment here where he could be able to find something, but again, like, you don't have the numbers in your favor. He has to be able to get this plant down. This is going to be a difficult one. Oh, he's got the bomb out, but he actually does realize players are closer than he thought. He's going to go for a swing. He does a bit of damage against Pietro. Can he be able to finish the job? He will not. And it's going to be the wall spam coming in through him. 24 HP to spare, and unKnights slowly and surely climbing back in.
Well, it's just a matter of time really until Lazarus gets that final round, but you know, maybe, just maybe, unKnights, oh boy, I'm not sure if they were able to bring this one back, but I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, this is absolutely doable here, and if Lazarus continues the way they play, I mean, you know, Loons, for some reason, he's always the last one to be alive, right? I mean, clutching is, you know, always possible, obviously, but I don't think Loons is a good clutch master. I mean, he's pretty smart, you know, he's insane when it comes to tactics, to, you know, game knowledge and everything, but clutching isn't always working out for him, I feel like. And well, Vice holding the BC entrance here it's a tough angle to hit, really. I mean, if someone swings, it's kind of tough to hit. But well, I think we're gonna see another A hit from Lazarus. I mean, it tends to be their favorite side, and you can see a little fight going on towards Belong here. I think, yeah, it's HDZ with Pietro. Maybe, yeah, Lazarus seems to fake out A, and this is working absolutely in their favor. I mean, It's only Peter, I believe, towards B, and one more player in BC, but Jin trying his very best to confuse them a little bit, but no, the shots needs to come through, and this looks like an open B side. Back needs to hold them down, but Loons not letting it happen, and oh boy. This is looking great for Lazarus so far, and yeah, people start to fall more and more. And 30 seconds on the board, the bomb will go down eventually, and HCZ needs to do so much for his team, and I don't know if he's able to do it. Alucard not close to the party, just waiting for the bomb plant to happen, and HTZ good for 2. Can he find a third? This would be huge for the team, but can he though? He's 5 HP. Alucard's still not showing any presence here, and kinda not sure what Alucard is trying to do there, but now Alucard has to do something. I mean, 16 seconds left on the bomb. Look at Alucard's face cam down. He's like little unhappy there. And I think we got kind of spoiled there. Yeah, Lazarus taking this one in fashion, and I'm just glad to see them win here.
Yeah, honestly, I'm gonna be quite honest. I'm pretty surprised, just the fact that, you know, they were kind of a team for me that I thought in this matchup it was going to be outweighed in my opinion, but I'm glad to be proven wrong here for the first opener. And I do think a lot of players, you know, were able to find themselves in good effect, right? Like I think, again, like I say good effect, meaning that, like, I think you made a comment about Loons isn't clutch. I agree, he probably isn't, but he made it close, right? And he was pushing himself in decent double-digit numbers. We saw a couple other players getting themselves in high numbers as well. So I think we're starting to see a little bit of that firepower that I thought was lacking for this team, yeah, to be actually doing quite well for a team like Lazarus. So this scoreline, I think being this big of a gap is quite shocking to me. And I mean that with all respect, of course, but I just was expecting a lot more from unKnights on this one.
Well, to be fair, I expected it to be the completely opposite here, right? I mean, Lazarus winning this is super surprising. I'm pretty sure a lot of people would agree with me here, but well, I mean, why not? Lazarus showing some performance. I really like to see it. I mean, they had a little bit of a tough time yesterday, but you know, surely not this time. And yeah, I'm looking forward for the second map here. And what's there left to say, Les?
Yeah, I think you know, I think the stats will be really, you know, cool to see as well. But I do think, you know, when we saw in the very beginning of the opening weekend that I had to bring it up, because I thought for a map like this, I was going to say, you know, Swamp were able to, you know, beat a team like Lazarus, like a 13-10. Yes, they went into overtime, but they still beat them. And I felt like Lazarus, I think, wanted to make themselves a bit more of a point to say, look, like, we could definitely play this map, we can play a lot better. But I just wasn't fully convinced, if I'm going to be honest, even though like they have taken a team like Anubis down on this with like a 10-6. But I still felt like even that game, when they won that, it was still Anubis in a very much an early stage of, you could tell they didn't have their system in place. The foundation wasn't really set, because I think players like Doom sat at like a 0.38 rating, and Design was less than a 0.75. Like, you didn't really see those guys kind of popping off. So, and that was the Jin show. That was the game that I was talking about, where he just dropped like insane numbers. So it's great to see them, you know, putting in a better start to this season already.
Yeah, like you mentioned, the Jin show is on, and I really like to see it. You know, Jin used to be such an amazing player, and I think he still is, right? But proving once again that he got everything what it takes. And I think without Jin, this game would have been a little bit different, you know? But I'm really sad to see that unKnights had to, you know, kind of, I mean, I'm not sure how to say this in a good way, but yeah, unKnights really needs to adjust their gameplay from here on. And now we see the stats coming up, and you can really tell, oh boy, this is looking a little bit not so good for unKnights. But on the other side, Lazarus, Jin 1.4 KD, and I'm pretty sure he's happy about that one.
And I mean, he definitely is. And I thought, you know, the other thing too is, like, you know, Vise he probably would have the MVP in this matchup, right? Just because he was at 1.45. Jin was right behind him with a 1.4. But that's the thing, right? Like, these top three these top 3 players, you know, for Loons as well, like that's what I was saying, like your IGL, like kind of, you know, frag it out. It's all good. I mean, that's a big thing, and I think that was really cool to see, because also like it doesn't mean Madison has to make these like surprising and stellar plays and everything like that, but now it's going to be the big question about moving into the second map, which of course, let's not forget, it is going to be on Kara, where I don't know if this is really a strength for both these teams, but I'm actually thinking this could be a cool little bit of a matchup.
It surely will be, and well, I'm not sure who's going to be the winning factor, but well, if Lazarus continues to play the way they are, I mean, you know, everything is working great. If Jin continues his dominance, I think, yeah, Lazarus having good cards here, but obviously unKnights, Alucard, they need to, you know, adjust, and I'm pretty sure they will. They're talking right now as we speak, and guys, don't go anywhere. We're gonna hit a quick break and be right back.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're ready to go for the final map of the final series of the day, and it is going to be none other than Ankara to finish things off. And man, oh man, we had a surprise showing coming in from Lazarus with a 10-6 on port, and now to move things over on a map where I still have no idea what to expect. And Ando, I don't know if you got any different thoughts as well.
No, not at all. I'm always just looking forward for, you know, the dual sniper setup when it comes to Ankara, but well, I'm pretty sure one of these teams gonna, you know, use it eventually. But looking at this history on Ankara, yeah, well, it's gonna be a quite interesting game overall, but it seems like we're gonna have a little bit more waiting time.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting close. And I mean, this is the thing too, where again, when we talk about the vetoes, we definitely have to, you know, kind of remind again that this was, you know, the first pick of port was for Lazarus. Now the decider kind of being for a map like this, and the GR side is going to be in the sense of Lazarus. So we have seen it before where when they play on this map, I mean, yes, they can definitely have a decent showing here on the defensive side, but again, it's going to be a question about unKnights and, you know, what their game plan is going to be to at least get some points on the board.
Yeah, totally agree, and it seems like we're gonna remake the lobby real quick. And well, what's there left to say before we start the match? I mean, obviously we are both excited to see this one popping off, and well, I wonder who's gonna be the first team to, you know, make the first step. And well, most likely it's none of these teams, you know, but because neither unKnights or Lazarus are like pretty aggressive when it comes to it. But you know, I always like to see these first round pushes because most of the time they're pretty unexpected, but most of the times, you know, no one does it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the other thing is too is what we've seen in the past, you know, unKnights, they like, you know, they are in these situations where, I mean, their BL side didn't really look the greatest. Like, let's just be honest, right? So they played teams like GV, and, you know, GV were able to win that, like, you know, I think it was like a 7-2 in the first half, which is just kind of crazy to think about too. But either way, we're underway, folks, and now we're ready to go for the final map of the day. And it's a big, you know, again, the biggest question I think is about, you know, does the 2-0s continue, or is this the one that goes to an even split? And I think this map is a wild card of that kind of thought, because I don't even think I could tell you confidently this could be a 2-0.
Well, it can be, but it really depends if Lazarus can keep up their momentum like they just had. And surely unKnights, surely they will be a little bit different this time, right? I mean, they need to adjust, they need to get these frags on the board, and you can tell everyone is just kind of reserved. I mean, unKnights kind of all over the place, already a man down, but so is someone from Lazarus. Yeah, it's HTZ and Alucard. Both snipers, actually. Yeah, so Vice going for a cheeky play from Hotel. We saw this one yesterday, I believe. We saw it before pretty often. I'm not sure by who, but yeah, this is actually a super standard play to do. You know, just pick out of Hotel, try to get their advantage early on, but 50 seconds about to be on the clock, and we see the same thing happening multiple times. And now, yeah, Loon's kind of getting all the information they want, and at this point I'm pretty sure he's gonna call out the A hit, and Menacin, the key player once again. We have seen this sometimes, back from behind, getting killed from Loons here, and Menacin not able to stop Petro, and this is gonna be a little bit critical, but Jin already good for 2, and it seems like Jin is continuing his road to the dominance here, and HCZ round about 5 HP, I believe. And ooh, Loon's going for the big rotation. Not sure if I'm a big fan of that, but without utility it might be the better choice. And Loon slowly but surely approaching towards HCZ, and he's winning this fight pretty confident. You know, wasn't even close, and the bomb gets defused. First round for Lazarus.
Yeah, that was a really good placement. And you know, it's funny, you know, we're talking about the positioning and the fact of Loons kind of being in these clutches, it feels like so far in this series, right? But I love that, you know, I personally love the reposition, and I think you kind of were mentioning it right at the end of your point is you didn't have utility, so if the timing's right, he might be able to get it, and the timing was definitely right. And now Knights are starting to get their foot on the gas a little bit more. They're not going to idle any longer. They want to try to do what they can here. Now Lazarus, you can see they're just waiting. Madison just going to play a little bit of jiggling in the site. Loon's looking to see what he can do, and he's doing some good damage against HCZ. Can he get the job done? HCZ going for a swing, and actually he will drop, and now leaving it to a 3-3. Bomb is going to go down. So again, a situation here for Lazarus on the retake. Plenty of utility on two of these players, and they still got about 20 seconds to work with. But again, they got to get moving. Like, Jin's coming in from long. Now he has to be able to find this timing. His teammates need to swing, and they do. They make it look so picture perfect. And what an impressive amount of showing of teamwork that we're starting to see from Lazarus. And that was a very convincing retake.
Yeah, continuing to be the better team at this point. And I was about to ask, are we going to see great retakes like we did from Awesome yesterday? And yeah, sure, it seems like it. And Lazarus, you know, they always make it look that easy, but in reality, it really isn't. I mean, retaking like that, I mean, I think no one even died from Lazarus, right? So yeah, pretty convincing. And this is also an interesting mid-stack, and Pietro kind of in the middle of it, but oh boy, he will feel the pressure eventually, and Kiko helping him out eventually. Vice, oh, he's fully flashed, can't get anything done, and Kiko, this must feel pretty annoying, because, you know, you were able to help your teammate, but all of a sudden you're fully flashed, can't do anything, and HDZ in a good position now to make something happen. Loons and Menacin, goodbye.
Oh, and I was gonna give a lot of credit too, because I love what Lazarus did. I love the change up. You know, instead of just playing passive and letting, you know, unKnights go for the play, they're the ones like, no, you know what, let's initiate something. Let's see what we can do. Let's push them around a little bit, and I think it worked out really well in the beginning. But the mistake was of Loons and Madison. Like, you could tell the positioning on that connector piece, and that's where HZ was able to find that double. Is they should have just fell back right away, right? I mean, we saw the smoke come in, we saw the flash getting, you know, the ability for Madison to cross, but I think they were just a bit too slow on the draw there for the rotate, and this could have been a very different round for them. But great work coming in from unKnights, and HCZ able to find himself in these positions and fights where he's able to, you know, pick up the slack a little bit when needed. Now they're going to creep on into this B site. HTZ playing from the tower, but he goes out with a pistol, and then Vise he falls to his death, and all of a sudden, I mean, this thing is turned on its head. And I mean, yeah, Jin, he's sitting at a 4-2 or a 4-1 record right now, but I don't know. This is a lot to ask for right now from one of your big players. But if unKnights, you know, they fall asleep at the wheel, this could be, you know, detrimental. And now Jin's getting himself in this site. Does he know that Alucard's going to be in this tower? I think he might have just spotted him. Goes for the one, looking for more, and he's almost able to get it done, but Beck will be able to find it. And unKnights, they're back on the board.
Yeah, pretty convincingly again, but I wonder if you're gonna see how Vice died. Nope, not this time around, but yeah, he probably died from fall damage, I believe. Not sure if he died like Alucard last time, if you remember that one, but yeah, no, it's pretty nice to see unKnights finally striking back. Pretty convincing as well. Lazarus now, they need to find that spot, you know, they need to find a way to stop unKnights from that momentum, because I feel like unKnights is going to be pretty happy about that round, because, you know, they had a hard time. They need to, you know, get something to cheer on, you know, and this was surely it. And now we're going to see, once again, a little bit more of a reserved unKnights, but not sure. I mean, yeah, you know, just getting that map control. You can see Pietro there in AC, getting all that info that they want, and yeah, this looks like an A hit eventually. I mean, the Loons is just gonna re-smoke a main here, and I think it's Jin this time around in vents. Yup, I think he might do a better job than Menacin. This is probably also why they switched it up. And Jin, Slowly but surely creeping forwards. He gets so much info. He yells for help and he gets HEZ early on, but Menacin can't hold anything. He's just so unlucky when it comes to that. And oh no. unKnights, so good. Peter with a triple kill. HTZ now left alone in a 1 versus 3 situation. He gets a leg shot on Peter, but it's not gonna be enough.
Yeah, and that's going to be a quad for Pietro too. So that's something we wanted to see. And he's one of these guys that, again, like, you know, he's able to, you know, have himself these highlight reels and these big moments. So great to see him finally finding that success on this one. But yeah, I think that play from Jin was really interesting, just in the sense that, you know, he wasn't bent. He did have all the information. He kind of went for another double swing, which was a little bit awkward. And I think even it kind of felt like when he went for the swing, he didn't look really confident that he was going for the swing. Like, I think he realized, like, you know what, I probably shouldn't be doing this, but I'm going to do it. And I think that, you know, a little bit of a split decision cost him his life. Now unKnights going to creep through mid. And, you know, and Lazarus once again kind of back in the 2-1-2. And Vise actually does have himself a pretty good idea of the gimmicks that are coming in right now from unKnights. But the question is, if it's HEZ, is he going to be ready for somebody to maybe swing on this? But unKnights, once again, they'll go up mid. Now they're going to come through on the left side of the connector. And they're just going to post up once more. And this is a very slow and methodical paced round from unKnights.
Oh boy. You can see DC4 is still lurking in base, but eventually it's gonna make a move. Excuse me. Eventually it's gonna make a move, but I think it's gonna be the tunnel here. Yeah, the connector towards B. And I like this. You know, they made a little bit of sound, but luckily it's not gonna matter too much. And not sure who's that on A, but he's gonna make a lot of noise, a lot of distraction. And is it gonna matter though? unKnights so close. Oh boy, what happened there? No one even shot them, but it was kind of scary for a second. Vice, what is that? I haven't seen that before. That was pretty nice to see. And HTZ trying to hold off back, and he's pretty successfully doing it. And Kiko now left alone in a 1 versus 4 situation. 15 seconds on the board. He has no bomb, he has no hope at this point. And Jin cleans him up. And what was this shot by Vice? I mean, double headshot? Wow.
Yeah, that, oh man, it was like a collat. Like, I'm pretty sure he just did like a double shot, and then he got both of them. So they lined up for him, but he knocked the pins down, I guess. And you just, again, you love to see it. And like Vice, you know, he was one of these players that I think, you know, was a big conversation here between all of us on the desk, and just saying, look, he came from 36 Demons. He has a lot to prove. He has to find his way back, and he's got a long path here. And Pietro, labored spray, not able to find too much of a success on it, but a life going to be spared here from Lazarus. And now Kiko will get the job done. We spoke about Vise too much, and now HTZ just dunks Kiko. Now unKnights, a tempo now being gained, and pistols are starting to be success points here. Back to an equal footing of the 2-2. And now the HP in an advantage right now. A swing, and a leg's going to come through. Is it going to be enough? And the spray coming in, but a pistol maybe to get it done. It's the Wild West here. 12 bullets remaining. Trying to see what he's going to be able to find with a one-tap Alucard. With 1 HP to spare. He has to hit the perfect shot. Madison down to 6. Both these players, you can breathe on them and they're going to tip over. It's anybody's game. And they're both just fighting with a minute left. This is the most awkward fight in the world, and Madison will be able to prevail, and Lazarus continue on with a 4-2.
Yeah, you can see it in his face. Madison is so happy to get this one. I mean, yeah, it was a little bit cheeky, you know, but he got it done. And Lazarus, they're gonna feel pretty good about that one. But on the other side, unKnights, Alucard, you know, he was trying his very best to, you know, win this round, but didn't really work out in their favor. And Pietro, interesting spot. I think HTZ missed him. I mean, Yeah, obviously it was smoke, but I didn't. HTC is kind of looking towards him, so maybe he did see him and missing his shot on a. Oh no, Petro. So lucky that HTC misses the shot, but that's just how it is sometimes. And Petro, nice positioning by him, getting the sniper early is pretty convincing, a pretty good start. And oh no, don't do that again. We saw that one earlier, didn't really work out. And HTZ now going to group up with his friends towards B, I believe. He's just gonna hold off the A connector for a while, but his team's still stuck close to the hotel area. And oh, look at this stack here by Lazarus. They're kind of smelling it. This is the absolute right choice by them, unless unKnights going to change their minds, but it's not gonna look like this. And this is actually a nice bait setup here. Vice sticking his head up, and you see, okay, Kiko, he gets his head chopped off, and you see Jin is hiding in the tower position. Madison, good for free. Can he find the fourth eventually? I mean, this would be something he needs. I mean, he's looking for it for so long, and HCC totally unspotted, and I don't think anyone knows where he is. Madison, can he get it done? No, not this time around, but Jin hiding in the bait setup here, and this worked out totally fine. I mean, this is exactly what we were looking for, and we get to see the early frag here by Petro. This is exactly what they needed, and you know, the bait setup there, I like to see it.
Yeah, I really love that bait setup again. And you know, I think Madison, he's been a little quiet, and I think he's having enough of it too. And I think that was one of the most impactful plays we've seen him have in a little bit of time here so far in season 2, just because it was the bait and switch. He was able to take down the bomb. He was able to find another one, and man, oh man, gets 3. Now Vise again, just playing an hotel deep. He's just trying to get this information, putting a little bit more of the pressure, but now Jin going to be the pressure. Finds this one. Now he can pull back, and this is what you want from Lazarus, right? This is where it's a good situation of them to win this engagement. Now they can kind of turtle, right? Now they can play a little bit more defensively. And this is going to make it more difficult for unKnights in this situation. They don't even have the bomb right now. Like, they are still finding map control, re-aggressing, trying everything they can. And Lazarus, I mean, they're in a great position. They have the advantage in their favor. 1 minute and 20 remaining for this round. And unKnights, again, they're split apart. You have the 1-1 and 2. And Pietro's just kind of, again, giving some communication, like, I don't see anybody peeking in mid, nothing aggressively. So I mean, there's a chance we see this split into B, but again, it's a great read coming in from Lazarus. Loons getting some good information. He's being a bit of a detective. 50 seconds now remaining, and Madison tries to get a little bit too hungry. It's a bigger bite than he thought. Buys here the trigger discipline once again, almost in the same spot. He can't find it. And now unKnights, can they get in this site? This is a big moment here for them, and they need to be able to find it. The plant's going to come through, and people are just getting destroyed with damage. And now Lazarus, they're on a retake, and Pando, that's all she wrote.
Well, once again, Lazarus retaking the bomb site here, and Vice, I mean, great positioning, great trigger discipline, but I think I would have done the same here, you know. I'm not sure who he killed first, but he was kind of running by, and yeah, I mean, eventually you have to take a shot, and well, 1 kill is better than 0, and 6 and 2 for the first round here. Wait, let's see, Jin. I don't like this position with what Jin does here. I mean, he switched with Madison, but usually it's a nice spot, but I don't feel like they're pretty good at playing it, but who knows? Maybe they're gonna prove me wrong once again. I mean, that's what people love to do, right? And now Loons has a lot of info, but well, he's probably pretty surprised, like, huh? Where are these unKnights players coming from? And you can tell Lazarus now rotating, but back in the back, trying to kill Vice here, but it's a smart move from him to just back off and playing it more safe, but he's just gonna wait a little bit longer to get Peter as a support player, but Vice holding on for his life. I mean, getting Kiko here is a big kill, but the time is running out for them. They need to get onto this bomb site. Madison convincingly killing Alucard, and 15 seconds on the board. They need to tap the bomb eventually, and Jin from behind. Pietro not looking, opening up this round for them. And is this actually a 7-2.5?
It really is. Yeah, no, your eyes are correct, and I think, you know, again, it's you know, some solid defense that we see from Lazarus that came in. And I think we have these conversations about players kind of, you know, posted behind the box, players, you know, flanking. So Lazarus, you know, have really reconfigured their game plan, and they look polished. They really do. Like, I mean, I'm nothing but impressed right now. A 7-2 first half, now going into the BL side. This is what you want, right? I mean, you want that comfort because they know it's going to be difficult. Like, we know this is a GR sided map, but again, I mean, the way Lazarus are playing, it almost just feels like they're unstoppable at this point.
Well, Lazarus now on the BL side. I mean, now it gets more tactical than before, right? And we say it all the time, Loon's such a master when it comes to that, and I'm gonna see if Lazarus is able to get more things done. I mean, they have so much comfort, you know, they can lose more rounds than they need to win, so it's gonna be quite interesting what they're gonna do with this comfort. And yeah, right now, you know, they're just getting some info, some more map controls. Surely it's gonna be a little bit smoother for them. And Peter, I think he's gonna peek mid in about a second here, but he's patiently waiting. Like this, don't over aggress. I mean, you're leading, now you are behind with a lot of rounds, so don't really want to do that. And Menacin, this is what I love to see by him, so sharp with the AK. And yeah, what can you say about Menacin? I mean, finally stepping up for his team here. This is really what Lazarus needs, and this is also why Lazarus is in such a lead position right now. And Pietro with an interesting spot. The timing might be a little bit off here, but he gets two. Can you find the third? Loons. Is he able to find them? No, Loons. Good for the trade. 30 seconds on the board, but unless something magically is going to happen here, I think Lazarus might have this round last. Oh,
Could
no.
be, and Jin actually, I was going to say, like, I don't know what happened to him, but he drops, and okay, but I mean, either way, even him with him getting dropped, still 10 seconds remaining. They have to get this bomb down. I mean, they have to burn this time, and the plant has to be committed. So now it's making it more of a problem situation here. And unKnights, they will hold on again, and Alucard will put the pistol. And honestly, that's so unfortunate for Jin, just because that really would have been the best thing for them, because they could have finished their meal. And you know, I think the fact that Pietro was able to find that double that way was just all about timing.
I wonder how Alucard feels about Jin dying at the same spot like he did. I mean, it's such a weird thing to happen twice now. I mean, if I would be them, I would just always make a bigger turn around that corner. I mean, this just can't happen. And especially in those rounds, I think if Jin wouldn't have died there, the round would have been completely different. But this is just how it is sometimes. And unKnights now a little bit closer, but there's so much work to do. And I think Lazarus creeping up the tunnel here. Alucard in the key position once again. Oh boy, this is gonna be epic. Who's gonna fire first? And I think HDZ is gonna jump. Look at the swing by Pietro. Is he gonna able? No, he's not able to get the quad feed here, but Alucard now backing off, and this is exactly what he needs to do here, buying some more time for his team. But look at Menacin in mid. I hope he is aware of, I think it's Kiko coming his way. Oh, no, he's not. I don't think they're gonna see each other, and Lazarus just playing the time here. I think it's, you know, it's a nice decision by them, but they need to make a move here. And Menacin not aware of A to Z. Good positioning by him, but Jin is there to trade him out. Nice double by him, and now a 1 versus 2 situation. And once again, we talked about this earlier, Loons in those clutches, and oh no, what is going on? And you can see it in his face. He's not happy about this one.
Oh man, that's disappointing to have a bit of a tech issue. And I mean, okay, unKnights are gonna count a lucky star here, or, count a blessing here, because I think there was a good chance he could have still had that round, but I think the fact that they didn't have to really fight for that one near the end is a good thing. But I think this is a pace where I wouldn't mind seeing Lazarus changing it up now. I think they're being a bit slow. I think they're the ones that I still want to put a little bit more force on this, right? Like pick a victim and just go for it. So we'll see if they're going to be able to do that. There's a little bit of time here just resolving the tech issue. I think it was just Loons that disconnected, so
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll be back in it momentarily. But again, I love that we're seeing, Jin he's having himself an outstanding performance, and he's just becoming the guy that's able to get brisk headshots and opening things up in that opportunity. But unKnights now, again, this is where they've been in these positions before. They like to, well, they don't like to, but they seem like they can climb back into games. But we'll see if they can do it now. I mean, still a big lead here for Lazarus. Very quiet on this end for them.
Well, man, the luck is just not on Lazarus' side right now. I mean, Jin dying to whatever, and then Loons disconnecting from the server. I mean, man, what can you say about this one? It's so unlucky for them. But on the other side, unKnights, they should be really happy about this one. I mean, they don't even need to do anything at this point. They just win by, I don't know, but technicality maybe. But okay, surely we are going to be back soon. And yeah, what can I say about this one here? Loons trying to get back, I think. Everyone is still patiently waiting, but there's also not much talking going on right now, right? I mean,
no, not at all. It seems pretty quiet, right? And I mean, I think again, like, for Lazarus, what we saw in the early stages of this game was the fact that Jin was getting, highlight reels. Madison was having highlight reels. Even Vise was having himself, an open field of just getting, frag after frag. So it hasn't been the same here in the second half necessarily. So that's where I'm kind of waiting just to see. I'm patiently or impatiently waiting to see who's going to be the one that's going to step up, right? I mean, who's going to be that one that can find something? Because the one thing I do admire a lot is on the corner of the screen there, that was Pietro, right? He's the guy that's been finding the timings. He's the ones that he's trying to get these fights, and I love that about it, because he is good at it. So we need to see something a little bit like that from Lazarus. A 7-4 score line, so we're right back in it. And once again, I mean, unKnights in a tough mission here, but like you and I both talked about this whole weekend, this is a team again that does have that strong GR side. This is a GR sided map, but I mean, man, when you're down in the deficits and you're on the point of already losing the first opening map, I mean, it just adds that extra stress, right?
yeah, I believe so too. And I hope this little break here didn't confuse Lazarus too much, because, they weren't talking too much, they're probably fully focused onto the game, obviously, but those kind of breaks are like pretty useful if you are the team that, is kind of getting beaten right now. So yeah, maybe unKnights is able to, recover from their kind of loose streak here. It's all about finding those timings, and can kind of tell unKnights is not really playing aggressively at all. I mean, most of the time they're just, playing the standard, not doing anything too fancy. But I was about to say I would like to see Lazarus hit the A side once again, and it seems like this is exactly what they're planning to do here. And oh boy, they're making so much noise and they know it. And Kiko almost ready to get the kill done, but it's actually Pietro to save the day here. And oh no, Lazarus, pretty convincing kills, but look at this, HCZ has something to say about that. And 2 versus 3 now. Bomb is dropped, but it's gonna get picked up by HTZ. And you can tell unKnights, they're not sure what to do here, they're just playing it safe. Slowly but surely going towards B here, but Lazarus, you have a different thing in mind, Laz.
Yeah, they definitely do. And again, I think this is the right call from unKnights. Just again, all grouped up. They thought there could have been a chance of a fake, but now they know the destination where they have to go. They're all going to be in the same spot, coming through on the fence side through spawn, and now the flashes come in. It looks like it blinds them, so not looking the greatest. And Vi's posted up here with 12 seconds. He has to be able to stop them as much as possible. HDZ doing everything he can, but no, not going to be enough. Diffuse going to come through, going to be done. It'll be with plenty of time remaining. unKnights in a pretty easy and convincing retake on this. And I liked the entries that we saw from Lazarus, but again, HDZ has just been this like silent MVP for me, because he finds himself with Pietro in these moments where they can just get these quick kills and they can just tuck their tail and get out of there. So that's always a difficult thing to do when you're on the attack as well, like a team for Lazarus, where you can't be able to find that trade. But they're going potentially right back for an A hit. They're grouping everything. They put all their players toward there. Nobody's lurking except for Madison in middle. So this could be the switch up we needed.
There's also no main smoke. I mean, maybe now there is, but they're taking their sweet time to throw their utility, and maybe it's actually working out for them. I mean, Vi is already close here, and let's see what Kiko can bring to the table. He's instantly dead. HCZ now trying to hold for their life, but Jin good for 2, and once again the same situation almost. A retake situation for unKnights, and Menacin here, close corner. I like this position. I mean, it gets pre-fired a lot, but eventually it might work out for him. But we're really gonna see unKnights are so close already, and I'm just gonna jump in like this, and Menacin is fully blinded, and it doesn't even matter. Jin and Loons and also Menacin, each one of them finding a frag, and Lazarus, they're close to the end here if this continues to be the case.
Yeah, they're only 2 rounds away from getting this thing to be the 2-0 like we talked about. That it wasn't the case yesterday, but so far all the games that we've had here on the stream for day number 2 have been the sweeps, and I don't know if they're it's easy to say sweep, but I think there's been some closer games than before. But yeah, now I mean, it's this, you know, the big question right now for Lazarus is if they can close this out, which would just again skyrocket them in terms of the leader on the leaderboard, and then even unKnights taking an 0-2 loss would be pretty devastating. Now with a minute and 48 remaining, unKnights getting flashed, they're going to get pushed back into this B site. Lazarus again with lots of time to spare, and they're going to wait things out, and the bomb will go around into mid once more, and I think it's all a ruse. Oh, I like this play. But the numbers are leaning a bit more here on this A side. Now we can see Pietro, he's kind of going back and forth, and now he's made a decision. You know what? I think it's a fake A, and the numbers are not going to be great here for Lazarus. They're going to have to find something big, and Kiko goes for a big swing, but it's a miss. He's struck out now. Pietro, can he be able to find more? He will not. Lazarus, they have just flown themselves into the site, and it's all of a sudden down to the retake.
Wow, I mean, Alucard and Beck, it's such a tough one for them, but Alucard, I believe they're able to, but it's just so hard to retake the side, especially in a disadvantage here, and Alucard just trying to find anything and gets fully blinded, gets away with his life, but it's not looking very likely for them. And Lazarus, gotta give it to him, they took over the side pretty convincingly, but Beck finding Loons here is a big kill, making things a little bit more possible, but can they do it? It's so hard. Beck finds another one, but HZ finally stepping up, trading. But this is another run for Lazarus. HZ gets the quick double kill, and looking at Jin right now, I mean, he doesn't look happy, but they're winning.
They are winning. And that's what matters most. And so now, all down to this, a single round here to get this done and dusted for Lazarus. 4 to push overtime, which, if I'm not mistaken, that'd be the second overtime for the day. So
yeah,
unKnights, boy oh boy, you got some work cut out for you. Bai's already in a strong position. Actually, they're going to be grouped up, and this is where we saw, I think it was Vise able to find that double headshot. No, but Beck instead going to just allow the site to be in their control. Good utility to push them back. Just burn the time as much as possible, but Lazarus should be able to get this plant done shortly. Hanging out now on the flank of Madison. There he is. Can he find anything more? Now unKnights have to deal with him. This is a problem. That nade, whoo-wee, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna leave a little bit of a mark. And now the fact that he's still alive, this is something, you know, frustrating right now for unKnights. Now they have to get moving. Now they just have to ignore him, and they are. And it's all down to Jin here to lock down this site, and Jin eradicates both. It's all down to Alucard with the clutch, but it won't meant to be, and it's going to be Lazarus to continue on the day 2 of the sweeps.
Well, finally some smiling faces. I like to see it, and yeah, Lazarus taking it in action. I mean, wow, what a performance by them overall today. I mean, unKnights, you gotta give it to them. They really tried their best. They really tried, but in the end, Lazarus was just a way better team today, and this is also why they won 2-0.
Yeah, honestly, really impressed. I think that's the only way I'm going to say it. I think Lazarus, they found themselves to look in better form for this. unKnights is a surprising turn of events. I thought this would be a lot closer of an affair, but it really wasn't. I felt like they were kind of more surviving in these 2 games, and we saw in the second half of this map number 2, they were starting to build up maybe a little bit of something, but I think Lazarus, like I said, they felt like they had this before it even started, and that's some good work coming in from Loons and the rest of the team. I think he called himself a great game, and I couldn't be more excited to see, because now we're going to build up the stats here just to show the leaderboard. But the fact that we had a 2 zeros across, I mean, I was never going to predict that.
No, not at all. And like I said in the beginning, I was kind of more like towards unKnights here, but Lazarus proving me wrong completely. I mean, their dominance here was so good, and I mean, even though they got somewhat unlucky, you can see it there, but hey, what can I say? Lazarus just a way better team today, and I love to see it. I mean, you saw the same with GV today. These teams work so hard, you know, to improve, but I'm just glad that it works out for them.
Very happy for them also. And I think the one thing I was more particularly happy to see too, and you know, is the fact that on the side for Lazarus, I mean, I was more happy to see a player like Vise, you know, putting himself in a stronger form, and I think the fact that he was doing quite well in the first half, and he's putting himself with that extra impact that, you know, I've heard so much about what he can do and his history as well. And then just even playing on the 36 Demons, where unfortunately for that team, it just wasn't really the right project, and I think he, you know, wanted to make himself a little bit more known, and now coming back into familiar territory with this team, it is good to see him back. And I think he's starting to, you know, get that contribution, because I think a couple seasons ago it looked like he was non-existent. So I think we're getting that now, and that's what I'm excited about. And I think Loons is must have created a better game plan for all these players to thrive.
Yeah, and you also need to consider that Vice, you know, he's coming back into the team, but also you need to consider, I think it's MKZ, also the sub for Lazarus now, and he's a pretty good sub. And you know, all 5 players of Lazarus, I mean, obviously most of them, right, but they need to think, okay, you know, we have a pretty good sub, so you need to perform. It's also kind of pressuring, right? So I just love to see them, you know, improving themselves, working on their strats, working on their aiming, and I think the communication is also improving by a lot. I mean, you don't see them talk too much, but it's also a nice thing to see, you know, hey, if you don't need to talk too much, it's working out great, right? So let's take a look at the scores here, and can we take a look at Jin's score? What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's, you know, like that's one way to, you know, end the game. And again, you know, it was funny because he was, you know, someone that I was not really expecting to see it early this season, but he was putting up big numbers, and he does here, right? I mean, look at the MVPs, and Pietro definitely well deserved. I think he earned it here from unKnights. Just, but when you kind of compare everything, it's just light years ahead. Like, Jin was more than impact. I mean, he made multiple game plays. He made, you know, full control for Lazarus, and I mean, that's what you need to see. That's what you need from one of your star players. And it's great to see that he is kind of in this, you know, position where he's getting better and better and better.
Yeah, I mean, look at this chin. It's really nice to see him improving. I mean, he had a little bit of starting issues, I feel like, in the first weekend, but I mean, he was also kind of removed for a game. But yeah, he's here now. He's really performing. He's bringing the scores up for his team, and yeah, 2-0 speaks for itself. I mean, what else can you ask for if you're Lazarus? And what's left to say for unKnights? I feel like, you know, hey, they really tried their best. They really performed, but sometimes even that isn't enough, and you can see it here in the standings. unKnights, oh boy, on the 7th spot. This is not where you feel comfortable.
No, this is a, you know, again, this is a really different turn of events where, you know, now Lazarus are on a top 3 placement, and they're right behind, you know, LCK and 3BL and Anubis, you know, in the 4th place. And honestly, I never would have thought ever that we be talking about unKnights in a 7th place and, you know, just above Swamp. So I think they got a lot of work cut out for them, and there's plenty more action of that to come through. But that's going to be it here for us on the weekend, and that's it here for today. But of course, Pando, I want to give you a massive shout out. Thank you so much for joining me on the desk, and of course, a shout out to production. That's going to be it for us, and same time, same place next weekend. We'll have different faces, so we'll see you another time.